Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Dry Dock episode 170. This week, it's the Patreon Dry Dock, so it's going to be a long one. Hope you can stick with it, as, we've only got 2 months left in the year, and so you've only got to put up with 2 more of these before we hit 2022. Trevorius asks, could you please talk a bit about the Voith-Schneider propeller? Is it something that could be used as the primary propulsion system for a full-size ship, or is there an innate issue that stops the design from being viable for a vessel that would spend 99% of its life going straight forward? So this is a pair of Voith-Schneider propellers. They, as you might imagine, work slightly differently from a standard propeller. They use a number of vertical blades, and then the whole disc that they're mounted on rotates, and also the blades themselves rotate within that disc, and as such they act kind of similar to the way that aerofoils work, i.e. airplane wings, but because they can adjust their position relative to the disc itself, it means that they can maintain that lift force pointing in a certain direction. But of course, because you can change the alignment of the blades, it means that you can vary where that force is directed, which makes them very handy because it means you don't need a rudder, and they exert force in any direction at any time, whereas a screw and rudder combination can get inefficient and slow to respond at low speeds, which is not normally a good thing. And as such, combined with the fact that it's actually relatively quiet, they find uses on basically ships that travel at low speed but need a lot of agility, minesweepers, ferries, that kind of thing. And they were used in a number of ships in the 1930s, shortly after their invention and during the Second World War. However, there are some disadvantages. I mean, as with anything, there's lots of advantages and disadvantages, but when it comes specifically for a vessel that's going to spend 99% of its life going straight forward, as Trevorius asks, i.e. a full-size warship, the primary disadvantages are that, well, as you can see, the blades extend downwards, and for a large vessel, you need to move even more water, and if that large vessel is going to go fast, you need to move a lot of water, and the only 2 ways of making that happen are to either rotate everything faster, which you could do, but that's going to increase wear and tear, and also potentially going to lead to cavitation, and since half of the propulsive force is coming from the blades that are forward and being then directed past the blades that are further aft at any given point, then, well, if you have a lot of cavitation, you basically would ruin the efficiency of the drive. So if you can't ramp it up past a certain speed without lots of efficiency, you make the blades significantly larger, which means significantly longer, and if they're significantly longer, then your draft goes up massively, which can be a very negative thing for warships because it means you'd be restricted in the type of harbours you could use, and even possibly some of the coastal waters you could approach. So there's that. Plus, when it comes to maintenance and just general reliability, of course, if you're using a conventional screw propeller, it is generating force directly backwards, and most of the force that, because obviously with Newton's laws for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, most of the force being exerted on the propeller and the propeller shaft is going almost straight back. I mean, obviously the propeller shaft itself might be set off at a slight angle, so it's not going completely straight down the propeller shaft. There'll be a slight bending moment incurred, but the majority of that force is being driven straight back into the ship via the propeller shaft, which makes it somewhat easier to brace against, because the reaction force is effectively trying to push, either bend the propeller shaft and or unseat the clamps that hold the propeller shaft in place, and or shove the turbine engine forward through the ship, none of which is particularly easy. Whereas with a Voith-Schneider propeller, not reptilian dinosaurs from the 60 million years ago, sorry, a Voith-Schneider, as the blades rotate, obviously it's still generating force. Let's say you're going straight forward, going backwards, but all of the equal and opposite reaction force is being exerted on the blades, which is being exerted then at 90 degrees to where they're mounted and to where the disc that they're mounted on is mounted, which means that there's going to be a lot more chance of something bending or breaking, especially once you get up to really high levels of force being generated. And thus it's more likely that you're going to get damage. So there are a few issues. There's more, but those are the main ones when it comes to warships as to why you probably wouldn't want a Voith Schneider propeller on an oceanic high-speed warship, and a conventional screw propeller might be somewhat of a better solution. Ash the Lego Guy asks, have any post-Age of Sail Navy ships been lost due to ice accumulation on the deck, superstructure, etc.? I'm not aware of any warships post-Age of Sail, i.e. once they've lost their main mast and rigging, that were sunk by ice accumulation specifically, albeit that in things like the Arctic convoys, I imagine there were probably a few ships whose sinking was potentially hastened by ice build-up, but only after they'd been damaged by other things like German bombers or U-boats, etc. The thing is that without large masts and yards, a ship is still very vulnerable to capsize if it lets too much ice build up, but it's far less vulnerable than a ship that has masts and yards because of obviously the moment of force exerted by the fact they're so much taller. But equally, ships' crews, especially warship crews, were very conscious of the threat that ice faced, and where necessary they would do as much as they could to get rid of it, whether that was by chipping it off and shoving it over the side or some other method. And of course, you have to remember this is a highly dangerous thing to happen, because whilst I'm not aware of any warships that are directly lost as a result of ice accumulation, there are periodically, every few years, civilian ships, including a number of ships that have stability even higher in their design priorities than warships do, that still go down as a result of ice accumulation when it's not checked or they can't do much about it at the time. Admiral Tiberius asks, if the Italians had had more aggressive and capable admirals to start in World War II, could it have changed events in the Mediterranean? It's somewhat difficult to say because of the issues the Italians had with their shells. Yes, having more aggressive admirals who are willing to press their chances a bit more closely, albeit it would have been in somewhat defiance of orders, probably would have allowed them to close the distance and engage in some of the earlier battles against the Royal Navy with a higher chance of success, at least on paper. However, you have to factor in a couple of things. One is that in some of the earliest battles, when the Italians don't have full access to Littorio and Vittorio Veneto, a lot of their ships, their larger ships that they're using, are the older vessels, the refitted Dorias and Cavours, that don't really have all that much in the way of protection against 15-inch shells. Secondly, is Italian shells. Now, for whatever reason, whether it's the aerodynamics of the shell itself or the quality control of the shells, whatever, the undeniable fact is there was some fairly serious issues with Italian shells, and thus the accuracy of the gunfire, if not the accuracy of the range finding, which was actually pretty darn good. Now, you could have, very definitely, a kind of perfect storm scenario where the Italians choose to press their advantage a bit more heavily than they did historically, and they happen to have had a decent batch of shells on that particular day, and as a result they could win that battle quite significantly, inflict a number of losses on the Royal Navy, change the strategic situation. As Admiral Tiberius goes on to mention the rest of his question, it's doubtful they're going to win in the end, but they would inflict a lot more losses. The problem is that it could equally go the other way. So you could have exactly the same scenario, exactly the same amount of aggression by the Italian admiral, exactly the same amount of manoeuvring. So everything physically goes exactly the same, except for the fact that that day they have a bad batch of shells. As a result, they don't score any or many hits in the early to mid part of the battle, and thus, instead, the British ships work them over. And then the Italians lose the battle, and then they lose significant numbers of their available ships, and then they're in a lot of trouble, because now even if they get Littorio and Vittorio Veneto into the line, they have precious little to accompany them. Which is a fairly big risk for the Italians, considering it's their home turf and they don't have that many battleships to go around. So the thing is, taken in isolation, any one of those two problems could be addressed, but specifically with regards to if they're changing their command staff, a good chunk of it would be a aggressive and capable admiral is also highly likely to recognize some of the problems that his ships have when it comes to actually hitting things, as a result of which they're either going to try and fix the problem, but that's going to take time, by which point the war will have moved on and they'll be in a position where it's not going to make a lot of difference, or they're going to acknowledge, and even if they are trying to fix things in the short term, have to acknowledge the issues that they have, because that's what competent admirals do, at which point they are going to have to play it a bit more cagey, even disregarding the fact that the orders from on high mean that they have to do that a bit more anyway. And so it's probably not going to change all that much. Resolve the shell issues and give them aggressive and capable commanders in the form of admirals, and yeah, then that could make a big difference. Edward Franklin Woods asks, when did it become more cost-effective to fly injured soldiers back to the home nation for treatment rather than sending a hospital ship with the invasion force? I'm not sure if it's a matter of cost-effectiveness more than just simple effectiveness. Now, obviously, a hospital ship generally is going to be far better equipped and have far more specialist equipment and personnel on hand as compared to your average army field hospital in the event of an offensive war. However, there are still limits to what a hospital ship can do. Let's say take World War II. Your average hospital ship around that point can accommodate maybe 200 to 400 patients in terms of actively being treated, and there is a distinction to be made between hospital ships that are configured as floating hospitals with all the surgical equipment, etc., that goes with that, and hospital ships that are basically there as kind of a giant floating accident and emergency department. They're designed to stabilize troops and give them safe passage back home. So that's another kind of hospital ship. But even for the ones that are dedicated, if you're conducting an offensive war where you've invaded another location, any hospital ship is going to be overwhelmed with casualties. Okay, yeah, you got 400 beds. I hate to break it to you, there's going to be a lot more than 400 badly wounded men out there who are going to need help. And that means either you have to build an absolutely massive fleet of hospital ships, which starts to get a bit problematic in terms of costs and where are you going to put them, and is the enemy actually going to respect them, and so on and so forth, because they are still vulnerable. They're protected only by international convention, and that didn't stop the Germans, the Japanese, etc., from sinking a number of hospital ships in both World War I and II. But also, even if you equip it with all the latest and greatest equipment you can possibly come across, there's still limitations compared to land-based hospitals in your own country. The hospital ship, yeah, it might be a big converted cruise liner, it might be a dedicated vessel, it's still got a limited number of supplies. You can only load it up with so many bandages, so much saline solution, so much morphine, etc., and there will be some equipment, especially as medical technology advances, that is simply impractical to put on a ship. I don't know, maybe these days they can fit full MRI on a hospital ship, but the earliest models of some of the more advanced equipment is going to be a lot harder to put in. X-ray chambers, for example. It can be done, but it's going to be less efficient than land-based stuff. And so between just the sheer greater capability of large land-based hospitals, both in terms of accommodation and in terms of widespread expertise, and the fact that they have direct access to more supplies. You're not on a land-based hospital in your own country. As long as you have factories making medical supplies and you have priority drivers, it's fairly unlikely you're going to run out of anything, you'd hope. Whereas on a hospital ship, if you're trying to treat the casualties of something like the D-Day invasion, there's a very high chance you might well do so. Plus, as the invasion gets further into land, you have another problem, which is you might have a forward airfield, let's say. And so we're talking about World War II, because medevac of wounded people could be done in World War I, but not on any great scale. But let's say World War II, if you're 120 miles inland in France in 1944, well, if you're badly wounded and you need medical care, and it's not something that the local field hospitals can deal with, then, well, the nearest hospital ship is probably 130, 140 miles away, because they're not going to be right up next to the shore. So what has a better chance of survival for you? Should you be carted, 3-4 hours by road and then rowed out by boat? Or should you be packed into driven 10 miles to a nearby airfield, packed into a plane, flown for, I don't know, let's say half an hour, unloaded from the plane, driven to a pier or quayside, and then again taken by boat to a hospital ship? Or just driven to an airfield, stuck on a C-47 and flown over to the UK? Obviously, then once you land in the UK, you've got another drive to a hospital, but then you're there. Whereas if you're on the hospital ship, if you need that bad care, you might then be sailed with the ship or taken off and put on a hospital transport and taken back anyway. So it's just a better way of dealing with the badly wounded. Now, that's not to say hospital ships don't have any use. They're, especially in the early parts of an invasion of somewhere like Europe, or in the invasion of islands in the Pacific where, there's not a tremendous amount of depth to them, and getting back to somewhere like the continental United States is a real pig. They definitely do have their uses, but where fast, effective, within range aerial transport back to land-based, shore-based hospitals is available, it generally just makes more sense, assuming, of course, that you have enough air superiority that those planes won't get shot out of the sky. Texas and La Choc asks, was there ever any consideration for naming ships after Arizona and Oklahoma, perhaps the two remaining Iowa hulls or a couple of the Montanas, as a way of letting those names exact some vengeance? I'm not aware of any particular movement in that direction, although you do have to bear in mind that whilst they entered service somewhat late in the war, the Iowas were pretty much already on their way. The first four were all laid down before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Now, granted, Kentucky and Illinois were laid down in 1942, which is obviously after Pearl Harbor, but not that far after. So Oklahoma, at the time that Illinois and Kentucky were laid down, was still in the process. Well, they were still in the process of trying to salvage it. They'd pretty much written it off, to be fair, at that point, but the salvage work was still ongoing. Arizona obviously was clear from day one a total loss, but the names for all the Iowas had already been allocated, and I think all the names for all the Montanas as well had been allocated because they were authorized in 1940. So the ships were authorized, and almost certainly, well, we know what all the names were going to be. So yeah, all of the names had been designated before Pearl Harbor happened, and so it wouldn't have been a case of, well, we're going to name this ship this in honor of its predecessor. It would have been a case of having to rename a vessel. And whilst I can see some of the attraction, as I say, for Oklahoma, the salvage work wasn't complete by at any point that it would have actually made a difference. And I think for Arizona, it's better, and they probably concluded as well, it would be better to have the ship as a memorial in perpetual service rather than just writing it off. Plus, outside of the first four Iowas, it was also relatively clear that any war would likely be over, bar maybe a shore bombardment for invasion of Japan, before the last two Iowas or the Montanas were completed, even if they'd gone ahead full steam. At which point, naming though renaming those particular vessels so that they could get some form of symbolic vengeance when you knew that they almost certainly wouldn't get that opportunity because they wouldn't be in service in time to, fight Japan. It probably just wasn't seen as worth it. So at least that's as far as I can tell. Moraxis asks, what makes a semi-dreadnought battleship? Now, that's a really difficult one, you see, because it's possible to very broadly define a semi-dreadnought, but in so doing, you raise questions that lead to kind of a split in opinion. That's what I mean, because at its most basic, a semi-dreadnought battleship is a battleship that has recognised the need for an all-big gun armament, but does not have a armament that is a unified big gun armament. Now, that might sound slightly contradictory, but let me explain in a bit more detail. Remember, pre-dreadnoughts, their core principle or idea was that they'd have a few heavy guns for, inflicting fatal damage on the enemy, but that the lighter secondary batteries, which weren't expected to breach the armour, but were expected to smash up the rest of the ship and set it on fire, would also play a key part in the combat. So there was a very clear distinction. But then you have, with semi-dreadnoughts, effectively the secondary battery getting larger. And when it crosses over to a point where the secondary battery can also, to a certain extent, be expected to perhaps be penetrating armour and doing fatal damage, certainly at the kinds of short-range engagements that you see in the latter part of the 1800s and the early 1900s, well, then the doctrine, the way you're using that ship's weapons has changed. And that, at its ultimate level, I think, makes a semi-dreadnought. But you then have this further split of, is a semi-dreadnought a ship that has guns that are all the same caliber in terms of bore size, but not all the same barrel length? So there's some Japanese ships, for example, which have all 12-inch gun armament, but some of those 12-inch guns are shorter barrel than the fore and aft turrets, and that in turn means that whilst the shells are the same, the ballistics of the guns are different, and thus it's still a somewhat split main battery, because you have to fire them at different elevations, deflections, etc., which is not something you have to worry about with a unified main battery of identical guns. But then you also have other ships like the Danton class, the Lord Nelsons, to be honest, most of the last generation of pre-dreadnoughts, although not all. And in those ships, there is still a split in the caliber of guns. So Danton, for example, it's got 4 12-inch guns. It also has 12 9.4-inch guns. And the Lord Nelson's using 9.2-inch guns as well. Now, there's a very definite split there, obviously, in capability of the weapons. Very easy to spot due to the fact they're different calibers. But the fundamental core principle behind it is still that, the ballistics are different, the deflection is different, the elevation is different. It's actually pretty much the same thing as with a Japanese ship that has a mixture of different lengths of 12-inch gun. And obviously, a 9.4 and 9.2-inch gun has slightly less armor penetration capability. But again, at kind of the close ranges pre-dreadnoughts are expecting to fight probably doesn't matter as much. So those are kind of two subclasses of semi-dreadnought, but the overall core principle of a semi-dreadnought is that all of the guns it's expecting to use in a standard range engagement, whatever that happens to be, are expected to be able to damage the enemy ship in almost any place that they hit. Whereas previously, if you like a really crude analogy, the true pre-dreadnought era was a split between AP and HE damage. Andre Gardner asks, over the time period the channel covers, what proved to be more dangerous to navies, enemy combatants or domestic politicians? Well, there is a saying amongst navies that more ships saw the end of their lives at the stroke of a politician's pen than they ever did at the end of a enemy's gun barrels. So, in terms of number of ships scrapped, the politicians most definitely. But overall, as you know, I don't have a tremendous amount of respect for politicians in general. But I think in absolute terms, really, it is the case. Domestic politicians are far worse enemies to most navies than enemy combatants ever were. Because, well, the motto of the Royal Navy, if you wish for peace, prepare for war. Politicians are hilariously bad at doing this in most cases. They either try and cut the Navy strength down massively to save money for other projects, most of which usually involve lining their own pockets, and then you end up with a weak Navy, or a weaker Navy, which then emboldens people to try and challenge you. Or alternatively, they go the other way around and they just start pouring money into unnecessary naval expansion, given the strategic situation of their country, which then either provokes war or contributes to provoking war or provokes an enemy into constructing more warships themselves. And then when war breaks out, it usually turns out that those politicians have picked a fight with somebody who's bigger and meaner than them, and they lose anyway. But B, it also means the amount of resources invested, the amount of ships that meet in battle, and the number of lives lost is also considerably larger than it could otherwise have been. And we see this, all through history, but the channel does cover pre-1850s history, but especially from sort of 1850 to 1950, you can see the various arms races that built up, and then the wars that broke out, and the restrictions that politicians put at other points on navies, and some of the weaknesses that led to when war broke out. Again, you can't necessarily attribute the lack of or overbuilding of a navy to be the sole cause for any particular war in the majority of circumstances, but, look at World War One. Britain would not have felt anywhere near as threatened by Germany had the Kaiser not decided he wanted to play at being Admiral of the Royal Navy and built up the Kaiserliche Marine to the point that it was built up to. Germany was, as history showed, actually a natural ally of the UK against most of the other European powers, or the constituent states that would eventually form Germany at least. And that all changed in the British perspective in large part because of the German naval build-up. If the Kaiser and the various domestic German politicians that supported him hadn't done that, then, either World War II may not have broken out, or if it had broken out, the sides certainly would have likely been very different. So the U-boat war, the various casualties from Dogger Bank, Jutland, etc., you can actually in certain ways pin that on domestic politicians and their cravings for personal glory. And then likewise, when you see World War II, and this is leaving aside the Japanese politics and everything, just looking at European politics briefly, when you look at World War II, you've got a drive on the part of some of the Axis powers to try and build up their navies. But to be fair, at that point, most of the Axis forces, with the exception possibly of Japan, weren't actually really looking to challenge the big two, the US and the UK. But the politicians' reluctance to acknowledge that the treaty system had collapsed thanks to Japan meant that there was delays in funding, delays in authorization, etc., which led to delays in ordering of ships, and delays therefore in completion of ships, which then meant that when war did break out, there were gaps in the American and British battle fleets, which the admiralties of those two navies, they knew about. They were trying to correct them. They had ships and designs ready to go, but they couldn't build them quickly enough. And as a result, the battles that they ended up fighting were a lot closer, a lot more drawn out, and a lot more people died as a result. So, again, you can lay that largely at the feet of politicians. Obviously, enemy combatants, they do shoot at you, and they fire torpedoes and drop bombs, and that is also responsible for the loss of life. But the simple fact is that when ships start shooting at each other, that's at the end chain of a catastrophic series of missteps by the politicians whose job it is to try and maintain the peace. And almost universally, at least as far as I can see, one side or the other has either had politicians that stoked the fires of war unnecessarily, or when they saw someone else, building up, refused to do their jobs properly and secure their own people properly in time for a war. And I think that goes beyond navies as well. And I know it skirts somewhat dangerously on the edge of getting involved in politics, but it does revolve, in this case, specifically around naval strategy, and perhaps gives you some insight into one of the many, many reasons why I have little to no respect for anyone who would proudly call themselves politician. Rebel Skvirl asks, what exactly is the role and function of a naval war college, and how is one selected to attend it? It's one of those things which is kind of how long is a piece of string. Naval War College's exact function depends, as so many questions are answered with, on the time and on the nation in question. So they all have a broadly similar aim, which is to further educate and train officers in various aspects of what they might need to know, but that's a very, very broad definition. It can be things like tactics, it can be the how to command a ship, how to lead men, leadership courses. It can be very technical as well, and all of those things and more can all be contained within the same war college, and different officers will be taught different things at different times. But effectively, the idea is to collectivize and store the institutional knowledge of a navy for all of those various aspects, and then pass it on to the officers that need it at the appropriate time. So, someone who's let's say in World War I, World War II, a torpedo specialist, they may attend a course on torpedo warfare because they might be really good at maintaining their torpedo tubes and aiming them, but when to fire those torpedoes, and how to do so in terms of what spread do you use, etc. Even at a very, very basic level, those kinds of things might be something that you teach at a Naval War College. So if you have a very torpedo-minded officer and maybe is going to be leading a flotilla of destroyers, the Naval War College will help him understand, well, yes, okay, good work on hitting targets with your torpedoes and keeping them in working order, but this is how you maneuver your formation of destroyers in order to get in a position such that you can make the best use of your incredibly accurate firing torpedoes. And this is how you lead the men so that you know best how to get those destroyers to follow you to that position, and so on and so forth. Or for battleship commanders in World War I, it might be something along the lines of these are the latest tactics that we know the enemy are going to use. This is how you protect your fleet from them. This is how you develop your own. And of course, because the majority of attendees are what you would call mature students, what ideas do you have? Because, it's collectivized institutional knowledge, but the next generations of officers are going to be the ones who are inputting that knowledge into the college to further boost that collective learning. So there's a lot of back and forth. In terms of how one is selected to attend college, again, depends on the Navy and the time period, but broadly speaking, it's a case of when you're being promoted, or if you're taking on more responsibilities at a certain rank that require further knowledge and further education, or just broadening of your horizons, your commanding officer or board of officers, as appropriate, may make the decision that they are nominating you to go and attend there. I don't know exactly, but I think you can also apply if you feel it would help develop your career, and obviously everybody else agrees with that. But broadly speaking, it is a case of, you'll be invited to attend or ordered to attend at a relevant point in your career where it's felt that there's something that the college could teach you which would help you develop into being a better officer, which in turn would hopefully bring about a better Navy. Jonathan Smith asks, your passing mention of the Comet airliner engineering disaster in Dry Dock 164 reminded me that in 1903, following the breakup of HMS Cobra, HMS Wolf was instrumented with strain gauges for some tests involving the stresses. Can you talk a little about what these tests were and what they showed, and whether they impacted ship or general engineering design? An engineering question. You get a cookie. Right, so the tests on HMS Wolf were done because brand new destroyer, HMS Cobra, was quite happily meandering its way off to being delivered in heavy seas when it broke in half and sank, which is, not what destroyers are supposed to do. As it turns out, long-term analysis eventually showed she probably hit some kind of floating debris, which then induced flooding, which then caused too much strain on the ship, and she broke up in the heavy seas. At the time, though, they didn't notice or understand that that was the case, and the verdict of the Admiralty at the time was that she'd broken up because she was too weak. She'd been built badly, but effectively. And so Wolf, which was a similar destroyer, was put under a series of stress and strain tests. First, she was fitted with a bunch of strain gauges, and then she was dry docked, and the hull was allowed to hog or sag depending on where it was supported, i.e. it's either supported in the middle and the ends then obviously drop down unsupported, which is hogging, or the ends are supported and the middle drops down, which is sagging, basically to see when it's unsupported is the amount of strain that is occurring within the ship structure within the parameters for which it was calculated, or is it overstrained, at which point, if that was at sea, repeated movements of the sea, it might then cause fatigue failure and then the ship to break up. Once they'd established that Wolf wasn't going to snap itself in half in Portsmouth Dry Dock, it was then sent out to sea with the explicit orders to go looking for bad weather to see what would happen, which I'm sure the crew appreciated greatly, but it came back intact. And the strain gauges showed that, actually, no, the ship had not been built badly. It was perfectly fine. That kind of, weirdly enough, convinced the Admiralty that it wasn't the design that was at fault. It was just that the people who were working on Cobra must have been particularly bad at their jobs for that particular ship. But the way that strain gauges for this kind of thing work, effectively, is that you have your gauge and it has 2 or in some cases more, depending on the kind of strain gauge you're using, points which you then fix to the thing whose strain you're measuring. In this case, I guess a hull plate or a hull girder beam or something like that. Now, as that thing moves whilst it's under stress or strain, then that will cause the material that you're measuring to either flex, expand, contract, whatever, be stretched or etc. And that will obviously then take the fixed points that you've attached the gauge to in different directions. Within the gauge itself, obviously the thing that connects those 2 connecting points within the gauge is also going to move, because it's nowhere near as strong as an entire ship, but it's not the material that the gauge is made of has a known quantity when it comes to how much it's going to be moved. So for example, if it stretches by 1/8 of an inch, you will know through empirical testing that this takes however many tons of force, and you can then translate that via mechanical means into a gauge that shows this gauge was subjected to X amount of force, and you can set them to, depending on how complex you want them to be, you can either set them to show whatever the strain is at the time, or you can set them to, or you can have a slightly more advanced one that shows what the strain is at the time, but also will show what the maximum strain that was encountered was. For those of you who watch the Hydraulic Press channel, obviously nowadays the sensors are much more advanced, and that's a pressure sensor rather than a strain gauge, but the general principle I'm referring to there is kind of similar, in that, if you watch that channel, you'll see it reaches a certain maximum amount of pressure and then it drops off, but the gauge will in that case will often show this is the maximum amount reached and this is the current amount. That's the kind of output I'm talking about. And thus you can tell, is the strain that's going through various parts of the ship at various points where you think it might be weak, is this actually within the parameters that you've calculated when you're making the design? As it turns out, as I mentioned earlier, Wolf was perfectly within design parameters, so there wasn't a tremendous impact on ship design as a result of those particular tests, but other tests at other times with other ships have changed the way ships are designed. For example, various tests done in a similar manner with ships influenced continuous efforts to try and address the issue of the stress point caused by the step down in deck, where you have a forecastle that's elevated and then either a main deck or a quarter deck that drops down. That's a natural stress point for the ship. So where exactly that's located and what shape it takes, whether it's just a pair of 90-degree cuts, which actually concentrates stress quite a lot, or whether you have a curve, but that can lead to a wider fatigue failure over time, or whether you do something like the Japanese did with the Yamatos, where you actually just roll the entire deck up and down rather than giving it any defined stress point. All of this comes from these kinds of tests, or like with the US 4-stack destroyers, you just do them flush deck and you eliminate the problem entirely, obviously with some other design compromises made. John McDonough asks, I've just finished rereading U-Boat Killer by Captain Donald McIntyre. He appears in the pages of the book to be blunt and opinionated to the point of offensiveness, much like Admiral King, although, in contrast, he seems to have been respectful and appreciative of peers and subordinates for the most part. He seems to be little mentioned these days, although I gather he was quite famous for his war exploits and for writing several books. Is this a fair characterization of the man? Has his reputation suffered because of his salty attitude and his manner in expressing it? Whilst I can't comment directly on whether or not Captain McIntyre's specific attitude was exactly as described, I would say it would not surprise me in the slightest, because a point I've made a few times before, the kind of officers who will do best in wartime are quite often very different from the kind of officers who will do best in peacetime, both personally in terms of their career and more generally in terms of serving the Navy. Much as I rightfully, I believe, rag on Beatty for being almost epically useless as a fleet commander in World War I because of his many and varied faults, you also have to acknowledge, and as I have done in the past, that for a peacetime political environment, especially the early 1920s, he was a very good officer to have high up in the Royal Navy. And in some ways, the exact nature of the man that allowed him to be so good in peacetime was a good chunk of why he was such a problem in wartime. And you'll have, things vice versa, where admirals who are exceptionally good in wartime actually turned out to be relatively rubbish at navigating a peacetime navy. Nelson, for example, he was an exceptional wartime commander and leader. There's no taking away from that, but it's also very difficult to get away from the fact that had Nelson survived the Napoleonic Wars, he probably wouldn't have, even if he'd won all the battles that he did win, and possibly even one or two more, he almost certainly wouldn't have had quite the level of renown that he has in the UK and across the world these days, in part because he almost certainly would not have survived a peacetime navy with his career intact for very long. I mean, the short periods of peace that his career did see when he was at a higher rank very nearly almost took him out of the running as it was. So he's kind of the inverse of Beatty. When war comes, you want a Nelson. When peace comes, you want a Beatty. effectively, and it's almost impossible, although not entirely, anything is possible after all, but it's almost impossible to find someone who can fill both of those roles. So the fact that Captain McIntyre comes across in his book as very blunt and opinionated, yeah, but that's entirely possible. But he was good at killing U-boats, so it didn't really matter that much at the time. As far as whether or not his reputation suffered because of it, I don't think quite so much. I think there is a bit of an unfortunate tendency, just generally in terms of history, that the people who fought the Battle of the Atlantic don't get as well recognised as some of the others. So, everyone has usually heard of Halsey or Nimitz, Cunningham, Somerville, even Dönitz and Raeder for that matter. But whilst people like Admiral Houghton, Captain Walker or Captain McIntyre are fairly well known by those who study naval history in depth, especially World War II and especially the Battle of the Atlantic, they don't have the kind of almost household name recognition that a lot of others do. And I think it's not because what they did wasn't as important. In fact, you could argue in a lot of ways it was possibly in some ways even more important, or at least as important as what battleship and carrier admirals were getting up to. But when it comes to those other admirals, I think it's easier for people in general to point to specific large actions. Calabria, Matapan, Midway, Philippine Sea, Leyte Gulf, etc., etc. Big battles. You can say, oh yeah, that admiral was in charge of that battle, and and he was also in charge of this battle and this battle, and decisive actions in the broadest sense. It brings home what they did in rather spectacular manner, and so everyone's like, oh yes, great, fantastic, we like this person. Whereas someone who spent 2, 3, 4 years escorting convoy after convoy after convoy after convoy, and their main success is measured in small oil slicks and bits of debris popping to the surface and numbers of ships that didn't get sunk, it's just a little harder for the average person to conceptualize that as the level of heroism and devotion to duty that it actually does entail. And so their names, unfortunately, tend to slip out of the popular consciousness a bit more easily. And it falls to people like us, collectively, myself and viewers of this channel, to make sure that we don't forget them and what they did. Kra F1 asks, were aircraft operating off light escort carriers such as Avengers, Wildcats, Hellcats, etc., limited to reduce takeoff weights due to the lower speed of these vessels as compared to operating from fleet carriers? To a certain extent, yes. There were even specialist versions of the Wildcat that were built specifically for operation off of escort carriers, because whilst you could operate Hellcats from escort carriers, it tended to end badly. Now, part of that was because the Wildcat generally, and especially the escort carrier adapted Wildcats, tended to have a much slower landing speed, which helped obviously with a very short flight deck, but they were also lightened to allow them to take off faster, and obviously meant there was less of an impact when they landed. Escort carriers could take some fairly heavy aircraft, and those aircraft could take off. A lot of it was more down to the performance of the aircraft themselves. So for fighters, some fighters like the Hellcat did have some issues, and versions of the Hellcat that were looked at for specialist adaptation like the Wildcat had been for escort carrier use would have things like extra wing surfaces, reduced armament, etc., etc. But the bigger, slower strike aircraft like Avengers, or in the case of the Royal Navy, Swordfish, could usually lift close to or pretty much on their average warload from escort carriers. Certainly they could fly Avengers and Swordfish with torpedoes loaded, etc. Maybe you couldn't absolutely load them for bear, but you could get a decent warload off of them. But that's because as slightly larger, slightly slower aircraft, they tended to have better low-speed handling characteristics, which in turn meant that at the low speed they were operating at when taking off from escort carriers, they were a bit more capable than the slightly more finicky fighters. So there were some limits in place, but not as many as you'd imagine, especially once the slightly larger, slightly better designed escort carriers started coming into play. Nicholas Ressar asks, Ryan over at Battleship New Jersey has repeatedly said that they will never fire the 16-inch guns, but given a blank check, which battleship or cruiser would be best suited for a big gun demonstration? In absolute terms, it's going to be whichever one has its guns and loading systems, etc., best maintained, because the absolute last thing you want is to be trying to do a big gun demonstration and get some kind of horrific misfire. But obviously we don't know exactly what the status of every individual museum ship with big guns is. If you had a blank check and you wanted to do a big gun demonstration, then, well, at that point, any one of the surviving big US museum ships could be viable. I mean, you guys over in the States, the only ones with Dreadnought era battleships still preserved. So any of the surviving Iowas or Alabama or Massachusetts or North Carolina would do. I think, that they're the biggest, heaviest broadsides you're going to get. And whilst us naval enthusiasts can appreciate the difference, I severely doubt the general public's going to notice much of a difference between blank firing a 16-inch 50 broadside from an Iowa or a 16-inch 45 broadside from a North Carolina or a South Dakota. So that's for the big battleships. But to be honest, if I was going to do a full-on demonstration of big gun firepower and had a blank check for 1 minute's firing, I'd probably try and see if Salem was available. Because 8-inch guns are big enough to be still quite impressive, but can you imagine what it would look like if you were able to get Salem's main battery working and pointed somewhere useful, and then just let them let rip for a minute of unchecked firing, especially if you did it turret by turret? That would be absolutely great. I mean, over in the UK, we don't have anything big gun-wise. The biggest modern guns we have preserved aboard a ship is Belfast with its 6-inch guns, and whilst they are aimed at a service station that could use several £1 million of high-speed renovation, and I'd love to see Belfast firing again, but it's a 6-inch gun. It's not going to compare to an 8-inch gun, and that's not going to compare to a 16-inch gun. So, yeah, I think the decision is kind of made just on that point of principle alone. Graham R. asks, whatever happened to the Naval Small Arms Special? It's still going to happen, but as for what happened to its original planned iteration, COVID happened. I had some plans, as you might imagine. If you're going to talk about small arms, well, at the time, my, as it turned out, abortive trip to the States was coming up, so I thought, well, what's a better way to do it? I can talk about it with pictures, or while I'm in the States, I can go and talk to somebody who actually, can demonstrate a large number of these small arms. Yeah, and then COVID. So no travel for me. But the good news is, obviously, hopefully travel will resume next year. Well, travel will resume for most people this year, but travel for me to the States will be back on in April next year, and then I shall hopefully be filming the long-awaited, long-delayed Naval Small Arms special with actual live Naval Small Arms. So hopefully the wait will be worth it. Meatwad asks, how much damage would a Tallboy inflict on Yamato and on armoured flight decks? On armoured flight deck carriers, Tallboy's going to go through them like they're not even there. In fact, to be perfectly honest, for the most part, unless it hits something major like a boiler or a turbine right down in the bottom of the ship, I rather suspect if you manage to hit a armoured flight deck carrier whilst it was underway with a tall boy, the tall boy would just probably punch straight through the ship and into the be well underwater by the time it detonated. Tall boy's got a significantly greater penetrative capability than Fritz X, and Fritz X was known for occasionally punching straight through ships and out the bottom before going off. Now, when it comes to Yamato's armoured deck is still nowhere near thick enough to actually stop the thing, but it's thick enough and strong enough, along with the other bits of armoured deck that the ship has, in order to, well, it's going to initiate the fuse for one thing, and two, slow it down enough that the bomb's probably going to fetch up somewhere deep in the bowels of the ship rather than punching down and out. So, in actual fact, the tall boy is probably going to inflict more spectacular damage on Yamato than it would on an armoured flight deck carrier, because, as I say, on an armoured flight deck carrier, you're most likely going to get a very interesting shaped hole straight through the ship, and if it's underway, there's every chance the tall boy might detonate in its wake, like a giant depth charge. Whereas with Yamato, that bomb is probably going to stay aboard the ship, somewhere you really don't want it to be, like the engine room or the magazines, and then you have several £1,000s of Torpex going off inside a ship, which is not something that even Yamato was designed to deal with. DM Phoenix asks, what is the meaning regarding the name Man of War when referring to warships in the Age of Sail? I was under the impression that ship's pronoun was usually female, and theorised this might be a military versus civilian distinction. However, I then remembered commercial vessels being referred to as a merchantman or an East Indiaman. I've not been able to conclusively figure out this man naming convention. The best theory that I've read indicates that it probably comes about from slightly less seagoing sources as opposed to sailors themselves. So, summarising what was sort of a 5 or 6 page paper on the subject, the idea effectively goes that when you are part of the crew, unless you're on the Flying Dutchman, you draw a distinction between yourself and the ship. So you are the crew, you're the sailors, and the ship is kind of its own entity, which, as you mentioned, usually has a feminine pronoun. So the ship is a she, which apparently also goes back to the fact that Latin, as a gendered language, assigned ship as a feminine word, and then translators in the Middle Ages brought that over. But regardless, whereas from a more land-based perspective, then ships would be more associated with rather than distinct from the people who were on them or the purpose that they were commissioned for. And so for a warship, then, especially in sort of the 15th century, which is when the man o' war term starts to be more widespread, shall we say, it's probably from somebody or multiple people looking at a warship and going, that is a ship full of men of war, referring to the crew. Or it's a man of war ship, as opposed to a man of peace ship or merchant ship. And therefore, over time, because people pointing at going, yes, that's a man of war ship, and especially if you're British, you can probably imagine a lot of people internally, mentally rolling their eyes and going, yes, we can see it's a ship. The masts and the guns and the pointy end at the front, the blunt end at the back, they kind of give it away. You don't need to be that redundant. And so people just started dropping the ship part, and it just became man of war. And the term kind of sticks. And similarly with things like merchantman and East Indiaman, it probably originally wouldn't have been referring to the ship specifically. It would have been, that is the merchantman ship, or that is the East Indiaman ship, because the East India man, the captain or the crew, the merchant crew in the case of a merchantman ship, they would be associating the crew with the ship and thus designating it. So you can imagine the scenes in, say, somewhere like London, when a ship rolls on. Oh, which ship is that? Oh, yeah, that's that merchantman ship. What about that fancy one that's coming with spices? Oh, yeah, that's the East Indiaman ship. He's over there. and so on and so forth. And like with Man of War's ship, the ship part being somewhat redundant gradually gets dropped, and you get merchantmen, East Indiamen, etc., etc. It's a going theory. I can get behind it. It seems to make a certain amount of logical sense. Let me know in the comments below what you think, or if you've read something differently. The Outer Circle asks, in the Age of Sail, ship's carpenters would replace damaged sections with materials suitable to hand, but with items like missing masts, were there suitable spares available around the world? And if not, did the crews fell trees in order to repair demasted or storm-damaged ships? And if so, how did the vessels fare with such green timber? Did they try and treat it in some manner? Or what was the life expectancy, and did the green timbers damage or distort the hulls of vessels they were fitted to? So, where at all possible, they would try and salvage bits of masts that they'd lost. So if you were dismasted, if the mast fell on your ship, that wasn't necessarily immediately a good thing, because it could cause all sorts of problems for your continued ability to fight. But if at least some of the mast timber remained aboard or remained somewhere nearby, assuming you won the fight, you try and recover that because it was set up and seasoned as best possible. There would also be a limited amount of spare timber carried aboard. Obviously not entire spare masts for the most part, but there might be some mast timber. You could jury-rig a small mast. Because bearing in mind, when you're replacing masts, you don't have to replace the entire full rig set. In fact, it probably would be almost impossible to do so. What you've got to do is set up just enough of a jury-rigged mast and sail to get you somewhere that can actually do a proper refit and allow you to do proper repairs. And that may be in stages. That may be a case of jury-rigging something very basic out at sea to get you to an island or a coastline where you can chop down some trees, because yes, they would do that, and create an even bigger one, which then might let you get to a friendly port or even all the way home, where you could then get an actual proper mast and rig and sail set. So for the most part, ships that were dismasted either by storm damage or enemy action, as you can see in this painting, generally the lower part of the mast that was set into the hull would remain set. The break would be above the deck. And so you generally wouldn't have your jury-rig mast inserted all the way down into the ship. It would usually be spliced or tied into what was left of the mast above the main deck, which was also one of the reasons why you couldn't really go for a full-scale replacement, even if you wanted to, apart from almost certainly not having the ability to do so unless you're in a very small ship. The simple fact was that a jury-rigged mast that's kind of spliced or tied or braced in some manner to what's left of an existing one is never going to be as strong, so you can't put as much strain on it, so you can't have it as high anyway. At which point, since it's effectively just grafted on, if you're using green timber, it's not going to affect things too much, because you're literally just using it to get home or get to a place where you can get a proper refit done. And so you'd, at the end of that, remove it, but also, the broken bits of mast that are still in your ship would also be removed. So any particular damage they were done there would also be taken out. And because your jury-rigged masts are not going to give you anywhere close to the same amount of pull as the full masts would have done, it's extremely unlikely that, if the stump of the main mast or the foremast or the mizzen mast that you've tied your jury-rig mast to, if that hadn't distorted the ship's hull when it was under the strain of a full set of sails and rigging, the chances of a jury-rig mast doing any significant damage to it are pretty slim. Obviously, as I say, with smaller vessels, you probably could replace masts wholesale, either out of spares or out of stuff you found ashore. But when you're talking about frigates and ships of the line, forget it. Graham Houghton asks, why did sprit topmasts go out of fashion at the beginning of the 18th century? Well, for everyone wondering what a sprit topmast is, have a look at this little model. You see the tiny little mast stuck on the end of the bowsprit? That's a sprit topmast. It supports the sprit topsail, which goes with the sprit sail, which is the slightly large sail that hangs off of the yard that's attached to the bow sprit. So, why were they there in the first place, and why did they go out of fashion? Well, they were there in the first place because the sails well in front of the ship help turn the ship's bow, especially when you're having to tack against the wind. However, they're heavy, they're ungainly, they're somewhat dangerous to operate, and, well, you can see it's a mast. If you want to actually operate that thing, you've got to get someone to go climb the bowsprit and, furl and unfurl the sail, which, given that it's mostly used, as I say, when the ship is either relatively violently manoeuvring or in storms, is not the world's safest of occupations. And it's also, I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's not brilliant. Now, once you get to the early 1700s, i.e. the beginning of the 18th century, you start to see ships adopting more and more triangular sails. They're still keeping the big square sails for general propulsion, but whereas, say, in the late 16th and then into the 17th centuries, you might have a ship that has 3 masts, all with square sails, and then you'd have the bowsprit, and then you'd have the sprit topmast and the sprit sail. So lots and lots of square sails. As time goes on, as you can see in this model, the lateen triangular sail is quite often adopted for the aftmost mast. Not always, but quite often. And then later on, that kind of becomes integrated into the aftmost mast for larger ships. So you look at a lot of ships from kind of the Battle of Trafalgar and Napoleonic Wars period, and you'll see they have a jib pointing out the back of the aftmost mast to support a triangular sail, instead of having a separate triangular sail mounted mast on its own. But then at the bow, it was found that for manoeuvring purposes, especially when tacking against the wind, etc., again, having this lateen style triangular sail or sails was actually far superior to having another square sail stuck on the front of the ship. And perhaps also crucially, it was much easier to operate because you could operate it from the bow of the ship rather than have to have someone go out onto the bowsprit. And so this is actually one of the more subtle ways to tell what period and age of sail warship comes from. If it's got this kind of square sail set up on the bowsprit and with even with a sprit topsail, then you know it's an earlier vessel. Whereas if it's got a series of triangular sails, usually suspended between the bowsprit and the foremast, then you know it's a later vessel. Megascrow asks, I noticed that paddle wheels amidships just get bigger and bigger. This is also the case on the huge-scale fantasy ships. Why not have 2 or more wheels each side? Or, if you really want to be fancy about it, paddle tracks, like tank treads. There's a fairly wide number of reasons why ships don't tend to go for multiple paddle wheels when they're using paddle wheels on either side, as opposed to a stern-mounted wheel. One of which is that, at least once the technology is there, paddles allow you to rotate the ship around an axis, so it's good to have the paddles roughly on the ship's axis of rotation. And of course, if you have multiple paddle wheels, then none of them are going to be on that axis, which means you're still going to sort of not be able to do an on-the-spot turn. Granted, even ships with a pair of side-mounted paddle wheels don't necessarily always have that, but it can be a useful feature. Another factor is that the paddle wheels are obviously driven by the engines, and in the era when paddle-powered ships were the most prevalent, engines themselves were also quite large and quite heavy, and of course they need to be fed by boilers, etc. So the only way you could have multiple paddle wheels would either be to split the engine power, which probably wouldn't work very well with the lower-powered engines they had very early on, or to have multiple engines, which also means multiple boilers, which also mean, well, even more boilers than you had before for a single engine, and then, therefore, you're going to have increased fuel consumption, which means you're going to need more fuel, so efficiency-wise, it just doesn't work out. Plus, of course, a bigger paddle wheel can have bigger individual paddles, which means to produce the same amount of force, it can rotate slower, which again is an important factor with some of these earlier paddle-driven ships when the engine's RPM wasn't fantastic. And then there's the added weight of 2 paddle wheels, because one large paddle wheel for a given amount of propulsive surface area will actually weigh slightly less than 2. There's also the fact that the front paddle wheel, if you've got sort of tandem paddle wheels, will churn up the water somewhat with all the splashing that it's doing, which means that the water is disturbed, which means you're not going to get as good a propulsion efficiency out of the second wheel. It's the same reason why early attempts with turbine ships to stack multiple propellers on the same shaft didn't tend to work quite as well as they'd hoped. And for warships, obviously, 2 sets of paddle wheels takes up twice as much space on the side of a ship. So that's going to reduce the broadside capability. And as far as paddle tracks go, it's just too complicated, because not only would you be introducing the additional complexities of additional machinery, additional piercings in the hull, and so on and so forth, but the track itself is also a point of failure, and in a heavy sea state, that's probably going to end quite badly. It might work, something like that, maybe for certain forms of river transport, but definitely not at sea. John McCarthy asks, a number of times you've mentioned that you think 18-inch guns were a practical limit on the size of battleship main armament. Would you care to elaborate on your thinking? Certainly in real life there was nothing like the enormous political will and money to dredge the harbours, build the new dry docks, etc., etc. But beyond that not so minor point, what were the major obstacles? Part of it is weight, because thanks to the square cube law, guns' weight increases far faster than you would think, just looking at calibers. So, for example, looking at the Japanese, because they have a fairly good sort of track upwards in this, in terms of this kind of thing. If you're looking at, let's say, a 12-inch gun, a typical 12-inch gun you might find in a immediately pre-World War I dreadnought, that gun weighs 67 tons, the ones they installed on the Kawachi class. So 67 tons per gun for a 12-inch gun, so it might be easy to make the mistake of thinking, oh, well, a 20-inch gun, for example, well, that's just under twice the caliber of a 12-inch gun, therefore it should be something around about twice the mass, i.e. somewhere between 100 and somewhere around 120 tons, give or take. But let's follow the chain up. The 14-inch guns on the Fusos, Iseis, Congos, etc., they're 86 tons. So it's already jumped a fair bit. Then we can look at the 16-inch guns on the Nagatos. They're already pushing 100 tons. So we've only gone up 4 inches, or 1/3 of the 1/3 addition to the 12-inch, but we're already pushing 80% increase in mass. Then you get to the 18-inch guns on Yamato. They're already 165 tons. So you're already over double that of a 12-inch gun. And then you get to the 20-inch guns that were designed for the Super Yamato, and by all indication, those guns would have weighed something in the order of 220 to 230 tons. So there's a huge jump even just between the 18 and the 20-inch, let alone anything else. Now, when you consider that you've got to have a fair number of these guns, at minimum 6 for 1930s or 1920s era vessels. So if your gun is weighing probably almost 250 tons per weapon, then that means that if you have a triple turret, or even a twin turret is going to be 500 tons. A 6-gun armament is going to be 1,500 tons before you include for, the mechanism the gun actually has to sit in, or the turret, or anything else. So the weight of a decent interwar destroyer just in the guns, and of course that will go up to around about 2,000, well, just about 2,250 tons thereabouts if you go for a 9-gun armament. So that at that point you're talking about a super destroyer's mass just in the guns, and again, not including the elevation and training mechanisms, not including the turret floor, not including the loading mechanisms, not including the barbette, not including the turret gun house itself. It's a huge amount of weight when you consider that a ship armed with 12-inch guns, where each of those guns only weighs a little bit under 70 tons, so a if you have a triple turret armed with 12-inch guns, that entire turret's guns, all 3 guns, are going to add up to significantly less than the weight of a single 20-inch gun. And it's that huge increase in mass that is a good chunk of the problem. I mean, the 18-inch gun is already very heavy, but it's, I mean, even though it's 60% or more greater than a 16-inch gun, it's not awful, whereas the 20-inch gun is well over twice the mass of even a 16-inch gun. So you can see why it just becomes very difficult to find out, where am I going to put all this mass high up in the ship? How am I going to keep the ship stable? How's that going to affect the weight of the turrets and the armor, etc., etc.? You're just going to end up spending so much mass of your ship in the armament that you're either going to have to build an absolutely colossal monster ship, which may well be beyond your capability in terms of just basic infrastructure, or even if it's not, it's going to cost such a massive fortune. But in the context of what you're asking about, assuming you somehow have the political will and money to dredge the harbours, build the new dry docks, etc., 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 and so on, you've also got the fact that these things are still, to a large extent, hand-loaded. Okay, they're not like an anti-aircraft gun where people are physically picking the shells up in their arms and chucking them in. There is power ramming and that, etc. But there's an awful lot of actual manual labour that goes into transporting a gun and its charges from the magazines into the guns themselves. And the sheer mass of those shells and the amount of propellant, it just means that you're going to end up in a position where you can't actually load and fire the gun particularly quickly, because you just physically can't move that amount of mass around fast enough. The prediction for the Japanese Super Yamatos was around about a round per minute. Now, some of you might be saying, oh yeah, but didn't you say before in other videos that a round per minute is probably actually reasonable for battle practice? Yeah, or for battle circumstances generally. Yes, that's true. The theoretical rates of fire of like 1 round every 25 or 30 seconds generally don't come into play in actual battles. However, remember that when there are factors involved about range and spotting and so forth, but there are also factors about fatigue and just how quickly people can do something over and over. There's speed firing once you've got the range is a useful thing to have as well, but if your flat out rate of fire when everyone's doing everything as fast as they possibly can is a round per minute, then the chances are your actual battle shooting is going to be significantly less than a round per minute. And given what was said earlier about the reason it averages about 45 seconds to a minute between salvos is for spotting purposes, you would actually, I think, with 20-inch guns, probably very quickly start running into issues where your gun crews physically can't load the guns fast enough to keep up with even a round per minute, which means that there's going to be dead time in your reload whilst you're waiting for your guns to reload, when you already have a lock, you already have what you think is a good targeting solution, but you can't do anything about it because you're waiting for those guns just to put the next set of monster shells in. And if you're facing off against an 18-inch armed ship, well, not only is it going to be able to be faster, more heavily protected, and carry more guns than your 20-inch ship, assuming the displacement is even close to being similar, but it's also going to be able to, at least in theory, shoot twice as fast. And even if it's moderated with long-range fire, they'll 99% of the time have a full salvo ready to go. But as soon as they've corrected for the last one, you won't. And the more shells that get flung down range, the greater the chance that you're going to get hit. The greater the chance you get hit, the quicker it is you lose the battle. The Lazy LSO asks, you've mentioned the night operations capability of Royal Navy carriers in World War II quite a bit. Other than Taranto, what nighttime battles did Royal Navy Naval Aviation participate in? I'm particularly interested in if there was a war at sea nighttime strike capability inherent in these air wings. There were a lot of night actions, actually, that Fleet Air Arm aircraft took part in, and often specifically selected for the role because of their nighttime training. So there was a lot of nighttime recon done. There were quite a lot of actual strikes against land-based targets, either by Fleet Air Arm aircraft operating from carriers or Fleet Air Arm aircraft that were disembarked from carriers and temporarily staged out of shore-based airfields at various points, both against fixed targets such as dock facilities, etc., and also against live shipping targets. So in the Mediterranean, Fleet Air Arm aircraft struck at targets across the North African coast in night raids, and operating from Malta, Fleet Air Arm aircraft operated in an anti-shipping role against Axis convoys in night actions for quite a while. The actions that led up to the Battle of Cape Matapan, the last strike, the one that actually ended up crippling Pola, was flown in darkness, as compared to the attack that damaged Vittorio Veneto earlier on in the day, which was flown during the daylight hours. Similarly, Fleet Air Arm aircraft would be based in the UK and carry out anti-shipping and anti-sub patrols and strikes around the North Sea and the Channel during the war. And quite a number of other operations that they flew in the Pacific, in the Atlantic, in the Indian Ocean, etc., would either start in darkness and finish in daylight, or start in daylight and finish in darkness. So don't strictly qualify as fully night actions, but they still involve significant amounts of flying during dark hours. And for example, in the Indian Ocean raid and Operation Sea, which myself, Dr. Clark and Jamie from Army Carriers will be covering in a lot more detail, hopefully early next year. But when it comes to that operation, although there wasn't a night action, having gone through all of the logs and reports, etc., from that incident that are held in the National Archives, I can confirm that Somerville kept his aircraft ready to go well into the night. So if detection of the Japanese strike force had been made and he felt that he was in range, Somerville, as far as all indications are concerned, was prepared to launch a mass torpedo strike at night, taking off in hours of darkness, flying, attacking, and arriving back on his carriers in the hours of darkness against Nagumo, had he got a proper fix on his position. So, yeah, there's a lot of individual actions. As far as major battles, significant battles at least, Taranto's probably the biggest one. There were a few other night actions which were larger numbers of aircraft, but it is actually quite numerous individual engagements. Paul asks, what lessons were shared between the US and Royal Navies whilst American ships were assigned to the home fleet during World War II? Now, bear in mind, you have to qualify this with the fact that the majority of US warship presence in the home fleet during World War II was near the beginning of the war for the US, so 42, bit of 43, which meant that there was a limited amount that the US could pass on, because at that point they didn't have much battle experience. The Royal Navy by this point had been fighting for, depending on the time period, say towards the end of 1942, the Royal Navy had been fighting for 3.5 years. They had a fair bit of knowledge about things that the Americans would find useful. So similarly to how HMS Victorious taught the US carrier force in the form of USS Saratoga about direct fighter control and direction from carriers, and Saratoga in exchange taught them about massed airstrikes and the use of torpedo bombers that had one set of wings. Some of the primary lessons that were picked up by the US Navy from the Royal Navy when it came to the home fleet was fleet-wide anti-aircraft and fighter direction that didn't involve carriers. So the British had effectively formed the early versions of what would become known in the US fleet as combat information centers, and that was under use in Norway to start with, and then obviously in the home fleet in the Mediterranean. The US took that, they took some of those lessons, and as well as lessons they were having in the Pacific, meshed them together, merged them into CICs, and kind of ran with that idea quite significantly. There was also a fair amount of anti-submarine warfare work, both in terms of patrols and attack prosecutions, that, unsurprisingly, having been fighting the Battle of the Atlantic for quite a while, the Royal Navy understood very well and was able to teach the US Navy some aspects of. But the US did have some lessons to teach the Royal Navy as well. So this is a photo of Scapa Flow, and you might recognise the USS Wasp is there. Of course, this is before she got torpedoed in the Pacific, but Wasp was in a way similar to Saratoga and Victorious, aka USS Robin, was able to introduce the home fleet to the idea of operating large numbers of aircraft from a single carrier flight deck, because for all their various other strengths and weaknesses, the armoured carriers that the home fleet was generally in possession of at the time, well, they could do many things, but launch mass flight ops, it was something they really couldn't do. Wasp did have to curtail some of her air group a little bit because of the weather, but she was still, for various reasons that I've gone into in other questions and in other videos, able to operate more aircraft on any given day than your average Illustrious class. So the Royal Navy had a fair bit to learn from that. The other thing was that, 1942, the Royal Navy's anti-aircraft batteries are made, or at least in terms of heavy AA, are made up of a huge variety of 4-inch, 4.7-inch, 4.5-inch, 5.25-inch AA guns, and certainly in the 4.7 and 4-inch categories, there's multiple variants thereof. And US ships showing up with the 5-inch 38 did actually give the Royal Navy a bit of a clue in as to some ideas of where to go with heavy AA. They obviously had their own 4.5-inch coming in, which was a pretty good weapon as well. But when you look at what happens with things like HMS Delhi and so forth in the immediate aftermath of American cooperation, the British are quite interested in acquiring a number of 5-inch 38s where they can, as well as Mark 37 fire control systems to manage both them and obviously their own AA guns where necessary. So that was certainly something they learnt from the US and took a lot of pointers on. Michael Gilson asks, I've been looking at US Navy cruiser to missile cruiser conversions and wonder if there could have been a more effective and cost-effective way of doing so. For example, let's say someone in the late 50s noted that capabilities were moving down into smaller missiles and perhaps foresaw that Tartar would end up as something like standard. And so remove everything from the 20 mils all the way up to the 5-inch, replace the 5-inch with Tartar launchers or a mix of Tartar and ASROC, pull the aft main gun turrets to improve helicopter operations, and use the main gun magazine space for protected storage. With all the armament reduction, a reduced crew for low operating costs, weight saving to be used for new electronics improving stability, sell the idea as self-protection for gunfire support ships, and later, as the missiles improve, as a way to provide effective cruisers to allies who can't build their own. Now, obviously, this goes a bit past the period that the channel covers, so I can't claim any particular expertise in this matter. But from what I gather, some missile systems were designed to almost precisely replace the previous anti-aircraft guns. For example, Seacat, which you can see here, British system, was apparently designed to pop into places where previously there had been multiple Bofors mounts. So you could just lift out a Bofors, probably a quad Bofors or a sextuple Bofors, and in theory just drop Seacat in instead without having to do many other major modifications. And I'm going to guess that a similar number of US missile systems were designed along those lines. Obviously there were some fairly big missiles early on which couldn't do that, but the general idea you present, removing the aft turrets, basically turning the aft of the ship into helicopter facilities, and then the secondary and AA batteries into missile launchers, broadly speaking, seems valid enough to me. My only concern would be that perhaps some of the early big surface-to-air missiles, and again, from what I understand, standard missiles aren't exactly small, you may not get a tremendous amount of magazine capacity purely using side-mounted launchers. These days you probably could do that with short-range point defense missiles, but yeah, I don't know. For the larger missiles, I'd actually be semi-tempted to maybe take off B turret, or the second turret as the US Navy would call it, if you're looking at the heavy cruisers, or if you're looking at the light cruisers, maybe put a helicopter deck that involves the space that was used up for the aftmost turret if you're using something like a Cleveland, but put a big missile launcher in place of the aft super-firing turret and then combine both main magazines for the aft guns into an aft large missile storage facility. Something along those lines. Peter Guy asks, recently I shared a photo of my favourite battleship, USS Massachusetts, in a Facebook group, which was well received, although I received a curious comment. The commentator suggested the US Navy considered removing the rear turret on the South Dakota-class battleship so they could keep up with the fleet carriers and Iowas. I suggested that, at best, that might have marginally increased their speed, but they're never going to keep up with the Iowas because of the Iowa's length-to-beam ratio, amongst other things. There were several responses that weren't worth engaging with, but to humour me, can you please share your thoughts on how South Dakota-class battleship might perform with the rear turret removed? Well, for starters, I think the person who was commenting got somewhat confused with a scheme that the US Navy looked into for the North Carolina-class battleships. The South Dakotas, they never considered to be able to be upgraded to keep up with the fast carriers. They were too small, too compact. There wasn't enough space to work with. There's a reason they basically just stayed in reserve. However, the North Carolinas were actually, despite being the predecessor class, were physically larger, longer vessels, and it was North Carolina, and by extension technically Washington, that they looked at, where they did actually come up with a scheme to remove the aft turret, but it wasn't just removing the aft turret for weight saving, it was removing the aft turret and the barbette magazines, etc., which obviously would result in a bit more weight saving, but the main point of that was to allow an extension of the machinery spaces so that they could get more power into it, as well as, taking off several thousand tons of unnecessary weight, which in theory would allow the North Carolinas to get up to a speed such that they could keep up with the fast carriers and the Iowas. Albeit that, given that the propeller issues with that class were never entirely solved, I would not necessarily have wanted to be aboard the first 33-knot attempted trial of a North Carolina-class battleship, but nevertheless. That I think is what they're actually thinking about. They've just got confused and thought that maybe because the South Dakotas are a later class, surely it must be them, not the North Carolinas, but nevertheless. If they had stripped out the turret and all the associated hoists, barbette, etc., machinery, as you point out, yes, that would have had something of a problem with the trim of the ship, because it would now be very front heavy, or aft light, I guess, which would make it plunge a fair bit, which would then result in, A, that's going to slow you down, and B, if you don't want it to slow you down, you're going to have to put some kind of counterweight in to balance the ship out, at which point you're kind of up to about the same displacement as you were anyway, so what was the point of removing the turret? Just taking off weight, especially at an extreme end and of that kind of level of weight, doesn't actually solve too many issues if you unbalance the ship. So you have to replace it with something else, or you have to also take weight out of the other end of the ship, or install bulges or something like that, but that's not really going to work for increasing your speed. So if they had done a similar thing to what they were thinking about doing with North Carolina, and bear in mind they didn't do it because they thought it'd be too impractical and cost too much. With the South Dakota, it's going to be even worse, because the South Dakota, with its bluffer hull form, as you mentioned, is going to need a lot more power. So you kind of have to crib from the North Carolina design, so you install a bunch of machinery in place of the turret and the barbette and magazines, etc. But given that they thought it was somewhat impractical and probably not going to work, it'd certainly not be economically feasible for North Carolina, the chances of it working with a South Dakota are pretty slim. You'll get it to go faster, no doubt, but I doubt you're going to get it much above 29, 30 knots with the space that you've got, unless you do it in maybe like the late 50s and you stripped out absolutely everything, replaced all the machinery with the absolute highest pressure steam plants you could find, built with late 50s, early 60s technology. Then you might break 30 knots and get into the sort of 31, 32 knot range. But the South Dakota is a quart squeezed into a pint pot because they're trying to build a 16-inch gunship, but on 35,000 tons. Trying to get it up to 33 knots, you're basically using the same principles as, yes, you can make a brick fly if you give it enough thrust. I'm not looking at UF or Phantom, but anyway. Video Dude 26 asks, Operation Leader. Okay, so USS Ranger is deemed basically unfit for combat, to the point that when Nimitz ran out of aircraft carriers, the consensus was basically, yeah, but we're not that desperate yet, and Ranger stayed as an aircraft ferry in the Atlantic. So, shortly after HMS Victorious comes back from her stint in the US Pacific Fleet, seemingly out of the blue, Ranger goes on the offensive against the Germans in Norway. Why? How come her many weaknesses as a combatant suddenly didn't seem to matter so much to the powers that be, for basically just some raids against coastal shipping? The raids had a number of objectives, one of which was to test out the concept of, could an American formation work with a Royal Navy formation? Could they coordinate and act together? Answer, yes. Also, the British carriers that were available at the time, their best strike aircraft, well, at least on paper, was the Albacore. Realistically, it was probably still the Swordfish, but regardless, either one was relatively slow, whereas Ranger had Dauntlesses aboard, which were considerably faster, so it could get in and out quicker. Another factor was the attack was launched in October, when there's significant hours of darkness, so they could transit towards the target area in darkness, where they're unlikely to be attacked from the air, and just difficult to track them by submarine as well. Launch the attack goes off during the daylight hours, and hopefully the idea was that by the time the attack gets back and the carrier's hightailing it back west towards Scapa Flow, there probably isn't enough hours in the day left for the Germans to launch a counterattack. Plus, and perhaps more significantly, there's also the fact that Allied intelligence had been working over the potential target areas for quite some time. And obviously, Ranger is very vulnerable to being attacked by the enemy, but whilst there were a number of Luftwaffe air bases in the area, virtually all Luftwaffe anti-shipping strike-trained aircraft were either down in the Mediterranean doing last-gasp attempts to try and sort that situation out, or they'd been moved off to the Atlantic and Channel theatres, or they had been initially moved off to the absolute north of Norway to try and deal with the Arctic convoys. Basically, the kind of mid to north area of Norway, which was the area that Ranger was attacking, had effectively been denuded of anything that would put in a halfway competent attempt at taking out a ship. So it was this combination of factors. There was the military necessity issue, which you could argue was also present in the Pacific, but unlike the Pacific, you could near enough guarantee, at least as far as you can guarantee anything in war, that when Ranger went on to attack in Operation Leader, there would be a very, very narrow window for any attack against her to actually be launched, and chances were the Germans wouldn't actually have any assets capable of carrying out the kind of strike that would put her in danger in the first place in the area. Sinar asks, when did dry docks come about? I assume it's after pumps, but I think it also has to be after ships get so big they can't be dragged ashore trireme style. Dry docks seem to have been independently developed and then potentially lost again a number of times in the course of history. So even if you go back to ancient times, there's some indication that dry docks existed back then for some of the larger warships and merchant vessels, but the infrastructure requirements and the ships of a size necessary to actually make them useful, and then the engines or pumps to get the water out, that all seems to have gone away with the breakup of the Roman Empire in the West. There's some indication in the East, in Asia, that they were used for a while and then went away again. But the oldest dry dock, as far as we know, that's been in continuous use is this one that you can see in the picture. This is a Portsmouth Historic Dockyard, and yeah, that's a little dinky monitor, M33, and that is in Europe's oldest and first dry dock, which was commissioned by Henry VIII, and was used for a good long while before it was decommissioned and used as a museum ship berth. It's pretty standard. I mean, obviously it has been renovated, extended, expanded, and had concrete installed during its lifespan. It doesn't look exactly as it would have looked when it was built, but that gives you some idea. About 500 years ago is when the dry docks as we currently understand them began to enter widespread use, and then kind of kept on being used since then. Matthew Ziesel asks, on railways, some steam locomotives were fitted with condensing gear to increase the range the locomotive could travel between water fill-ups. In Britain, they were especially common on tank engines designed for suburban trains. Did naval engineers ever consider fitting ships with condensers? Were any ships ever fitted with them? Or was the process just too inefficient to justify reserving precious real estate amongst the machinery spaces? Well, as soon as it was humanly possible, steamships did get equipped with condensers because the alternative is either you can only run your engine for a short period of time if you're using fresh water, because then you'll run out of it, or you can run via seawater, which will murder your engines, or more specifically murder your boilers, in a very short period of time, or you can start off with fresh feed water and gradually adulterate it with seawater so that you can run for a bit longer and you don't kill your boilers quite as quickly. Thus, once you got to a point where you could use freshwater feed and use a condenser to get back most of that, then they went for that. So kind of 1860s-ish is kind of when that came in. And after that, pretty much any steamship worth its salt had a condenser fitted, or multiple condensers, albeit that the technology was never quite 100% efficient, and given the sheer amount of water that a large ship with a lot of boilers goes through, the losses of fresh water were still pretty significant, so they had to be paired with what's actually a distillation mechanism, later called an evaporator, but basically to top up the freshwater tanks with distilled seawater, so obviously removing the impurities. Now, neither one of the two technologies could entirely keep up, so with a condenser fitted you'd get further than just burning through your fresh feed water, but you would eventually still run out of water, and obviously most of the distillation evaporation technology available wouldn't allow you to condense or treat water fast enough to keep up with the losses if you didn't have a condenser, but pair the two together, and for the most part, as long as those things don't break, steamships didn't have to worry too much about adulterated feed water anymore. Lord of Epic Randomness asks, the year is 1941 in the Mediterranean. Elements of the Italian fleet run into the escorting elements of the Halberd convoy. Two light cruisers, HMS Kenya and the Italian cruiser Duca degli Abruzzi, engage each other in a one-on-one battle. Assuming a closing engagement rather than any sort of surprise encounter, who wins? It's going to be close, because both ships are pretty capable. The Abruzzi is considerably heavier in terms of displacement than poor old Kenya, but I'm going to edge it just a little bit towards Kenya, and there's a few reasons for that. One of which is Kenya has a couple of additional guns, 12 versus 10, which helps. Secondly, those guns can maintain a higher rate of fire than the Abruzzi, so it's got not only got more guns, but it's also going to be, once range is established, able to actually put more shells down range faster. Those shells also have significantly greater bursting charge, so when they explode on or in the ship, they're going to do a reasonable amount more damage than the Italian shells will. The one thing that the Italian shells do have is they have a somewhat better armor penetration capability. However, if it's a closing engagement, so they're not going to be sitting broadside to broadside with each other, the actual range at which either side's 6-inch shells can penetrate the other's armor protection across the vital areas of magazines, machinery, etc., is actually pretty point blank. You're talking about around just over 10,000 yards, and if a cruiser fight has got down to less than 10,000 yards, well, the margin at which either side's going to penetrate the other is thereabouts the same. As I say, the Italians have a slight advantage in that department, But given that angles, etc., are going to vary, you could have a circumstance where, one moment the Italian cruiser's broadside on and the Kenya can penetrate it and not be penetrated in return, and 2 seconds later Kenya's now somewhat more broadside than the Italian cruiser, somewhat better angled, and now the reverse is true. So I think, given that you're talking sort of 10 to 13,000 yard range for that, the battle's almost certainly going to be decided at a longer range than that, as the ships close down, probably in the high teens of thousands of yards, when that'll be when the initial hits are scored, when things like funnels are breached, fire control is disrupted, etc., etc. And in those circumstances, Kenya can just Kenya can fire considerably more shells at Abruzzi than vice versa in a given minute, which means that, assuming all other accuracy issues are equal, Abruzzi is far more likely to get hit first and to take more hits, which is going to then start wearing it down, which means that Kenya can close in for the kill. Of course, a good set of shooting by the Italian cruiser might get an early hit and the whole thing might be turned on its head, but statistically speaking, it's Kenya's match to lose. Bill Brockman asks, what was considered ideal for the dispersion of a battleship's full salvo at maximum practical range? I imagine either too tight or too wide would both want to be avoided. No one seems to have universally agreed on the ideal spread, but you can kind of get some degree of an idea from the extremes that were considered unacceptable. So if you want to go up to the extreme ends, you've got a kind of 600,000-800,000 yard plus spreads that some of the Italian battleships had when they had a particularly bad batch of shells that day. That's completely unacceptable, because remember, a spread is obviously, approximately a circle. It's more like an ellipse, but you get the idea. And within sort of almost a kilometre spread, you can put an awful lot of ships in that area, and with 8 or 9 shells coming in, still not hit anything. At the other extreme, you have reports, say, from the Germans at the Battle of Jutland about the Queen Elizabeth class's spreads being about 200, 250 yards, and that was considered actually too tight. It was too accurate, because there were entire salvos that were rising out of the ocean, or out of the North Sea, I guess, technically, maybe 50, 100, 150 yards off of the German battle cruisers, and a number of the crews actually remarked that if those spreads had been slightly wider within the more standard parameters, then they would have been hit quite a lot more often than they actually historically were. When you look at sort of reasonable battle range, sort of 20 to 25,000, maybe just over 25,000 yards, 400 to 500 yards is probably considered just maybe a little bit too much. Not massively over, but just a bit. So I think you're probably looking at a sweet spot of around about 350 to 400 yards spread, maybe trending a bit more towards the lower end of that, kind of the mid 300s, because at that point, unless you're shooting at something absolutely massive like an Iowa, you're looking at roughly 1.5 to 2 times a ship length, your target's length, if you're shooting at a battleship or a heavy cruiser. And when you factor that into an ellipse, it basically means that you can afford approximately to be about 50 to 60% of a ship's length off of target, and you've still got a reasonable chance of at least one shell fetching up at what you're shooting at, which is a reasonable degree of tolerance. So, yeah, I'd say if you can find guns that have a spread of about 350 yards at your reasonable range, let's say about 25,000 yards, you're onto a pretty good gun at that point. Jonathan Welch asks, are there any known instances of ships skipping a shakedown cruise after commissioning and instead going straight into a battle theatre, if it was desperately needed? None that I can think of off the top of my head. Shakedown trials and cruises are absolutely vital to getting a ship in service, to the point that a lot of the time the shakedown cruise is actually done before the ship is commissioned, so that once the ship is commissioned it can theoretically be thrown straight into action. Sometimes you'll read things like, Massachusetts or Prince of Wales were put into action in lieu of their shakedown cruises. But when you actually look at the commission dates of the two ships, and their famous first actions against Bismarck and Operation Torch, respectively, you realise actually there's more than enough time between the commissioning time and the action for them to have done their shakedown cruises, even if the shakedown cruise happens after commission. So, yeah, and also, to be perfectly honest, once the ship's been commissioned, assuming for whatever reason that it's broken with the Norman, not done a shakedown cruise already, well, at that point, unless you've got the enemy right there off your coast, the voyage to the operational theatre is probably going to be your shakedown cruise. And then once you get there, people are going to obviously have to make repairs, changes, fixes, etc., etc., which is one of the reasons why you wouldn't do that, because you'd technically be sending out a hull, but the chance of that hull actually being in any way useful to the commander at the other end is pretty remote. I think the only places you're ever going to find a ship that hasn't undertaken its shakedown cruise still participating in an offensive action is going to be when that ship is in port and the port itself comes under attack from whoever. Jean Bart, for example, would be a good example of that. It wasn't even complete at that point, so definitely hadn't done its shakedown cruise yet, but was drawn into action, ironically enough, with Massachusetts during Operation Torch. But that wasn't it being sent out. That was just a case of, well, it's here, some of the guns work, we're being attacked, it might as well do its part. And I think there's probably a fair number of ships that found themselves in those kinds of circumstances, as opposed to being dispatched specifically to fight without a shakedown cruise having been done. Bob Fry asks, I've noticed on some Japanese Navy ships, it seems like destroyers in particular, large Japanese characters are painted on the side of the ship. Is that a ship name or some other designation? Depending on the ship and the time period, it can mean a few different things, but where you see things like this on the side of a Japanese destroyer, this is in fact the name, and this is spelt using katakana, which is one of the sets of Japanese characters. But you've got to remember, for various reasons with this, you are reading it from right to left, or in the case of this angle, looking at the starboard side of the ship, front to back. So to work out this ship's name, if you look up a katakana dictionary or crib list, you'll notice first you've got this thing that looks kind of like a serifed lowercase l if you're using a Roman script, and then you match that up and you find that that is U, Y-U. Then you've got this kind of Cross of Lorraine style thing going on, and you find that that is Ki, K-I. Then you have a kind of sloping lowercase t with a right-hand tail, and that is Ka, K-A. And then you have this rather wonderful letter that, again, it's kind of like a slightly different lowercase t, except with a leg going right, and then a kind of a mark on the right-hand side of the arm as well. Sorry, I'm absolutely butchering katakana, but I'm trying to relate it to Roman characters for people to vaguely understand what's going on, and that is a se. Well, that's actually S-E. So you put it together, Yukikaze. It's Yukikaze, the destroyer. Fishing for freshly fished fresh fish, asks, I have noticed that on some depictions of Age of Sail ships, when viewed from the side, the decorations for the bow and stern look very similar to the end-on silhouette of the bow and stern. Could this be some form of early dazzle camouflage, confusing enemy gunners as to a ship's approach angle, or just the result of a few spatially challenged artists? It's usually the artist. 3 views, or orthographic views, that we like to see these days weren't really a thing back in the 15th, 16th century. You might occasionally see one, but considering they had to hand draw everything, and there's no such thing as a photocopier, you tried to get as much information into a single picture as possible. And obviously a ship looks the most impressive in that era when it's viewed from the side on, but all the fancy decorations are usually on the bow and the stern, And given that most of these images and paintings, etc., are usually done for the ship's owners or to flatter people or to make the ship look good, you kind of had a bit of a choice. If you drew things with true perspective from the bow or the stern, well, you'd miss half the decoration, whichever one you didn't draw. And it also wouldn't give a good idea of just how impressive the ship looked from the side. Whereas if you draw the ship side on, you give a good idea of its layout, its appearance, but all the impressive gold and paintwork fore and aft is mostly hidden. And so you get a lot of this kind of convention where you have a mostly side-on shot, but then they also kind of warp the ship into some kind of horrific non-Euclidean geometry so that they can show you at least a 45-degree angle view of the bow and or stern, so that you can get all the impressive features into one painting. So you can see, for example, from this is a relatively mild example from the Antony roll of the Henry Grace Adieu, and you can quite clearly see that this is supposed to be a side-on profile of the ship, and that kind of roughly matches what we know of the actual side-on profile of the ship. But because the artist wants to show the guns in the aft part of the forecastle and he wants to show the stern, you have this weird thing going on where amidships it's quite clearly a sideways view. The bow is also clearly a sideways view. You've got this random probably maybe 20-30 degree view of the aft of the forecastle only, and then the stern is rotated almost 45 degrees, at which point the ship is either sort of, if you looked at it from above, either more closely resembles a banana or has entered some kind of, extra dimensional space where you can see from multiple different perspectives at once. In fact, it's just an artist convention for the most part. Jury Stratil asks, "Hi, I appreciate all you do, but could you please finish the already started series? Dreadnoughts are still waiting for their guns, destroyers and carriers stopped development in 1939, and poor old Horatio is still waiting for his heroic death." They're coming eventually. I am finally now talking with the National Museum of the Royal Navy, aka Portsmouth Historic Dockyard. They now have someone in place who's actually willing to speak to me, so work on the third part of the Trafalgar, the third part of Nelson's life video, i.e. the Trafalgar campaign, that is now ongoing in the works, hopefully will be done in the next few months. As I said before, with the destroyer carrier development videos, they are still ongoing in the works as well. Basically, yes, on the ongoing series, there are videos, scripts being made for them, but in pretty much in each case, I've hit a point where it becomes much more difficult to get everything into one video. Because when we're talking about interwar stuff, or pre-World War I stuff, or very early histories of guns and things like that, there is a certain amount of logical development. It's paced out. There's response and counter-response. But when you get to wartime for carriers and destroyers, or you get to the latter part of the 1800s when it comes to guns, or when you're just talking about ship development as well, when things start to accelerate, there's just such a density of information that apart from anything, getting all of that into something approaching coherent script is a massive challenge in the first place. It takes a long time, which is one of the main reasons it's delayed. But then the way that I tend to write my scripts is I try and include as much information as I can possibly find that I think will be relevant and flow within a decent script. But almost universally, those scripts for the big videos, like the ones that you mentioned, end up being massively overlong. And I keep those versions of the scripts around for references and such like. But, a good example, actually a brilliant example, is ship development. So we went from sail to steam and iron, following the course of Blenheim. And as I think I've mentioned before, the idea initially in my little plan was to do, wood to iron, then ironclad to pre-dreadnought, pre-dreadnought to dreadnought, dreadnought up to Washington Treaty, and then Washington Treaty, interwar designs, and World War II designs. But after I got to page 180 in the Ironclad to Pre-Dreadnought script, when you take into account that roughly one page roughly equates to about 5 minutes of video content, and then you realise, to your somewhat horror, that you've written a script where you would be sitting there. So 1 page 5 minutes, that means 12 pages an hour. You've basically written a 12-hour script. I had to cut that down. And that's why you got the first 10 years of British ironclad development. There's another. It's from 1870 to 1880, then 1880 to 1890-ish. So there's at least another 2 videos in there just looking at British ironclad development to get to the Royal Sovereigns and Majestics, and that's just the British. And then you've got to get on to America, France, Russia, etc., etc., etc. So it takes time, and getting everything down. I'm sorry it takes longer than perhaps we'd all like, but with the number of videos I have to do, there are only so many hours in the day. Felix asks, I saw on a Battleship New Jersey video that the ship's main guns could actually be remotely triggered from the fire control room. How common was this feature, and how were gun crews warned that the guns were about to fire? So this central firing of the guns was actually a very early innovation, very shortly after they got electrical systems installed on ships. You're talking about sort of 1870s era, 1870s, 1880s, when the first ability to remotely fire guns via an electrical impulse from a button was developed. Obviously, centralized fire control computers, director range finding, etc., itself would have to wait until the early 1900s to be fully developed. But even the late model ironclads and some of the refitted earlier ones could fire a full broadside remotely without the actual gunners being involved in that particular sequence. And of course, with turret ships with fewer guns, it's significantly easier to do. You can see here the interior of HMS Belfast's forward turret. This is a turret. And you can see there's cabling and such which goes to some of the guns, and that's part of the fire control system as well, because when the Belfast is in action, it can also be remotely fired from a central position. Obviously, New Jersey can as well. And in order to notify the central fire control position or the bridge or wherever that's going to be doing the remote firing, well, they need to know that the guns are loaded and elevated. So it's a two-way feedback system. The information of what's going on in the turret will be partly provided by the turret itself, partly provided by the gun crew flipping switches or pressing switches and adjusting dials to show what the current status of the turret is. So it's not going to be that the gun's going to be just fired off randomly. The gun crew have to actually tell whoever it is at the other end of things that, yes, we are ready to fire. Yes, the shells are loaded, etc., etc. Now, there obviously is a implication therein of nobody's in the gun pit and about to be squashed by the gun coming back, although there isn't a dial for that. But you obviously would hopefully not say to the bridge, yes, we're ready to go, when somebody's still fiddling around with one of the breech blocks. That would probably end quite badly. And so when the bridge knows that all the guns are ready and it's all locked in, then all the fire control sector, then they can press a button, and then usually there'll be a tone which tells everybody, that this is about to happen, and off go the guns. Now, in terms of where all that is managed within the turret, in Belfast turret, you can see we're just coming around the back here. So it'll be slightly different in a battleship turret since it's a bit bigger, but as you can see here, there is the various dials and equipment. There's a telephone there as well, so you can report back to the bridge and say, yep, this is what's going on, give a few more detailed reports. And you also see there the little display up top which shows where the guns are pointing, because of course in action you're closed up. You don't know where the guns are pointing relative to the ship's direction. So that might give you a bit of a clue as well. So this is how they communicate and how the how the gun crew communicate with the bridge, and how the bridge or the central fire control system also communicates back with the gun crew, so that everybody knows that yes, shells are loaded, shells are ready to be fired, and by the way, the guns are about to fire, so keep all limbs well inside the ride's safe distance. Captain Landlocked asks, in your opinion, what were the 3 most brilliant tactical decisions of the Imperial Japanese Navy during World War II, and what were the 3 worst tactical blunders? Well, in terms of brilliant tactical decisions, Admiral Tanaka's handling of the Battle of Tassafaronga is definitely up there. At the Battle of the Java Sea and the surrounding actions, the Japanese decision to admittedly fire vast numbers of long lances, but to do that and to maintain an extremely long-range engagement was actually a very sound tactical decision, because it meant they came away with barely any losses. Yeah, sure, as I said, they expended a lot of torpedoes, but even though they had, in theory, still a preponderance of firepower, if they'd closed down the range to try and get in and brawl a bit, they probably still would have won, but it would have cost them a lot more. So they sort of resisted the idea of, courage and honour in exchange for a somewhat more clinical, if somewhat prolific use of ammunition level victory. For the third brilliant tactical decision, it kind of is both a brilliant tactical decision and a worse tactical blunder, and that comes down to the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The use of the decoys, it worked. That was a good move. Surigao Strait, probably unnecessary, but the combination, at least, of the decoy force in the north with centre force punching through, admittedly helped by Halsey and his insistence of taking Task Force 34 with him, was nonetheless quite a brilliant tactical decision. It delivered the most powerful striking force the Japanese Navy was capable of putting together at that point, in a position where they could have caused some serious damage to the American landings in the Philippines. But then that ties in with the tactical blunder, because having set themselves up near enough perfectly, they threw it all away through dodgy ship identification, effectively. Because, as I said before, if they'd got half-decent ship IDs going and therefore known to switch to HE shells earlier on, almost certainly that battle would have had a very, very different outcome. And then when you get into other tactical blunders, obviously there's the whole issue of switching at Midway, which ended up with the whole Midway battle plan to a certain degree. You can't sink Midway Island. If you have even the vaguest inkling that American carriers are present, then you keep the vast majority of your strike forces available for countering American carriers first. You get rid of them, and then you can worry about gradually reducing the unsinkable airfield that is Midway Island. If it was me, I would have launched maybe a dozen or so aircraft from each of my carriers, equipped with anti-ground installation bombs, and use those to suppress and engage Midway whilst waiting to see where the American carriers popped up. So that's a fairly big tactical blunder. And then, of course, you also have the Battle of the Philippine Sea, which is one of those things that makes sense on paper but fails in the execution. When you look at the actual number of forces the Japanese mustered for the Battle of the Philippine Sea, in terms of both aircraft and ships, on paper it's a very well thought out plan, given the preponderance of who can deploy what at that time. They managed to deploy a force that's almost equal in numbers to the American force, and the margin of difference is small enough as an overall proportion that you could relatively easily sketch out, just based on what's on paper, a Japanese victory. They had a decent chance, but then tactically they threw it away through poor positioning, poor use of their existing assets, and inability to really learn from prior engagements, and the fact that they were using a lot of relatively green formations, which had quite a significant bearing, because it's all very well and good if both sides can put 200-300 aircraft into the skies, but if one side is mostly experienced and or well-trained pilots, and the other side is a mixture of some pretty good pilots but also some pretty poorly trained ones with little combat experience, well, you get the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. James asks, Until 1956, the Suez Canal had a maximum draft of 22 feet. Most, if not all, British ironclads and battleships had a draft larger than 22 feet. Did British capital ships simply not use the Suez Canal? Did they reduce weight before transiting, or is there some other factor I'm missing that allowed British capital ships to use the canal? Well, for a start, the depth of the Suez Canal was just a fraction more than that. Not more than a few feet more, but it was a little bit deeper than 22 foot, although exact depth did vary depending on how good a job the dredgers were doing at that particular time. But a lot of ships with significant drafts would actually lighten themselves before passing through the canal. So ironclads did pass through the canal, as you can see here, all lining up ready to go. But where the draft was a concern, what they would do would be to disembark things like water, fuel, obviously at this point in the form of coal, and in some cases even some of the crew. And that would lighten the ship, that would cause the ship to ride slightly higher in the water, and that would buy you a foot or two of draft, maybe more depending on exactly how much you unloaded, so that you could proceed down the centre of the canal without grounding out. Burnt Potato asks, with the trifecta of speed, armour and firepower being the balancing factor for battleship design, does it seem like there's a post-war bias towards faster battleships? It seems like a ship isn't capable of at least 28 knots, people now consider it useless, with a preference for 30 knot or faster due to carriers. Surely this is a bias based on hindsight. I'd think taking a fleet of slow, heavily armoured and armed ships that could only do 20 knots would be a force that could fight a fleet of faster yet more lightly armoured or armed battleships by simply bullying their way towards a strategic objective, putting the lighter design at a disadvantage as long as the faster ships don't outrange the slower design. The ships would have wider beams and be able to turn inside the faster ships' turning radius, making crossing the T difficult. In theory that would work, but it only works if you're the one who can guarantee you're always on the offensive. Because if you have an enemy battle fleet that can significantly outpace you, because bear in mind that it's not just about absolute top speed in battle, it's also about cruising speed. So a fleet who has battleships with a maximum speed of 20 knots, cruising speed's probably going to be a fair bit below that, whereas a battle fleet that is capable of 30 knots can probably cruise faster than the 20 knot fleet can go at max speed and still retain a decent amount of fuel efficiency. That in turn means that if the enemy comes for you, they can go places that you can't. So obviously operational security is a factor there as well, but let's say you have your 20 knot fleet in position near your home port, and there's a few targets spread out along your coast that the enemy could hit. You don't know which one they're going to go for, and if you spread your fleet out, the numbers balance is a little bit too close. You can't spread them out without risking defeat in detail. The faster fleet can then hit one of the targets you're not covering and get away before you can do anything about it. And even if you happen to know where they're going, there'll be a certain point at which the enemy fleet can still get there, do its damage and leave before you can arrive. There's also the fact that a lot of the debate between the fast and slow capital ship was stymied significantly by the Washington Naval Treaty. The Americans and the British were both going for a split. So the Americans obviously were designing the Lexingtons, very fast, not particularly well-protected battle cruisers, and the slower, heavier South Dakotas. The British were also doing the slow, heavy, armoured brick concept with the N3s, and although the G3s were also kind of the fast battle cruiser element, they were effectively fast battleships. The Japanese were going down a slightly different route in that they seem to have been trying to amalgamate the battleship and the battle cruiser into a unit that was a bit better protected than the battle cruiser, although not quite as fast, but still significantly faster than the battleship. And this would again give them this full battle line mobility that they were looking for. Without the Washington Naval Treaty, and with the escalating nature of battleship armament, I think you would have seen the continued rise of the heavily armoured, slower battleship, along with what would probably eventually end up following something like the G3, i.e. a fairly well protected, fast battleship as well, but called a battlecruiser because of its relative position compared to the big battleships. But, as has been discussed earlier in this episode and in previous ones, I think once you get to the point where you've got ships armed with a dozen 18-inch guns and it becomes impractical to really go much bigger or much more numerous, well, you've got the armament. There's only so much armour you can slap on the thing before it becomes impractical and redundant, and then as engine technology improves, the ships will gradually become faster anyway. Speed is always a very useful asset. Yes, it does get a little bit distorted by the idea of a 30-plus knot ship being able to keep up with carriers, but ultimately everyone was still looking to try and improve speed where they could. I mean, the last generation of ironclads were kind of 12, 14, 16 knots-ish. Pre-dreadnoughts generally around 18 knots, plus or minus a couple. Then you move into the dreadnought era, and aside from one or two, the early dreadnoughts are kind of somewhere between 20 to 22, 23 knots, most of them being 21 knotters. And then once, sort of ignoring the battle cruisers for a moment, but once you enter the realm of the mid to late 1910s, then you've got the odd ones like the Queen Elizabeth that can do 24 and a half knots, although they're designed for 25, but even things like the R's are now doing 23 instead of 21, so speed is gradually climbing, and I think regardless of treaty or not, the route would be slightly different, but you were probably going to end up with a 28, 29 knot fast battleship at some point in the 1930s, regardless of how things went. Vinve asks, in 1941, the pilots of the Japanese Navy were extremely competent and well trained, but they didn't have enough of them to deal with wartime attrition. How about the Japanese surface navy? How well trained were the officers serving on destroyers, cruisers and battleships compared to both their own pilots and the officers of foreign navies? Was there a similar shortage of trained officers in reserve as there was with the pilots? Towards the end of the war, there were beginning to be a few issues with finding some truly experienced officers, but by and large, even then, it was for very specific roles. Generally, the Japanese Navy was not short of decently trained officers and competent ones. It was sometimes, in fact, quite often short of any idea of how to use them, considering they tended to exile a bunch of their best ones for not winning hard enough, but they still had them. And as with any navy, you get good officers and bad ones as well. But the Navy's surface element, as opposed to the airborne element, had a couple of factors working in their favour. First, of course, was the fact that there were an awful lot more Japanese Navy officers than there were Japanese Navy pilots. You'd be lucky to break 1,000 even on a really good day in terms of fully qualified Japanese carrier pilots, whereas there were a lot more than 1,000 Japanese Navy officers. So losing any fixed number of pilots or officers was always going to hurt the pilot corps a lot more. And secondly, with a few exceptions, generally when you lost a ship, you didn't lose all the officers, or even if you did lose a ship with all the officers or even with all hands, there would often be another ship that you might lose or might be so badly damaged you can't really use it for much else afterwards, where most, if not all, of the officers survive. So as compared to an aircraft where, if you're attacking the American battle fleet and somebody chews your aircraft to pieces with 40mm Bofors shells, one, the chances are you're not getting out of that alive in the first place, and two, the chances of you then surviving, if you happen to manage to get down to the water safely, are also pretty slim. And in the somewhat unlikely event you survive both the AA fire and bailing out and getting into the water, even odds chance you either die from exposure or get taken prisoner by the Americans. So whatever the case, your services have been lost to the Japanese Navy, whereas a fair number of Japanese officers who were with ships that went down were rescued and returned to service by their own navy. So the actual sort of casualties per lost vehicle or vessel were significantly lower for the Japanese officers. So with those two circumstances put together, as I say, whilst some specialist officers were getting a little bit thin on the ground towards the latter part of the war, by and large, if the Japanese Navy needed some competent officers to run their remaining ships, well, they would have them. Whether or not they'd use them or not, for various reasons, like pride, is another matter, but they were there. And, of course, there is the other factor of, aircraft are relatively easy to manufacture, so if you have 1,000 pilots and 1,000 planes, just using an arbitrary figure, in 1942, you might have 3,000 planes by 1945, but you might only have 200 pilots, whereas ships taking a lot longer to actually be constructed, if you start the war with 10, 12 battleships, and by the end of the war you have 3 or 4, at that point it doesn't even matter if you've lost half your good battleship officers, because you don't even have half as many battleships to man. Dave Collier asks, regarding the sinking of the battleship Mutsu, would you say that the loss of the trainee airmen and flight instructors, who picked entirely the wrong time to pay a visit to the ship, did more damage to the Imperial Japanese Navy than the loss of the Nagato-class battleship herself? Yeah, almost certainly. For those of you who aren't aware, there was a group of just over 150 air cadets and instructors aboard Mutsu at the time that she exploded. I think there's something approximately a 3-to-1 ratio of cadets to instructors, I think just below that. But when the explosion went off, unfortunately, all but about a dozen of them were killed. So you're talking about 92-93% casualty rate, which is pretty bad. Now, given that that's 40 highly trained, highly qualified flying instructors, which, Japan didn't have a tremendous amount of, plus enough air cadets to, man a aircraft carrier's air wing with a few left over. Yeah, at that point in the war, when Mutsu exploded, what was a second Nagato class battleship gonna really do for the Japanese Navy? The era of, offensive fleet actions was pretty much done. This is at the end of towards the end of 1943. Yeah, she could have been at Leyte Gulf, but that's probably not really going to do all that much. There's not a tremendous amount of utility left for poor old Mutsu at this point, whereas the Japanese could have used those experienced pilots. I mean, it would have done them that much good in the long term, sort of like trying to throw a bucket over a house fire, but it's better than just throwing the empty bucket itself, which at this point was pretty much what Mutsu represented. So yeah, for as much good as either the pilots or the battleship would have done, if you could separate out the two and lose one and not the other, I think the Japanese would have preferred to take the loss of Mutsu and keep the pilots than the other way around, at least when you're being completely logical about it. Candor asks, in previous videos you've mentioned that in World War I the Russians had a system that enabled them to concentrate fire on a target without fouling each other's shooting. Can you briefly elaborate on this technique? Yes, so the idea was that the Russian pre-dreadnoughts would sail in a close formation at a known distance, which is relatively easy to do at close ranges, and then the lead ship would have the best rangefinders and gunnery officers assigned to it, if at all possible, and it would take the measurements and bearings and open fire, check its salvo, and then it would pass that information back via signal flags and those funny range clocks you sometimes see on the back, etc., to the ships that were in the rest of its squadron. With the idea being that obviously each ship could take its own bearing, because they would be on slightly different bearings to the enemy ship, but if the lead ship can establish the range, then instead of having 2, 3, 4 ships all guessing different ranges and therefore having 4 sets of shots landing in 4 separate places, if the one ship can guess the range for everybody and get it right, then you've effectively created 2 or 3 dreadnoughts worth of firepower out of a bunch of pre-dreadnoughts if you're using sort of 4 or 5 ships. So Then you bring down the concentrated fire from lots of different ships, and it has the advantage of, to a certain degree at least, of if the enemy ship then damages or takes out one of your pre-dreadnoughts, which very well might happen, as long as it's not the flagship, then, well, you've only partially diminished the overall firepower of the group, and you haven't done anything to diminish the firepower and effectiveness of all the other pre-dreadnoughts. Obviously, you don't put all your eggs in one basket, just in case the flagship does get taken out, someone else will have to take over. But it was essentially a way of trying to combine the fire of pre-dreadnoughts in a way that could vaguely help them match up against dreadnoughts. It kind of worked. Obviously, if the ship that was assigned to be reading out the ranges couldn't get the range, or guessed it wrongly, or had its target obscured, etc., then it kind of did break down. But they used it a few times to fairly good effect. Certainly it allowed them to get some score draws and maybe even some edged victories from places that you wouldn't otherwise think they'd be able to. Tyler Kuhn asks, how would you improve the design of the US Lexington-class battlecruisers, and if these improved warships were built, how would this affect World War II, assuming they're not at Pearl Harbor? Well, for the latter part of the question, a lot of that is going to depend on how they come about. Are they being built in addition to the Lexington-class carrier conversions? Are they being built instead of the carrier conversions? And if they're being built at all, then what does everybody else get to build? So, I mean, worst case scenario for the US Navy would be they get to build, let's say, 4 Lexington-class battlecruisers, and they turn the last, and they scrap the other 2. And then Britain gets to build 4 G3s, Japan gets to build, let's say they build 4 Amagis, for they add another couple to the production line, but no carriers. Then you've got all sorts of other scenarios where maybe they build 4 Lexingtons, everyone else builds 4 battlecruisers, but they also convert the last 2 Lexingtons to carriers. Or maybe it's 2 and 2. Maybe somehow they persuade everybody else that they can build just 1 to, I guess, match Hood, and maybe Japan gets an Amagi. So how it affects World War II is going to depend in a large part on how that particular question rolls out. But in most of those scenarios, they are almost certainly going to probably serve out the majority of the war as fast carrier escorts, because they have the speed to keep up with the carriers in all conditions. So bearing in mind, at the start of World War II, America doesn't actually have any battleships that can provide fast carrier escort, which is why a lot of the early carrier operations don't have such. North Carolina and Washington are still working up. And also they can't actually completely match speed with the carriers, because the carriers can hit well over 30 knots. They can't. It's only until when the Iowas come in that there's a true full spectrum escort for the American carriers. Whereas if the Lexingtons are in service, that's there from the start, so that's probably going to be their role. For the most part, at least. They'll probably also be used to try and fight Japanese ships like the Congos, or possibly any Magi equivalent, but, you know, that's a little bit more nebulous. Now, as far as redesigning it, whilst the original Lexington design was highly questionable, and there are some very significant weaknesses in what the final design was, actually correcting those is gonna take a fair bit of work, to the point you might end up with a ship that's not really that recognizable compared to, you know, how it was conceived. For me, the main issue is the armor protection. It's okay, in the final iteration it's designed to be sloped armor, but still, in a world of 15 and 16 inch guns, it's nowhere near adequate. Equivalent armor protection at the scale that the Lexingtons had might just about have been acceptable in an era when 11 and 12 inch guns were all you could expect to face, but not by the 1920s. So the armor has to be ramped up by a fair bit to provide at least minimal protection against your standard 14, 15, 16 inch guns, at long range, at the very least, given that the US Navy at this point is thinking about long-range engagements as the standard. But to do that, you're going to have to save a lot of weight in other places. Now, using kind of a little bit cheating, using future knowledge, we know that the Lexington's power plant actually overperformed by a fair degree. So you could probably afford to drop a boiler or two, basically downrate the power plant so that it produces slightly less power. You're still going to get, at that point, 32, 33 knots out of them, which is perfectly fine for a battle cruiser, but you don't need 34, 35 knots. That'll save weight. It'll probably also save space, and therefore that'll give you some extra weight to put into armor, as well as, I say, with the saving of space, it means there's a smaller citadel to protect, which also means you can put in more armor. But I don't think that's going to be quite enough to get the belt and deck armor up to a decent standard. And so I think I'd actually not downscale the ship itself too much, but I'd downscale the armament a little, which might sound like complete anathema to a lot of people, especially our American listeners. But again, well, kind of using future knowledge, kind of using existing knowledge at the time, Renown and Repulse worked as battle cruisers using 6 guns. Okay, it's not necessarily ideal, but they proved in both World War I and obviously in the future at this point in World War II that 6 heavy guns could actually be a useful armament on a ship. So I would probably eliminate one of the aft turrets, i.e. eliminate the aft superfiring twin 16, and then move the normal deck level twin 16 at the back to the position of the superfiring turret. So you're saving not just the weight of a turret, but also the weight of the additional barbette height from a superfiring position. That is going to save you a fair bit of weight, because, you know, a twin 16-inch turret with the armor that they had on them, plus the barbette, etc., that's about a fair bit. And I think with that, you can easily buy yourself enough displacement to upgrade the armor to a relatively decent level. And in fact, you'll probably have a little bit of excess weight save because of course, with less weight, if you choose not to use all of it for armor, that means you're going to get a bit more efficiency out of your power plant, which means you might go a bit faster, which means that you can either claw back a little bit of speed or possibly downrate the power plant even further and still keep 32, 33 knots. So that would be my overall suggestion. The other thing, again, slightly exploiting a little bit of future knowledge, I guess, is that by making the stern a much more open area, you can actually later on stick a lot more anti-aircraft firepower on there. So in the end, you'd end up with a 6 16-inch gun, Renown or Repulse style layout Lexington, capable of 32 to 33 knots, but in exchange for all those reductions, you'd actually get a ship whose armor is at least at the same level of protection as Hood's. And yes, I know Hood exploded, but as I've gone over before, Hood's armor protection was pretty darn good for the time period. You might even be able to engineer it to be slightly better in some aspects, especially since you have Hood as a reference, at which point you have a decent enough fast capital ship which can withstand incoming shells against its citadel, at least at the sort of medium long to long ranges, against heavier guns. And if it goes up against smaller guns, older guns like, say, the Congos, it can get in even closer. And I don't think losing that single turret is going to affect it too much. Salty Viking 10,022 asks, what type of guns would the Iowas have had if the 16-inch 50 guns had been designed for the North Carolinas and South Dakotas? It's entirely possible they may have just stuck with the 16-inch 50 caliber guns, because, well, that implies the hilarious design kerfuffle between the Bureau of Ordnance and the Bureau of Ships that historically took place when it came to the Iowas, took place around the time of the rearmament of the North Carolinas in the design phase, which, well, they probably wouldn't want a repeat of that. However, assuming that the same approximate logic holds when it comes to designing the Iowas, i.e. people are asking, why are we paying 10,000 tons just for a bit more speed when armour and firepower are the same as the South Dakotas, albeit given the slight additional weight, how the 16-inch 50-arm South Dakotas and North Carolinas are going to look will probably be somewhat different, but that's irrelevant to this question. If they then insist, as they did with the Iowas, to have somewhat more firepower, then you actually do have two options. Of course, there is the option of going to 18-inch guns, twin 18-inch, which was looked at and decided quite heavily against for various reasons, including the fact that they were relatively confident that what the 16-inch 50 could do was most of the way towards what an 18-inch could do, and you could get more barrels for it. But when you look at the various design documents for the Iowas and indeed the Montanas, there is one other tantalizing weapon that was considered, if not completely developed, which was the 16-inch 56 caliber weapon. And that was a weapon that was effectively trying to almost exactly match the relevant performance characteristics, with the exception obviously of sheer size of shell, of an 18-inch gun without being an 18-inch gun. Primarily obviously through getting more energy into the shell due to the extremely long barrel, and of course using US super heavy shells. So if, as I say, the logic holds for the Iowa's design in this circumstance, I would put my money on them selecting to develop the 16-inch 56 caliber weapon to equip the Iowas instead of an 18-inch weapon, which would be very interesting, because at that point you would have created an almost perfect weapon. I mean, no weapon is absolutely 100% perfect, but it would have been pretty much almost perfect, in as much as you would have had a gun that's capable of firing a super heavy 16-inch shell, but with the ballistic performance in terms of angles of elevation and fall and velocity, etc., that are more in line with a standard weight shell being fired from, say, a 50 caliber weapon, which, as most of you are probably aware, is pretty much where I think the best balance lies for large caliber weapons. So at that point, you'd probably have me singing the praises of that weapon, assuming it comes out somewhat accurate, all the way to the bank. Mark A.G. asks, what, to your mind, is the biggest missed opportunity in naval history from the period 1850 to 1950? The simplest, smallest thing that could have had the largest butterfly effect? Yamato losing another finger, Mark 14 torpedo being fixed, Kurita turning around at Samar, someone not slapping Beatty repeatedly until he was no longer able to physically command, etc., etc. Some of those things I don't think would have an absolutely colossal effect in terms of being a missed opportunity. As I said before, if Yamamoto loses his another finger at the Battle of Tsushima, yes, that means Yamamoto isn't there for World War II, but it's not going to manifestly change Japan's overall course. Japan's still going to end up at war with the United States. It's still going to end up launching some kind of attack on American shipping in 1941. It's just the details are going to be different. Likewise with the Mark 14, although it would save a lot of lives, and although it probably would shorten the war somewhat, at the end of the day, the Mark 14 actually working is just a easier path to the victory that already was going to occur. So whilst it would make a fairly big difference, it's not the single biggest difference or the largest butterfly effect. It's not going to make the United States lose, or it's not going to make them win in a year or two. It will definitely knock a few months off the war, but there you go. Kurita not turning around at Samar, likewise, that's not going to stop Japan losing the war. Even if he gets in amongst the transports and the landings and does the absolute maximum possible damage, and probably then get caught by Admiral Lee's battleships coming south, it's not going to manifestly change how the war goes on. It'll delay the outcome by a little bit, because obviously it'll take some time for the US to regroup from that particular incident, but ultimately the atomic bombs are going to end the war anyway. Likewise, other things like somehow turning around the Battle of Tsushima so the Russians win, that doesn't involve a small, simple change. That involves a massive fundamental thing, so you can't really look at that. So you've got to look for places where a relatively minor change could actually affect the outcome of an entire war, and a war that would actually make quite a big difference on the world stage. There aren't that many of those, apart from the two world wars in the 1850 to 1950 time period. But the two that I can think of that are probably the smallest, simplest kind of man makes decision other than what he made historically that could have huge butterfly effects. There's probably two. One of which is the Admiralty in World War One and their signals to Jellicoe. If they'd been a little bit more open with him about what they were doing and why they were doing it, why they were sending him certain signals and reports, basically just enough to get Jellicoe to believe what they're saying instead of basically by the evening having written them off, then, as anyone who's watched the Jutland videos will probably know, Jellicoe could well have been waiting for the High Seas Fleet the following morning and more than likely either finished them off or done tremendous damage to them, which would quite radically have changed World War One. It's not going to bring an immediate end to the war, but the morale impact of smashing the High Seas Fleet and the freeing up of Grand Fleet resources to go and do other things would have massive, almost unpredictable butterfly effects on the rest of World War One. To be fair, you could kind of make a sub-argument there that another simple, small thing that could have happened would have been, what if Jellicoe had pressed the issue of the redesigning British armour-piercing shells before the war, after he left his post as Third Sea Lord? So if the British go into World War One with fully functioning, properly working armour-piercing shells, even if nothing else at Jutland changes, as I've outlined in a previous dry dock question, that could have led to considerably higher High Seas Fleet losses there without any catching them at dawn, etc. Which, again, I mean, it's not quite as dramatic as what could have happened if he'd caught them the following morning, but it would still have made a fairly big impact on the war. The other one, of course, which is, okay, a bit of a low-hanging fruit, but it is a very simple one, is when that radar station on December 7th, 1941, picked up a bunch of incoming aircraft, and somebody decided that they were a flight of B-17s. Well, if that somebody had decided, no, they're probably not, considering they're coming from the wrong direction, we should probably be a little bit worried about this. And then the US Pacific Fleet was on alert when the first Japanese aircraft came in. It's not necessarily going to save all that many battleships, although obviously with all the aircraft manoeuvring slightly differently because they're under heavy anti-aircraft fire and possibly also air attack from fighters, things like Arizona probably won't happen. Maybe it does, maybe it happens to another ship, who knows, but whatever. But the larger point of it is not so much avoiding damage to the Pacific Fleet, but inflicting damage on the Japanese aircraft, because, as we all know, one of the big problems that the Japanese fleet had as the war went on was the loss of skilled aircrew and the fact they couldn't really replace them all that quickly. If Pearl Harbor, regardless of what happens to the American ships, turns into something of a massacre for the Japanese aircrew, i.e. multiple dozens, if not possibly well over 100 or more of their elite, well-trained pre-war aircrew are shot down and either killed or captured during the attack on Pearl Harbor, that takes a huge chunk out of the operational effectiveness of the Kido Butai. Now, it's not going to completely wreck their ability to operate because there still will be a lot of survivors, but it is going to mean they're going to have to take time to reconstitute their air groups. It is going to mean that a larger portion of their flyers are going to be made up sooner in the war of somewhat less experienced pilots, and that in turn will negatively affect their efficiency in all sorts of things: the Indian Ocean raid, the Battle of Coral Sea, Midway, etc., 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 which could well mean that the US gets an upper hand in the Pacific War a lot sooner. Because bearing in mind, when you look at the Guadalcanal campaign, just how close some of the Japanese carriers were coming to running on fumes, and in terms of their air groups, and after certain battles like Santa Cruz basically were running on fumes pilot-wise. If all of that is advanced by a few months through having a big chunk of their air corps taken out over Pearl Harbor, that's going to have a pretty significant effect on the rest of the war. Riva asks, while I applaud and enjoy that you're determined to cover every aspect of warship design, I suspect the category of lifting heavy things is probably far enough down the list we may not see it before the heat death of the universe. More's the pity when it's an engineer I'm asking. Could you give a quick primer on cranes, derricks and other associated make-heavy object move devices as used by ships of war? Yes, well, I'm going to cheat and use this photo because look at that glorious crane. But anyway, when it comes to cranes, they actually go back a significant way when it comes to warships. Effectively, when you go as far back as the emergence of what you might consider to be the modern warship, at least in Western European history, i.e. back in kind of somewhere between the 14th and 16th century, depending on exactly how you're defining it, cranes are already there. Even before that, in the medieval period, when dedicated warships were only questionably a thing, cranes were still needed because the main function of ships at that point, when it came to warfare, was to transport armies. And, okay, people could make their way aboard with chests and such like. Horses, however, are rather notorious for not being particularly enthusiastic about walking up gangplanks, so even in the era of the cog, there were cranes to help hoist horses aboard. And obviously you can get some idea of their weight-bearing capabilities by the approximate weight of your average horse. But once the full-on dedicated warship arrives, then you still need cranes, because ships have, at this point, ship's boats. So those have to be raised and lowered somehow, whether that's by a crane or a davit or other similar device. Usually it's some form of swingable A-frame device. And, of course, the guns themselves. Now, loading and offloading a ship's armament in most cases would use some kind of shore-based crane or the Age of Sail equivalent of a crane ship like you can see this one is. But ships had to be able to maneuver their own armament around somewhat. Now, obviously, on a specific deck, you can just roll them around on the carriage with some men. But if you're going to land the guns, if you're going to transfer the guns, etc., etc., you need some way of hauling them up and out of the ship. And, well, I don't think you're going to find too many volunteers to try and pick up and move a 2-3 ton cannon at the best of times up some stairs, let alone doing that on a rolling, pitching ship, let alone whether or not the stairs themselves can take the weight of, a dozen men and a 2 to 3 ton cannon all trying to maneuver their way up. So riggable cranes were needed at that point. And sometimes they'd be dedicated things that would be kept in storage in a kind of a collapsed form. Sometimes they'd be attached to the masts, because that's a good sort of crane post if the mast is strong enough, etc., etc. Sometimes you'd get the happy medium of having a dismantled crane unit that would then be attached to the mast, so you didn't need too much in the way of stored crane parts. And then as time went on and ships got larger, ships got more solid in terms of being made of iron and steel, and masts for the most part went away, you start to see different kinds of cranes. You've still got davits and small cranes for ships' boats scattered all over the place, but once you get into the 20th century, you start to see ships equipped with aircraft. And aircraft, apart from the very early part in World War I, are not generally considered expendable. You need to be able to bring them back aboard, and so you start to see even more cranes coming onto the ship, and quite often those cranes could double up for use in manoeuvring the ship's boats, but it depended on what kind of crane you were using. So when you look at, say, for example, some German ships, they have a very straight-armed crane. Now, if that is mounted high enough, i.e. at least a deck above the main deck, you can then use that to maneuver some of the ship's boats that are nearby. But if it's mounted on the main deck and it's designed almost exclusively for hauling in aircraft, then you're not going to get too much use out of it for other purposes. Whereas if you have a crank-armed crane, which would be a smaller version of, again, what you can see in the picture, then those kinds of cranes have much more utility when it comes to repositioning various bits of equipment, including ships' boats, because obviously they are also designed to be able to pluck things in and out of the water. And if you can have one large crane that's capable of lifting an aircraft or a series of ships' boats on either side of the ship, then that actually is a more efficient use of deck space and weight than having multiple smaller cranes all designed to do specific jobs and purposes. And of course, internally, there'll also be a series of hoists and what you might consider to be fixed cranes, depending on how you look at it, for things like hauling ammo up out of magazines and so on and so forth, as well as obviously being able to move machinery around in certain respects through hatches where necessary. Small internal cranes, quite useful for that kind of thing. George Newman asks, have you had any thoughts about doing a video about the Riku Sentai, a Japanese special naval landing force, roughly equivalent to the Marines? It had crossed my mind. However, at the same time, to be honest, much like with the Royal Marines, the Dutch Marines, and other marine infantry elite units that I could cover because they would be relevant to the channel, they involve a distressing amount of squishy human and a also distressing lack of large, solid, engineered objects. And therefore, whilst I could tell you some basic history about them, the details, the fine details that most people probably would want to know and find interesting, are not something I'm an expert in. So, in principle, yes. In practice, I would have to find somebody who knows a heck of a lot more about them than I do, and either collaborate with them in coming up with a script and research, or collaborate with them as in doing a recorded interview type video. And I'm perfectly happy to do that, but I have to find the right person, and of course they have to agree to help out. Christopher Dent asks, are there any other notable examples of a maritime paramilitary force contributing to a national war effort on the scale of the US Coast Guard's contribution in World War II? Pretty much any war, major naval war up to the end of the Napoleonic Wars, can be characterised by that, inasmuch as there were huge numbers of privateers, which you could classify as a maritime paramilitary force, which were conducting huge amounts of raiding of enemy commerce and such like. So, and in some cases also protection of commerce, even if that was via the destruction of other privateers. And that's a huge, quite often understated element of Age of Sail warfare generally. Privateers gradually being abolished during the 19th century, and so not really showing up after that. You've got armed merchant cruisers and such like thereafter, but they're crewed by naval officers and men rather than being private ventures that just have a letter saying we can shoot things. But if you want an easy low-hanging fruit, I would go with the Spanish Armada attack on England, because when you look at the English fleet, they had about 36 actual royal ships, if you like, ships of the Royal Navy. Those ships were outnumbered almost 5-1 by private vessels, owned and operated by either individuals or by cities and corporations, I guess you could call them, who had shown up for the defence of the country. Some by royal summons, some by feudal obligation, and others just because they felt like it. They'd heard that there was going to be a big fight going on. They heard that the Spanish were coming to invade the country. They didn't think too much of that, and they thought there might be an opportunity for a bit of profit involved as well. Now, obviously, the Queen did have to sort out funding in terms of supplies and ammunition for a good chunk of that. But when you think about it, the English fleet that goes after the Spanish Armada is by far the majority a bunch of private individuals, cities and corporations who own warships who have decided they don't like the Spanish, led by a relatively small group of actually commissioned officers, men, and royal warships. Yo Beef Jerky asks, looking over images of British cruisers during the late interwater World War II periods, I've noticed a kind of outward structure that almost looks like a crease in most images. From what I can tell, it would be to reduce spray on the deck. But what exactly is it called, and were there any reasons only the Royal Navy did it, and why did it fall out of style? Well, here's a picture of a British cruiser of that period, and you can see exactly what you're talking about, running just below the anchor there along the bow. Now, this is called a knuckled bow, or sometimes a knuckle trawler bow, and it came about with the D-class cruisers in the immediate post-war period, and once those were built, some of the later C-class kind of had one, but the D-class were the first deliberately designed with such, and every British cruiser subsequent to them was built with this same knuckled bow, with the exception of HMS Birmingham, which was built with a more conventional cruiser flare. As far as it going out of fashion, it's kind of not. Even as late as the 70s and 80s, the Castle-class OPVs were being built with them. And these days some ships do have them, but granted, you don't see them too often in warships anymore. Now, the reason for the existence of the knuckle bow most Royal Navy cruisers comes down to buoyancy and resilience, because previously, Royal Navy ships, along with everybody else's, had used a flared bow to try and minimise the amount of underwater profile of the bow, so obviously that helps with speed and cutting through the water, whilst obviously then flaring out enough to deflect sea spray and such. This was all fine and great, however, when you have a very long, very fine pointed bow, as some ships like Iowa would find out later on, you end up with a bow that basically doesn't actually have any positive buoyancy, which can lead to some rather interesting issues because it's basically being supported by the rest of the hull. That can, depending on the degree of flare, lead to still water getting over the bow anyway, and it also can lead to a lot more pitching, because obviously there's nothing really pushing the bow up until further back of the ship is submerged. And it also means that in the event of damage, especially damage amidships, especially damage around the forward turrets or the bridge, there's nothing at that point. If you lose buoyancy in that area, there's nothing really in the forward part of the ship that's actually keeping the ship afloat, which can lead either to the ship sinking more easily or possibly breaking in half. So Royal Navy designers wanted additional reserve buoyancy forward in the bow, but they couldn't do that by increasing the underwater profile of the bow, the underwater volume, without significantly impacting the ship's performance and speed. And so what they did was actually induce a much sharper flare above the waterline than you would normally have with a cruiser. And as such, the ship's bow would reach a width that was, up to the maximum width you wanted a lot sooner than the height of the bow reached the freeboard that you wanted. So the bow would flare sharply, which was also somewhat good at deflecting sea spray, albeit that in really heavy seas it could lead to slamming because there was more immediate resistance. And then you built up the bow vertically, hence you got this knuckle bow crease or line, if you like, and that meant that the upper portion of the ship's bow had considerably more volume than a cruiser that was built with a more conventional flared bow. That in turn meant that there was a lot more reserve buoyancy in the ship's bow, so assuming that it didn't get shot to pieces, if the ship was called upon to, stay afloat despite having holes and flooding elsewhere, the bow could actually contribute meaningfully to keeping the ship alive, and also, wasn't dragging the ship down, so it would reduce the amount of stress on the ship, which would hopefully keep the hull intact somewhat better. It also meant that if you were plunging in heavy seas, it was a bit of a trade-off, because, as I say, you'd get a little bit more of a slamming effect because of the sharper flare. But at the same time, if the ship did end up burying its bow in the water, it was much more likely and much faster at coming up out of the water, and therefore the overall amount of sort of abilities to ride the weather was somewhat improved, i.e. the ship would be a better gunnery platform in rough weather, the ship would recover better in rough weather, it just wouldn't be necessarily as nice a ride for the crew in certain respects as compared to a more conventional bow. So hopefully that clears up that question. Amanda Jones asks, on a lot of World War II submarines like the Gato or Gato class, there are a lot of holes in the outer hull. What are they for? I assume they're not holes in the pressure hull as well, but they seem like they'd be bad for hydrodynamics. They are basically to let water in and out, because, as you correctly surmised, the pressure hull, which is internal for the most part, is not the same as this exterior fairing, which in World War II and subs of that period either side, this external fairing is basically to allow for better hydrodynamics when surfaced, because as you can see it kind of resembles a surface ship's profile. It also provides a casing to protect certain things like the ballast tanks and so forth, and in an era where deck guns are a thing, it provides a deck for both the loading and unloading of stores, because people tend to find it somewhat difficult to stay upright on a cylindrical surface covered in water, and also a platform to mount your guns. So it has lots of different purposes, but as you might imagine, it would also contain a fair amount of air. So when you dive, you don't want that air to be retained, otherwise you might never be able to, go beneath the surface of the water. You also don't want it to flood unevenly, because you might end up upside down on your side, pitched up, pitched down, completely unintentionally, and if air is trapped inside there as well, when you're moving along, it might, if you maneuver the sub in some way and that air bubble moves around, then escape, which would be really, really bad as a telltale giveaway that there's a sub out there, especially if you're being attacked. And equally, when you're surfacing and this space between the fairing part of the hull and the actual pressure hull is full of water, you don't want it to stay full of water, because once you surface, as you can see, it's on the upper part of the sub. So if you've got this socking great weight full of several hundred tons of water above the pressure hull, there's a very high chance the sub will then just roll over, which again is not necessarily a good thing. And so what these holes allow to happen is that when you're surfacing, it allows the water to quite rapidly leave the space between the pressure hull and the fairing, which results in you hopefully staying upright. And when you're diving, it allows water in pretty much uniformly to the fairing, which again, it means that you don't have air retained in there, and it also means that the air leaves approximately all at the same time in an equal manner, so you don't have odd balance issues as you head down. At least, of course, in theory. There would be issues sometimes when these got clogged up, or when modifications to the sub made sub somewhat top heavy, but they didn't increase the size of the holes and so forth. But generally speaking, they're there for drainage one way or the other. Andrew Dederer asks, it isn't brought up much due to the whole brouhaha about flags, rockets and burning government buildings, but are there any historical accounts about how British naval commanders felt about operating in the Chesapeake? Whilst rather easy to lock up or get locked out of, as happened in the Yorktown campaign, any fleet entering the bay had 2 to 3 major ports to deal with: Philadelphia, Baltimore and later Norfolk-Newport News. I know Howe's Philadelphia campaign hinged on clearing fortifications up the Delaware. Was the fleet at McHenry looking over their shoulders at Philadelphia, if nothing else, at risk of cutting their communications out? And are there any inland ports in Europe where there's an equivalent situation? There are some surviving logs and, of course, the official reports from the British fleet that was there. There isn't any kind of hint of looking over their shoulders or being worried about operating in the Chesapeake at that point. Because you've got to remember that the attack on Fort McHenry and all of these operations is happening in 1814. If there'd been a British squadron or small flotilla of ships operating in the Chesapeake in 1812 or 1813, they certainly probably would have been somewhat worried. But by 1814, well, I mean, there's at least seven frigates, not counting all the other vessels, just in the flotilla that's going after Fort McHenry, and they're not the only British contingent in the Chesapeake area. So, given that the US by this point has lost a few of its frigates and the rest are scattered up and down the coast under blockade from other British ships, a flotilla the size of the one that the British had has absolutely nothing to fear from American shipping coming out to attack it. Basically, they have an overwhelming preponderance of force, and even if by some miracle a large number of rapidly converted merchantmen bear down on them, well, there's other British ships to fall back on, and to be perfectly honest, by this point, converted merchantmen aren't really that much of a threat to an organised squadron of warships. Okay, granted, bomb vessels are not exactly the best for fighting, but as I say, they already have over half a dozen frigates there. They're more than capable of conducting that kind of fighting. So, whilst it is not exactly the world's most easy to manoeuvre area of seaway, going into Chesapeake Bay, the British don't seem overly concerned with any action by the US Navy. They're far more concerned with potentially going aground, potentially ending up under fire from concealed batteries. There's a lot of boats being rowed back and forth, surveying the area to make sure that there aren't concealed batteries that could get them in enfilade fire, for example, while they're attacking Fort McHenry. In terms of inland ports in Europe where there's an equivalent situation, kind of. There are a number of bays that do have more than one port in them, but they tend to be a little bit less confined than trying to operate in the Chesapeake. Or, if you're talking about things like the Dutch port areas with the various lowlands that they've got, in those cases it's so complex and such an old area that it's so heavily fortified that you generally wouldn't be going in that close unless you had an utterly overwhelming force. So I don't think there's an exact comparison in Europe. The Chesapeake area in the War of 1812 is somewhat unique in, as you say, there are a couple of major ports to deal with and a few minor ones within the overall operational area, but simultaneously, whilst it does have some fortifications such as Fort McHenry, it doesn't have the sheer history that some older areas of Europe do, and therefore the multiple layers of fortifications, some of which may be more effective than others, that entails. And indeed, in Europe, places such as that tend to also belong to nations that have a fairly substantial fleet that can afford to put up a fairly sort of strong defence of anybody trying to get that deep into their territory, whereas the US Navy, as I mentioned, is in the War of 1812 not in any way, shape or form powerful enough to challenge the multiple British squadrons that are patrolling off of their shores by 1814, after the stress of the Napoleonic Wars has died down a bit. John Edward Dietz asks, so, of all the vessels to bear the name Enterprise, which one are you fondest of? Well, of the ones thus far to have actually borne the name Enterprise, I have to go with CV6. I mean, yes, there's been HMS Enterprises, many. USS Enterprises, also many. But CV6 has just the perfect combination of excellent war record, determination. It's just got it all. I mean, there's a reason why Enterprise and Warspite fight it out in my top spot for ships that absolutely definitely should have been preserved. And as I've said before, basically the only reason that not the only, but probably the only major reason why Warspite wins out over Enterprise is that we don't have any British battleships. We do have American carriers. quite a few of them, in fact, preserved as museum ships. So, yeah. But if you're interested in terms of fictional enterprises, or enterprises that might come around in the future, it is a little bit of a difficult one. There are so many good ones. The refit Enterprise-Enterprise A format, refit Constitution class, is a huge favourite of mine. See, the thing is, I like the Sovereign class Enterprise E, but aesthetics-wise, it does have it going on, but it is a... I really like it, but it doesn't quite match up to the classic aesthetics of a refit Constitution. But I think for me, the ultimate Enterprise has to be the Enterprise D, the Galaxy class. It's just such a lovely vessel. I'm a real sucker for the Ambassador class as well, but Enterprise D, of all Enterprises. Cody the Dog asks, battleship smoke. The switch from coal to oil reduced the amount of smoke billowing from the smokestacks of ships. Did this change make any difference in naval warfare, such as from World War I to World War II? Yes, although environmental conditions obviously also play a factor, but the combination of coal smoke and gun smoke could cause some fairly major issues in World War I, even on small-scale engagements. So, as we recently saw in the video on the Battle of the Falkland Islands, if you have a mixture of gun and coal smoke blowing ahead of you into the in the path of your enemy, that can really mess up your gunnery. And that's just in an action of 2v2, whereas in something like the Battle of Jutland, when you've got dozens of ships blasting away at each other and pumping out smoke, and it's already somewhat foggy, you can end up, as they historically did towards the end of Jutland, in a kind of horrific, murky cloud where everybody's poking about, wondering where did the sun go, where did the sky go, why has the sea reduced itself to a small circle around me, where is everything? Oh, there's some flashes over there, maybe I should go and shoot at that. Yeah, major fleet actions when everybody's pumping out coal smoke and as well, obviously, cordite smoke and all that, after a while, they degenerate into just a very explosive game of blind man's bluff. So, having oil burners, which obviously then, as I say, reduce the amount of overall smoke put out, would have a significant impact on the ability to see during either a gun action or torpedo action between massed fleets. It just so happened that World War II didn't end up actually seeing that kind of level of action, so the exact difference that it would have made remains something of a mystery, albeit that obviously radar-guided firing, which ignored smoke, was also coming in. But in the smaller engagements where you have one or two ships versus each other, or small flotillas or squadrons of ships versus each other, regardless of the weather, you don't see quite as much mention of smoke being a problem for the rangefinders when they're still using optical as you do in World War One. You do see some mention, because obviously smoke isn't eliminated and the gun smoke is still there, so it does sometimes cause issues, but it's not there in as prodigious amounts, which means that even when it does cause a problem, it's not as bad of a problem as it could have been. Moongara asks, two relatively short Age of Sail questions. How were cannon, both iron and bronze, made? I imagine it was some sort of casting process. And given how important ballast was to a ship's sailing characteristics, did anyone ever create predictable ballast stones using concrete or brick-making methods? So the answer to the cannon question is yes, cannon were generally made by a casting method. Some early iron cannon were made like wooden barrels, i.e. with staves of iron, then all bound together and then forged, which is one of the advanced origins for the reason we call cannon, the shaft of the cannon, a cannon barrel in the first place. It's also one of the reasons why on cannon you tend to see these bands going down the length of the gun. They don't actually serve any real purpose once you have a reliably cast gun, but they're more for tradition than anything else. But they reflect some of the early cannon building practices. So bronze guns are always cast, though, and iron guns, once mass production gets going in kind of the Tudor period, they are also cast, although they are cast somewhat more roughly and then bored out, as opposed to bronze guns, which, although they do need some treatment, they come out a lot closer to the final product upon casting, just because of the different qualities of the metals. Interestingly enough, though, one of the things you have to watch out for when you're casting the guns is to ensure that you don't get air bubbles or steam bubbles building up within the metal. Obviously, if you pour the metal a bit too quickly, a bit too enthusiastically, or you haven't refined it enough, you'll get air bubbles and impurities forming in the guns, which are a weakness apart from anything else. But also, what you're pouring it in the metal into is an issue. So if it's, say, wet sand, then the damp in that sand will flash vaporize, and then you'll get little pockets and rivulets of steam running through, which can possibly result in flaws and possibly result in just a slightly honeycomb nature to the metal. So, for example, when I was at the Vasa Museum, when I was talking with Dr. Fred Hocker, when they created a replica of one of Vasa's 24-pounder bronze guns, and they fired it, the first couple of times they fired it, the entire gun was smoking. And that was because of impurities introduced in the casting process, which had meant that there were very, very, very tiny pathways for smoke, and therefore to a certain degree the pressure of the gun blast itself to escape throughout the length of the gun. Obviously, people don't tend to cast bronze cannon much these days, so that kind of thing is forgivable, and you do find it in period guns as well. But after you fire it a few times, in these particular cases, the little fissures and pathways are so small that the build-up of soot particulates from the firing ends up plugging them, so you're fine. As far as the ballast stone, sort of uniform ballast stone weights are concerned, it's an idea that pops back up now and then. You have occasional efforts to standardize these things, but the thing is, there's just so much ballast needed in such large quantities for so many ships, and it's always getting moved around and in some cases replaced, and obviously for a lot of the time it has to be man portable. So the kind of upper limit is, what can people comfortably maneuver down into the hold? And when you're talking about stones on that kind of scale, even within the hold of a relatively small ship, you're putting in so many that individual variations in size tend to even themselves out. And that's when you're not talking about things like merchantmen who might replace a section of their ballast with cargo, for example. Or, of course, someone like poor old Francis Drake, who ends up having to replace a good chunk of his ballast with silver because there's nowhere else for him to put it. So occasionally someone comes up with a bright idea of uniform ballast stones or blocks, but it tends to die away again because the increased cost is significantly greater than any increased utility. Pedden Harley asks, the triple and 3-gun 14-inch turrets of the Standard seem to be very cramped. Were they an effective use of weight to increase total rate and weight of fire? Would a better designed twin turret, such as a British 15-inch 42, result in a ship with harder hitting guns, only a small decrease in total rate of fire, and possible savings in weight? Or maybe would you rather have a Tennessee or a Colorado in your battle line? Now, you see, the interesting thing is the US Navy was thinking on exactly the same lines as yourself. Because when you actually look at the design history of the US Standard class battleships, you had the New Yorks, Texas and New York, and then Nevada and her sister ship Oklahoma, obviously all designed with 14-inch guns. And then historically, you have the Pennsylvanias, the New Mexicos, and the Tennessees, all with the Harhart Standard, 12 14-inch guns in 4 triple turrets. So everyone kind of assumes by default that that's what the US Navy wanted to do. Uniform armament, uniform speed, uniform turning circle, all that good stuff that makes up a Standard-class battleship. However, the US Navy actually considered, especially considering that at the time that the Pennsylvanias were under construction, they knew about the Queen Elizabeths and subsequently the Bayerns. They actually were thinking along the similar lines as yourself of, actually, do we go with twin turrets with heavier guns? Because, yeah, as you can see from this shot of Arizona, the guns were pretty close together, and as a result they would have dispersion issues for a while until eventually some fixes were found. There was an argument over weight of fire, because 12 14-inch shells versus 8 shells of a slightly larger caliber, how much broadside weight would that involve in each case versus the hitting power and the penetration power involved. The rate of fire with such a close, cramped triple or three-gun turret, depending on the ship, that could become something of an issue in the long term. There's more prospect for accidents. Twin turrets are generally just much easier to maneuver and work in. But the main point is that the US Navy actually came down on the side that they would prefer fewer but larger guns at this point. Now, that might seem slightly paradoxical, considering that in the run-up to World War II, they went the other way, and they said they'd actually rather have more smaller guns, i.e. more 16-inch guns, rather than fewer larger twin 18-inch turrets. But at this point in history, in the early 1910s, there was a number of design studies done for the Pennsylvanias that looked at using twin 16-inch instead of triple 14. Albeit, to be fair, the triple 14 was the preponderance of designs. But the US Navy did express a fairly strong interest in the idea. They were shut down by two things. One, the 16-inch gun wasn't quite considered ready, although they had a number of US Navy officers pointing out the 15-inch gun hadn't quite been ready when the British ordered the Queen Elizabeth. And also, the main block, which would be the main block for most of the 1910s, was the Secretary of the Navy, Josephus Daniels, who didn't want the extra cost and effort involved with switching up to another gun caliber, because if everyone stayed at 14-inch, then the US battle line would only have two calibers, 12 and 14, and you'd get economies of scale with producing shells and guns, whereas if you had a bunch of ship classes with 12-inch guns, two classes with 14, and then subsequent classes with 16, it would complicate things and make things more expensive, and he didn't like that idea. But then you got to New Mexico's. By the time of the New Mexico's, the US Navy was actually quite strongly convinced that twin 16s would be a good idea, and they did push for it to a reasonable degree. But again, they got knocked back on that, so the New Mexico's ended up with triple 14s. So to give, it's not an exact approximation, but to give you some idea, in terms of designs considered and preferred, the Pennsylvanias were probably sort of 80-20 in favour of the 14-inch in terms of number of designs considered. The New Mexico's came closer to kind of 60-40 or 50-50. And then you get to the Tennessees, and the Tennessees, the US Navy absolutely wanted the Tennessees to have twin 16s. That was the majority preferred option, and that was when they had the biggest tussles with Secretary Daniels, because he was absolutely digging his heels and saying, no, you're not getting it. Obviously he won that particular fight, but then when it came to the Colorados, the US Navy was effectively able to turn and say, no, we are absolutely having twin 16s now, and there is no argument, which is one of the reasons why the Colorados and the Tennessees are so similar, because the Tennessees were actually, to be honest, designed for twin 16s from the start. They were just they made allowances for, obviously, if they were forced to, which they were, to have the triple 14. But of all battleships that you could say designed for but not with, the Tennessees are probably one of the closest to being almost perfectly designed to have their triple 14s stripped out and twin 16s dropped in, if anyone could justify the cost, which obviously they couldn't. So yeah, the US Navy certainly agreed with your idea, and I think, broadly speaking, yeah, if the US had gone up to twin 16s either with the Pennsylvanias or more likely with the New Mexicos, that probably would have yielded a slightly better overall output of ships. Again, just a quick side note, there's a reason why the Tennessees and the Colorados were collectively referred to as the Big Five. That points again to some of the rather commonalities of design that were involved in those two classes. Kyla Stern asks, you've mentioned several times that British carriers had night strike capability very early, and in the case of US carriers, Enterprise was fairly notable for being able to do that. So how did the British do it, and how did Enterprise do it, and why couldn't the US Navy just copy the Enterprise system for every other carrier? There was a broad combination of factors. Early on in the war, as you can see here, the British stuck radar on a bunch of swordfish so they could use them in an air-to-surface search role. Obviously, they didn't have that at the very beginning of the war or pre-war when they were conducting their training, but it shows how seriously they took the situation in that, almost the moment they had airborne radar of any kind, the first thing the Navy did was strap surface search radar onto aircraft to augment their night strike capabilities. But more broadly, it involved a slew of measures. First, you had to decide that it was a thing you wanted to do, because there were obviously a lot of risks involved. Then you had to come up with methods of getting aircraft to take off, which wasn't so difficult. Methods of getting aircraft to land. Now, that was difficult. As most of you will probably know, in one of the rather large battles of the Pacific War, a lot of American aircraft ended up having to come back in darkness trying to land, and the US Navy was left basically scrambling to try and both guide them in the first place and then figure out not figure out how to light up the decks, but figure out how to get everything lit up in such a way that pilots who basically hadn't trained in nighttime landing could possibly work out which end of the carrier was which and then land. A lot of pilots chose to ditch as a result instead, and a lot of the ones that landed ended up breaking their aircraft. But so you have to actually train your pilots in this fairly risky set of maneuvers of nighttime landings and work out how to best light your ship up to do that. Because, if you're traveling at 150, 200 knots in an aircraft at night, where you might not necessarily be able to see the wake of the carrier, trying to work out which end of the carrier is which can actually be surprisingly difficult, especially in an era of straight deck carriers. These days, when you've got an angled offset flight deck, it's somewhat easier to work out which way around your carrier is, but these are obviously concerns. And you've got to work out how to do that in such a way that you're also not going to make yourself a blinding target for night operating enemy ships or possibly aircraft, because obviously if you've got night capability, you kind of have to assume that your enemy might have, so you want to make your ships as visible as possible whilst also not making them so visible that the enemy can see them easily. You've also got to train your navigators on how to navigate at night. Obviously they can't use landmarks and other such things if they're operating near the coast the way they can in daylight, and when you're operating over the sea, you have to start learning to navigate literally by the stars and by the moon, which depends on obviously what time of year it is, what day it is. It's a whole extra level of navigation you have to teach your aircraft's navigators. Obviously, you're mostly talking about strike aircraft here because you're really only going to be sending strike aircraft. There's no real point in sending fighters in the middle of the night at this stage of the war, because the chances of encountering an enemy night fighter are fairly slim, and even if you do, duels in the dark, that's basically pointless. And then you've also got to work out a way to make sure that your pilots can actually get back to the carrier, because obviously if they're navigating in darkness over the sea, the carrier's moving, so how do they find the carrier in the first place when they can't see very far? Obviously there's still navigation issues during the day, but at least during the day when you're flying at several thousand feet, you can just look and hopefully spot something, whether it be a landmark or the carrier itself. At the hours of darkness, good luck. And this is where one of the other things I've mentioned before comes into play, which was the Royal Navy's homing beacon system. So that, when you look at Royal Navy carriers, it very often looks like they have a big cylinder or a dustbin mounted high up on the mast. And this was actually a fairly clever, fairly simple system, in that inside there was a directional transmitter, and it rotated once a minute and obviously projected a beam out. And that was calibrated such that at the top of the minute, as 1 minute turns into another, that beam would always be pointing north, regardless of what direction the carrier was facing. And then it would go sweep round in its arc, and obviously every 60 seconds it goes a full 360. Now, what that meant was that if the pilots synchronized their watches with the clocks aboard the ship, which is what they would do before they left, then whenever they were listening on their headset on the particular frequency that this beacon was transmitting on, keeping an eye on their watch, when they heard this tone of the beacon beam sweeping over them, they could then look at their watch, look at the second hand, and that would tell them what bearing the beacon was at relative to them. So if they were looking at their watch and it was 15 seconds past the minute and they heard the buzz or the beep in their headset, then they knew that the beacon was pointing east, and therefore by reciprocal bearing they were east of the carrier, and therefore they had to go west to find the carrier. And obviously if they are then flying directly west, then every 15 seconds past the minute they should hear the beep as it comes over them. So then they know, right, well, I'm flying directly at the carrier. This is great. And if it starts to deviate, say they start hearing the beeps at 20 seconds past the minute, i.e. now the carrier is to their north by northwest and they have drifted south by southeast, well, then they know they have to correct their course somewhat, either because they've drifted or possibly the carrier's moving north. And by this method, they could pretty easily home in on the carrier because it was self-correcting. Whereas for anybody else who might be listening in who didn't know how the system worked, like enemy aircraft, all they'd hear was every minute they just hear this random beep and wonder what the heck does that mean? Because that doesn't give them any other information unless you happen to know how this system works. So an awful lot of what was going on was about getting the aircraft up in the air and then back again safely. Once you were actually over the target, you did need some night attack training, but that was probably actually the least complex and least different to daytime attack compared to everything else that was going on. Now, in terms of Enterprise and Saratoga and one or two other US carriers, although Enterprise was the first, all of that training, all of that complexity that's involved, this was all bedded into British carrier doctrine long before the war started. And so they could keep up that level of training and keep up that capability across the fleet. The US hadn't brought that in, and therefore, in the middle of the war, when they're trying to churn out as many carriers, get as many air groups up in the air as possible, whilst they do recognise the extra capability that this would grant them, there just isn't the time to completely revise their strike doctrine and training programs into a system that may or may not work, because they haven't thought about this too much beforehand. Obviously they can learn, as they did from the British, how this is done, but this is, at this point you're talking about late 1942, plus obviously they're coming up with their own ideas. And then once you've got this idea that A, we want to do it, B, we have a good idea how to do it, you've then got to engage in this fairly intensive training and obviously convince the powers that be that it's actually worth doing. And then once you've conducted that training, you can then deploy that capability aboard a carrier, which is how Enterprise ends up with one of the first US Navy night strike capable units. And there's also, to be honest, a certain degree of pressure that's on the Royal Navy that's not on the US Navy, especially once it comes to actual wartime. Because the Royal Navy, remember, they knew that in most reasonable scenarios they were going to be operating either off an enemy hostile coastline, where the enemy has a lot of aircraft, at least a lot of aircraft that can operate during the day, or it's potentially, if it's going up against the Japanese, going to be operating outnumbered at least for a while, at which point it needs the advantage of the cover of night, in the Japanese case, just to avoid getting into a massive fight with Japanese carrier air groups and to hit them when they're not expecting it, and in the case of striking European navies, in order to ensure that their strike aircraft can go in without being molested by about 400 shore-based fighters. So there's a lot of pressure on the Royal Navy to develop and maintain this capability, whereas for the US Navy, okay, pre-war, thanks to the Washington Treaty, they've got a theoretical superiority over the Japanese anyway, and once it comes to war, and they are trying to develop this capability, well, as we said, it takes time to develop it. So in the early part of the war, when things are looking a little bit dicey, they don't have it, and by the time the capability is actually available, well, by that point you've got Essex is almost paving the way from Pearl Harbor to Okinawa, at which point, you know, you have such a decided superiority during the day, not the Japanese aren't fighting, but you're pretty convinced you're going to have air superiority, that the pressure to also have this night strike capability where the Japanese will be even weaker is not quite so intense, and hence you see it deployed on a number of ships, which, as I say, starting with Enterprise, which is quite useful. A few experimental units are around a little bit earlier, but it doesn't stick. And just the sheer effort involved in copying that training-wise and equipment-wise across to all the other carriers, as I say, it just wasn't quite worth it in the middle of the 1943, 44, 45 campaign for the US Navy. Primark 359 asks, regarding your Plan Z video, I find it extremely unlikely that Japan would attack British holdings if they were not engaged in a European conflict, so I'd assume the Royal Navy would be a spectator to a Pacific mano a mano. My question, however, is, in this scenario, would the Royal Navy see the primacy of the fleet carrier demonstrated by 1944 as a uniquely Pacific phenomenon? Would Yamato's death ride convince them? Could they try and remain the world's most powerful post-war navy if they had remained out of the conflict? Assuming that Britain is able to stay out of a war and is just watching Japan and America knock 7 bells out of each other across the Pacific, I think they would have recognised the carrier as becoming significantly more important. Whether or not they would, I don't think they would have dismissed it as a uniquely Pacific phenomenon, especially once large numbers of shipping started to fall victim to carrier aircraft, and who had carriers in the area dictated who dominated the daytime. But at the same time, I think it would have partly affected their carrier design and the balance of how many capital ships they're building. But at the same time, if they are watching a much more nearby threat like the Kriegsmarine or the Regia Marina building up large numbers of battleships, they're probably also going to be looking at, you know, how many battleships are sunk in the actual at-sea carrier battles? Very few. And then when they look at something like the sinking of Musashi or the sinking of Yamato, I can see them sitting there going, well, for one thing, neither of those ships had anything like the adequate number of escorts. They had a handful of destroyers, maybe a few cruisers, and the cruisers didn't carry particularly heavy anti-aircraft armament, as opposed to that you can see them thinking, well, you know, if we had battleships under air attack, we'd have them, you know, their Didos and multiple destroyers, and to be honest, our anti-aircraft batteries are probably better than the Japanese anyway, which wouldn't exactly be a false assumption. Plus, by the time Yamato and Musashi are sunk, they don't have their own organic carrier air cover, so they'd see the importance of, yes, you need carriers as part of your air defense, certainly, and they're very useful for striking, but they'd probably be looking at the sinking of the Yamatos and pointing out all the other problems, you know, like lack of adequate escorts, lack of carrier cover, etc., etc. Plus, to be perfectly fair, and I think this point just holds true generally, regardless of this scenario or not, when you actually look at the tonnage of the carriers that were devoted to sending out the airstrikes that eventually put Yamato and Musashi down into the two separate incidents, you actually end up using far more tonnage of carriers to sink 70-odd thousand tons of battleship than, you know, the battleships themselves. So that would suggest that for equal tonnages, you might well not be able to sink a battleship, and therefore a battleship might still have a viable role. So, I mean, you look at an Essex class, it's low 30,000s of tons. You can see people in the Royal Navy going, well, would a single Essex be able to take down a Nagato? Or would two Essexes just on their own, would their air groups be able to take out a Yamato, regardless of the other escort situations? Damage, sure. I mean, Victorious and Ark Royal damaged Bismarck, but destroy? I can see them going maybe not. At which point they might write off the sort of effects of some of US carrier power just simply as a fact of, well, the US has so much carrier air power. If you put the equivalent tonnage of battleships up against Yamato, you would have sunk it as well. So, yeah, I think overall they would definitely have started to rebalance toward carriers, if for no other reason than any potential adversary is going to be doing the same, and they would definitely see that they have a role in hurting the enemy. But I think they'd probably end up at kind of maybe a halfway point between the pre-war view of carriers and the post-war, as informed by historic World War II view of carriers. As for could they try to remain the world's most powerful navy post-war if they'd remained completely out of the conflict? Maybe. I mean, you'd have on the one hand the fact that they haven't fought a war, so Britain hasn't had to endure the expense of fighting a war, therefore technically has more money to pour into its navy. On the other hand, the only other remaining really powerful navy would be the US, and they've poured unsustainably high levels of resources into building up their wartime navy, but they now have their wartime navy, which is going to be absolutely massive. And I think at that point it's as much up to the US as it is to the UK, because the UK would, in principle, be able to sustain a larger navy per economic unit, whether you want to measure that GDP per capita, PPP, or whatever, simply because they won't have the massive war debts that the US might have built up. But simultaneously, the US probably will have a fleet of approximately the same size, maybe slightly larger, depending on what you're looking at. But the British at that point probably have more battleships, but definitely have more battleships. The Americans will have more carriers, etc., etc. And then it's kind of down to, well, how much of a fleet does the US want to retain relative to its economy and relative to its strategic interests? When you look at what the US drew its fleet down to historically after World War II, at least until the Korean War kicked in, that would leave the Royal Navy pretty much unchallenged as the world's most powerful navy if they'd followed their Counter Plan Z plan. But equally, if the US decided it wanted to stay playing at the top level, it could just not decommission quite as many ships, at which point there's not a tremendous amount the Royal Navy could do about that. Obviously without going to war with the US, which they're not going to want to do, because building the Counter Plan Z force, it basically absorbs pretty much all of the money that would otherwise historically have gone into building up the RAF and the army and sustaining the war front. So it's still going to be very expensive for the British. Obviously, without the war expenses, they can afford it. But they're effectively putting most of their eggs in the Royal Navy basket with a, therefore, smaller and less capable Royal Air Force and British Army. Jeffrey Conley asks, excluding all the supernatural stuff on the subject of USS Cyclops, what do you believe happened to her in the Bermuda Triangle? Do you believe she sank in a storm or was possibly captured by Germans? And what was the first documented ship to have been lost in the Bermuda Triangle? For the latter part, what was the first documented ship lost in the Bermuda Triangle? I have no idea. Largely because it depends on how you define the Bermuda Triangle. Do you count the first ship lost after people started calling it the Bermuda Triangle? Do you count the first ship that was lost that caused people to call it the Bermuda Triangle? Or do you count the first documented ship to be lost in the area that would subsequently become known as the Bermuda Triangle, which would be quite some time later? Because, I mean, ships have been disappearing in that area for hundreds of years, just because, well, it's not a particularly pleasant area when the storms are up, and there were ships passing to and from pretty much a few decades after Columbus all the way to the present day. So the first ship documented to be lost in that area is probably going to be some 1600s era sailing vessel of some description, maybe even 1500s. Now, as far as what happened to Cyclops, way back in one of the earliest dry docks, I did actually cover this. The most convincing theory that I've seen comes from examining the hulls of some of her sister ships, and the short version, as I explained in an earlier dry dock in a bit more detail, is that obviously she's carrying coal, but coal can be quite acidic. Especially some of the types of coal that Cyclops and her sisters moved around, as other metals, resources, raw materials that the ships also occasionally carried. So, given that that particular phenomenon was not that well understood at the time, my strongest inkling in these cases is that she ended up carrying some fairly acidic cargoes during her life, mostly coal, and that probably ate away at both the hull itself and also the hull frames, etc., in a way that they wouldn't have noticed, because most of the time the evidence would be covered over by the cargo she was carrying, and no one particularly checked out those areas that much. At which point, with a relatively fatally weakened hull, all it would have taken would have been to encounter some particularly heavy seas, perhaps strike some floating debris, or have her cargo shift, or some combination of those, at which point she would have basically snapped in half and sunk almost instantly. So that's probably the likely fate of poor old Cyclops. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, Jellicoe advocated against armouring Dreadnought's main battery against 12-inch shell fire, predicated upon his belief that even if the armour kept the shell from penetrating the turret, the jarring effect arising from the impact of a 12-inch shell would undoubtedly, at least temporarily, knock the turret out of action. If you look at the armour on the turrets of most Japanese heavy cruisers and some of the latter British super dreadnoughts, it's clear that some agree with Jellicoe. Whereas if you look at the turret face of Iowa or American cruisers, it's clear that some others did not agree with him. Who got it right? I don't think there's any one specifically right answer in most cases, except to say that the Japanese probably got it wrong. The Japanese heavy cruiser turrets, World War II, 1-inch armour, that's generally a bad idea. That's kind of destroyers can take out your turrets. Opposite number cruisers definitely can take out your turrets. About the only thing you're going to probably have going for you is that battleship shell will probably go straight through your turret and out the other side, albeit almost certainly much to the discomfort of anyone who's in there at the time. But then when you look at, as you say, on some British super dreadnoughts, Queen Elizabeths, Nelsons, and then obviously onto the fast battleships with the King George V, their turret faces are not as thick as something like the Iowa, South Dakota, or Colorado. But in either navy's case, the turrets were relatively heavily armoured, at least to the same degree as the maximum thickness of belt armour on the battleship in question, and somewhat greater in one or two cases for the British, and considerably greater for the Americans. So the balance of factors you have to take into account is, one, how likely do you think you are to be hit in the turret? Because actually, in terms of the overall profile of the ship, a turret is actually a fairly small percentage of the total surface area that might be hit by an incoming shell, albeit, obviously, it's a very important part of that surface. Then you've also got to take into account sort of what effects are you expecting to the shell to have, and at what kind of ranges. So if you've got, say, 13, 14-inch armour and your turret face is 13, 14, 15 inches thick, which is roughly speaking British practice, i.e. approximately main belt thickness, or maybe an inch or two more, well, presumably you have faith in your main belt armour to be able to resist incoming shells at given ranges. Therefore, you would, in theory, also have faith in your turrets to be able to resist incoming shells at those kinds of ranges, albeit, yes, there may well be problems with spalling, there may be problems with jamming, and to be honest, adding extra thickness of armour to a turret isn't going to negate those issues. The sheer amount of kinetic energy involved, if your turret is going to end up jammed, knocked off its rollers, a fragment stuck on the roller path, part of the barbette armor pushed up so that it's locked into the turret face or whatever. That's going to happen whether you've got 10, 12, 14 or 20 inches of turret armor. There'll be a marginal effect of the additional mass providing the turret with a little bit more resistance to the incoming kinetic energy, but not that much. What it largely comes down to is at what ranges are your turrets going to be immune to incoming fire, in the same way that your belt armor is. So if you've got, say, 13-inch belt and a 13-inch turret, then obviously shell penetration against that turret is going to be approximately equal to your belt armor. Whereas if you've got much thicker turret faces, like say on the Colorado of class, then as the range closes down, you are going to end up in a circumstance where, yes, your main belt may very well be penetrated, but the angle of the shells coming in at that point, because you're much closer, is going to be quite shallow. So the chances of doing catastrophic damage to something deep down in the citadel are somewhat reduced. But equally, now you're a lot closer, picking off things like turrets may well be a thing, and obviously your guns are still in action if you've got to that kind of range, at which point having holes poked in your side becomes slightly less of a concern than it does at medium to long ranges, but keeping your guns in action becomes a considerably greater concern because it's now a knife fight, at which point having considerable thickness of turret face armor does make a certain degree of sense. Obviously, you are trading off that weight of armor for weight of armor or machinery or more guns or whatever that you could put in other places, but it does make a certain amount of sense to consider. And obviously at longer ranges, if you do have, let's say, 18 inches of turret armor on the face, then you're much less likely to have spalling issues and so forth than you are if you have 13 inches of armor and you're hit in a range where maybe the armor resists the incoming shell, but only just, in the case of the 13-inch armor. Now, obviously, there were occasions where turrets were hit, and there were occasions where turrets were hit at fairly close range, or the rather spectacular demolition of Bruno turret on Bismarck, for example, being a very clear example. But as I've hopefully tried to explain there, it comes down to a balance of factors. What do you think probabilities of hits are? What kind of engagement are you thinking about fighting? How likely do you think that certain scenarios are going to come about, and therefore are you going to hedge your bets by putting pressure ship displacement into your turret armor as opposed to other areas that you feel might benefit in terms of giving you an advantage in combat? So an absolute clear cut, who got it right? I'm not sure. A direct answer can be given. However, I will say that, if I was a gunner in a battleship turret, I would much prefer the American approach of putting as much heavy steel between me and the enemy as was humanly possible. That would certainly help boost my morale. Maximilian Hubert asks, in 1895, the Spanish protected cruiser Reina Regente was lost with all hands during a storm. Were early cruisers like this specifically vulnerable to bad weather? And were there any similar disasters of that scale, i.e. 400 or more dead, involving warships of this era? The early cruisers weren't specifically vulnerable to bad weather. They did have a few weaknesses to it, but they weren't massively awful. One of the weaknesses was, as you can probably tell from this, they still had fairly substantial masts and yards. A lot of the early cruisers did have auxiliary sail, which of course A is a weight up top, so it affects stability, and B, it's a drag, quite a particular drag in high winds, which can help try and overturn the vessel, which if the vessel has a more modern hull form that's designed more for steaming than sail, as opposed to the rather pronounced tumble home that most sailing vessels of the period had, that could cause some issues, but that wasn't unique to cruisers of the time. There were a lot of vessels that had that similar kind of configuration, and to be honest, it wasn't that great a weakness unless you're in a properly bad storm, at which point you'd be in trouble for all sorts of reasons. The other thing was they just weren't that substantial a ship. A lot of early cruisers, they were in the kind of 2 to 5, 6,000 ton range. There's Reina Regente herself was just over 4,000. So when you say cruiser, you're not talking about like the 10,000 tonner cruisers that we think of in World War II. These are actually, relatively speaking, small vessels. So a small vessel with potentially a few stability issues in really bad weather, if it then gets caught in supremely bad weather, is going to be in a lot of trouble. But that's kind of the case of any ship of about that size or less caught in really bad weather at that time period. And there aren't that many other ships of that kind, or warships generally, where you have that kind of disaster where a lot of people died. There's a few. HMS Serpent, for instance, is one of them. It's a torpedo cruiser that goes aground in a storm. So he's always potentially slightly luckier than Reina Regente, and at least there were some survivors. Not that many, though. But most of the disasters involving warships of the period usually involve them exploding, or catching fire, or being rammed by other ships. There weren't that many warships that just disappeared off the face of the planet without a trace due to storms and bad weather. Although, worryingly enough, a number of British training ships, or sloop corvette-sized sailing vessels, did have this kind of thing happen to them during the latter part of the 19th century. But usually warships don't vanish in storms. So you can still, fortunately, count the number of disasters of that nature for that period involving bad weather on one hand. Eric Van Dooting asks, can you discuss the pros and cons of a double hull versus purpose-designed torpedo protection systems of World War II era capital ships? My question is inspired by the wartime experience of the Japanese carriers Junyo and Hio, which managed to survive being torpedoed on multiple occasions despite being conversions from luxury passenger liners. So a double hull system is where, well, as it sounds, you basically have two hulls. You have the outer hull, which is watertight, you then have a gap, and then you have an inner hull, which is also watertight. And it's designed, obviously, to help prevent flooding. You can also have double bottoms, which is basically the same thing, except that the doubling of the hull doesn't extend all the way up the side of the ship. And you can have even triple bottomed, or I don't think anyone's done a triple hull ship. Could be wrong on that one, but you definitely have triple bottom ships sometimes. Now, the purpose-designed torpedo defence systems of World War II era capital ships are a somewhat separate thing entirely, in that they're much, much deeper and usually involve far more layers. So rather than simply being one hull inside another, you have liquid layers, you have void layers, and I say the depth goes quite a significant way into the ship. However, the system doesn't extend over the entire ship, which a double hull system usually does, and in addition to that, obviously, it doesn't extend, the torpedo defense system doesn't extend usually under the ship, which a double hull will. So it's better defense, but more concentrated. There are areas that it won't necessarily cover. However, a lot of warships, and especially battleships and carriers, would be built either double or triple bottomed, or in some cases double hulled anyway, in addition to the torpedo defense system, because it's not just torpedoes that are potential threat. You've got mines and such, so for which double bottoms are quite useful. In terms of Junyo and Hio, in large part, I wouldn't necessarily put their survival down against multiple torpedo wings to particularly the fact they have double hulls. It's more due to that infinitely complex thing of where exactly are you hit. Because you can be hit by a torpedo in lots of different places, and as long as you're a relatively substantial ship, which they were, if it doesn't hit somewhere completely vital or somewhere where there's a design flaw, like when Ark Royal was sunk, you actually usually, in terms of a World War II era capital ship, whether carrier or battleship, can walk off a torpedo hit or two. And if you're really lucky, maybe even two or three if they hit non-vital areas and don't immediately start fires or massive flooding. It's generally either when the ship is hit in a particularly vulnerable spot, as I say with Ark Royal or Prince of Wales, or almost Vittorio Veneto, that you start to have problems, or Wasp for that matter, or when you get hit by lots and lots and lots of torpedoes and or other things on top of that. So Yorktown and Hornet, for example, hit by multiple torpedoes and bombs. Yamato and Musashi obviously hit by an awful lot of torpedoes and bombs. Bismarck hit by a few torpedoes and then finished off with gunfire, and so on and so forth. Occasionally, you will get ships that are just hit and sunk entirely by spreads of torpedoes. Eagle, Royal Oak, West Virginia, Barham, Oklahoma, etc. But what you'll tend to find with most of those is that they're either hit simultaneously by multiple torpedoes in the same place, which blasts a much bigger hole, obviously, because some of those hits are exploiting damage caused by others, or they're hit sequentially by multiple torpedoes, which just wipes out whole sections of a ship's side. For example, if you see the Pearl Harbor video when they salvage USS West Virginia, one of the major problems they have is effectively her hull doesn't exist for a good section of her port side when they're trying to raise her, which makes things a lot more complicated than it is for, say, Nevada, where there's a distinct hole or holes that you can patch. So, yeah, when it comes to that kind of thing, you do have to look into a little bit more detail of the circumstances. But generally speaking, a good warship would be designed with both double hull and torpedo protection systems. Obviously, double hull where appropriate. Armour doesn't really like that kind of arrangement. But if you had to go with one or the other to protect you against torpedoes, I'd generally go with a dedicated torpedo protection system, simply because a double hull will make you slightly more resistant all over, whereas purpose-designed torpedo protection should, at least in theory, render you protected over your vitals. So I guess the difference would be kind of, if you want to put it into more pedestrian modern terms, do you wear clothing that's made entirely from several layers of Kevlar, which will render you maybe shrapnel-proof and possibly slash-proof, or do you wear like a level 3 bulletproof vest that covers your torso and abdomen? You know, which one's going to make you feel safer when the bullets start flying? Zeroth asks, could you summarise the ship design trends or quirks of each of the major-intermediate naval powers in World War II, noting interesting exceptions where appropriate? I'm interested in the general view of each navy's design philosophies, their pros and cons, and how it may or may not have changed over time. Okay, that would probably compose quite a long video, but I will try and go through at least the larger navies, for World War II at least. So the US Navy, in terms of its, well, actually most of its ships, primarily was looking at firepower, then protection, then speed. The Japanese were looking at firepower followed by speed, followed by protection, with the Yamato being kind of the exception to the rule. The British, in a bit of a turnabout from World War I, were actually looking primarily at protection, then firepower, and then speed. The Germans, I'm not entirely sure what the Germans were looking at. They certainly weren't looking at hull integrity. But overall, I would say the Germans were prioritizing, by World War II, they were probably prioritizing protection, then speed, then firepower, which seems odd considering some of their guns, like the Bismarck's 15-inch, were fairly powerful. But they did at least try to go for a decent amount of protection. But then the thing is, when you get to destroyers, they were definitely going for firepower above everything else. So yeah, the Germans are just a bit of a mess, especially considering the inefficiencies of some of their designs. The Italians, and to a certain degree the French, were kind of speed. speed, firepower, then protection, I think, in that order. Although that's not to say that they didn't do too badly in those regards. I mean, the Richelieu and Littorius had some pretty decent protection. Algerie, of course, very well protected. Zara's pretty darn well protected, as long as you're not fighting battleships. But they were looking more at the firepower and speed elements of things above others. Design trends... Generally, obviously, the Japanese have their pagoda mast going, the British have the Queen Anne's Mansion style going, and that kind of scales when you look at late 1930s and World War II British wartime production, whilst the cruisers and the destroyers don't quite have the same level of bridge structure that the battleships do, you still can see the kind of block tower design philosophy going all the way through. The Americans have a kind of semi-pyramidal thought process going on, and slightly more open, more not esoteric, what's the word, slightly more haphazard bridge design style going on for their destroyers and cruisers. That's not to say it's poorly laid out, it's just there's a lot of different angles going on as opposed to the slightly simpler British layout. And the Japanese are obviously going pagoda, pagoda, pagoda in pretty much everything they can. Although they are also transitioning more towards a US-style semi-pyramidal structure when you get to the Yamato, Haruna, and some of their later cruisers. And then you get things like Atago, which is kind of this weird hybrid between American-style pyramid and British-style tower with a distinctly Japanese semi-pagoda style flavour to it. So... yeah, there's that, I guess. The Italians are going for the multiple wedding cake collection for most of their superstructures, except for the very last ones, which again are going more sort of block tower-like. Obviously, the Japanese are quite torpedo heavy. The Americans are actually quite torpedo light, with the exception of the destroyers. The British are kind of torpedoes on everything, but not to any great excess. The Germans are just all sorts of weird and wonderful weapons stuck everywhere. The British, to be fair, aren't too far off with the unrotated projectile launchers, but at least they have a more coherent idea of what they're doing with their secondary batteries. So yeah, that's kind of a brief summary of the design trends and quirks across the board. Over the course of World War II, it's not really possible to say that there's a significant change over time, other than everyone trying to desperately fit as much anti-aircraft firepower as possible to various ships. If you want to see significant changes over time, you really have to look at kind of maybe from 1900, because if you go over to the 1900s, 1910s, the British emphasis, certainly for their capital ships, is very definitely firepower above all, armor and speed kind of fighting it out in the bottom, whereas the Americans going for protection above all, then firepower and speed very definitely taking third place, whereas a lot of that has flipped around to a certain degree by the Second World War. Dave Peachy asks, in the Dry Dock 135 live segment, you gave a brief response to the question of why large ships have 2 anchors on the starboard side versus 1 on the port side. You indicated the full answer to this has a complicated and lengthy history. Could you therefore please expand on your initial answer? So, well, there you go. And the question, why are there 2 anchors on the side of this battleship, on the starboard side, when there's only going to be 1 on the other? Well, for this, you have to go way back. To be honest, the issues still apply in World War I and to a certain extent World War II, but you have to go way back to sort of the medieval period and just after to start to understand fully. One, you can lose anchors pretty easily, so it's always useful to carry a spare. Now, where do you carry that spare? Well, which side are you most likely to use your anchor on? Because the more you use an anchor, the more likely, obviously, it is statistically that you will lose it. Well, there's a reason that the left-hand side of a ship is port and the right-hand is starboard. Port, obviously, being the side that most ships would dock in port, also previously called larboard, and starboard or steerboard is where very, very originally steering oars would be positioned, which would be one of the reasons why you didn't dock starboard side, because you'd end up potentially damaging your steering oar. And therefore, if you were going to need to drop anchor, either because maybe you were docked up next to something that wasn't particularly sheltered, or if you were docking up or anchoring in a harbour rather than right up next to a quay or pier, you would try and have your port side facing land, because that's the easiest way to load and unload your cargo safely. Which means your starboard side is facing outwards, which is facing the weather, which, especially in the sailing era, would be a cause for driving your ship onto the rocks. So you're going to end up using your starboard anchor, or anchors if you've got stern anchor as well, a lot more often than you are your port side anchor. Later on, by the time you get to the age of steam and steel, you can kind of alternate using one or the other. It doesn't make too many odds, but by this point the tradition has kind of set in. So back in the day, when you're mostly using your starboard anchor, then it makes sense to keep your spare on the starboard side as well, because if you're going to lose your anchor, 99% of the time it's going to be your starboard one. So you keep your spare there. You don't keep too many spares, because A, anchors are expensive, and B, you don't lose them that often. But also from warship terms, if you have, say, a fire ship attack, then if you are normally anchored in, you're probably using your starboard anchor, then that means you can cut it away or cut it loose or whatever you need to do to get your ship underway, and you still have a starboard anchor to anchor later on. If, of course, you don't have that kind of spare anchor, or you have all your anchors out and you cut them all away, well, then you're in trouble. I'll just ask the Spanish Armada. But hopefully it won't come to that in most cases. The other thing is, of course, that, again, because you're most likely going to be anchoring with your starboard side facing outwards and vulnerable to the weather, in the event that the weather really blows up and you don't have the opportunity to escape out into more open water, you are probably going to need more than one anchor. And if your ship is being dragged towards land and your starboard side is facing out, well, the port side anchor is probably not going to do you all that much good. So you would want to be able to drop, say, another starboard anchor. So you've got two, and then if you have a stern anchor, possibly three anchors holding you in place as opposed to just the one. And then by the time you get to, let's say, the age of steam and steel, well, you have this tradition of, well, you're going to need a spare anchor because you can still lose anchors. And everyone's kind of looking at, well, you know, the starboard side is where we store the spare anchor, so I guess we're going to do that. And thus you get what you get. Obviously, as time goes on, and the need to have a full set of spare anchor and chain becomes somewhat reduced, then you end up seeing ships with just one anchor, port and starboard, which some later World War II ships have. But that is much more of a modern innovation, and, well, let's just say there's been more than one ship who's had cause to regret not having a spare anchor mounted to the starboard when they've let the chain out and watched it go rattling away merrily off into the depths when they've misjudged how deep the anchor spot is. The almighty Hypnotoad from Newfoundland asks, how important was Sir Charles Swift Lillicrap to the Royal Navy during the interwar period, and how feasible were his 20,000-ton battlecruiser designs of the early 1930s? So, for those of you unaware, he was a naval architect. He spent pretty much the first half of the 20th century in the Royal Navy, starting out his career in 1902. He was an assistant constructor by 1910, then an acting constructor, which is a promotion in 1912, and then a constructor in 1922, which is where he would stay for much of the interwar period, then becoming an acting assistant director of naval construction in the late 1930s, then assistant director of naval construction by the end of the 1930s, deputy director by 1941, and then director of naval construction, i.e. the top dog, in 1944, and then he retired in 1951. So pretty important. He mostly, in the interwar period, worked on cruiser designs. But in the critical decade of the 1930s, he had his hand in a lot of other ship designs as well, particularly subs, but he also worked on battleships and destroyers and so on and so forth. So he was a very important figure. Obviously, he wasn't the director of naval construction for the interwar period, but an awful lot of ships, especially the town class, the Leanders, the Arethusas, and to a certain extent the Counties, all bear the hallmarks of his design work, which, you know, given how they turned out, was probably not a bad thing. So yeah, pretty important. Came up with a number of pretty solid designs. Came up with a few interesting design innovations as well that helped keep displacement down. As far as the 20,000-ton battlecruisers of the early 1930s, so these were out of 12-inch designs, both for the most part, that were prepared as part of a overall effort to try and drive the displacement of battleships in the 1930s naval treaties right down, plus also to a certain extent seen as something of a response to the Dunkirks once they started construction. They were feasible enough. They were only ever really design sketches designed to prove a concept and prove a point. And in and of themselves, yes, they would have worked. There's nothing wrong with them. But obviously they would have faced the problem of being 20,000-ton 12-inch ships in a world where considerably larger, considerably more heavily armed ships still existed, even if they were somewhat older. So I guess the answer would be, in terms of as a naval architectural design, yes, they're perfectly fine, they're perfectly solid. In terms of would I want them to see them built instead of, say, the King George V in the early 1930s? Absolutely not. Chris Bruce asks, how effective were fireships at breaking up fleets in the sailing era, and were they worth the loss of ships that came with using them? They were pretty effective, although to a certain degree they were terror weapons. And like with most terror weapons, they were most effective when they were used unexpectedly or early on in their overall use. So in kind of the 15th, 16th, 15th, 16th, maybe early 17th centuries, they were very effective. Even if they didn't actually set fire to anything, just the threat of these burning ships, often called hell ships, coming down on top of people was enough to make entire fleets break and scatter. Again, Spanish Armada comes to mind as a fairly obvious example of that. However, as people got more and more used to them, they became less and less effective because people's first instinct was, well, still to worry quite considerably, but not the extreme panic that would come about with some of the earlier uses of fireships. And of course, people started to develop techniques to deal with them, whether that came to grappling and towing them, poking them, or just getting out of the way. Because obviously once they're well on fire, there's nobody aboard, so they're not really able to respond to things that you might do, as long as they don't set you on fire whilst you're trying to do them. And also, weirdly enough, as time went on and people saw their early effectiveness, you started to get purpose-designed fireships. A lot of the earlier fireships were basically a case of, okay, where's the most clapped out and rotting ships in the fleet that we can most afford to lose? Right, stack them full of burnables, and they are now the fireships. Whereas later on, a lot of fireships, as I say, were purpose-designed, purpose-built. You're down to things like having gun ports which opened downwards rather than pulled upwards, so that when the ropes burned through, the gun ports would open and the guns would obviously then at some point, with all the heat, set themselves off and fire. They had purpose-designed escape hatches. They had hulls built to maximise ventilation, to maximise the draft, to allow them to catch fire the best, and so on and so forth. But the more and more people started actually investing money in, if you like, properly designed, properly built fireships, the less and less they actually wanted to expend them, because they'd put all this money into them, as opposed to kind of, that thing was probably going to sink next year anyway. So you had some fireships that actually sailed around perfectly well armed and actually either saw out their entire lifespan or several decades worth of service at the very least, without actually ever being expended in the way that they were supposed to be, because no one wanted to go through the time and expense and value of losing them, which was a bit odd. But as you can see here in the Anglo-Dutch Wars, they were quite often used in fleet battles as well, especially when you had a few big key targets. The Dutch were particularly enamoured of them. Here you can see they actually succeeded. And they were quite disruptive, because in order to, most of the time, to be fair, they failed, Sovereign of the Seas remaining unburnt, obviously. But it still caused a lot of issues, because it would mean that the big ship that was usually bearing down and intent on doing some kind of major damage to the enemy would have to veer off, make course corrections, summon help to get the thing away from it, etc. And it could severely mess up an enemy's plan, which of course meant that you had the advantage and you could enact some kind of plan, even if that plan was get away from the big monster ship before it comes back and kills us all. So whether it was worth the loss of the ships that came with them, with using a fire ship, basically depended on how successful you could be. The use of the fire ships with the Armada, definitely worth it. The use of this ship here to burn the Royal, I think it's the Royal James, possibly the Royal Charles. I'm 99% sure it's the Royal James. That was obviously definitely worth it. But in other battles, where you commit 8, 10, 12 fire ships and nothing much happens other than everyone watches them go past with mild interest, those ones probably not worth as quite as much. Without the actual suicide element, I suspect it's very similar to, the Japanese using kamikazes. Some days you knock out a couple of fleet carriers and you think this was worth the expenditure. Other days you just end up with a lot of interesting small burning piles of wreckage in the ocean, and it doesn't really seem like it was worth it at all. Corvus asks, you and others have mentioned that besides speed, one of the chief advantages that turbines had over reciprocating engines was the latter could not be pressed hard for long periods of time. So what was the top speed achieved by a reciprocating battleship or battle cruiser, and how long could she be reasonably expected to sustain it? Same with cruisers or destroyers. So the fastest you're going to see from a VTE-powered battleship is probably just a fraction over 21 knots, and that's almost certainly going to be either Texas or New York, probably Texas, because Oklahoma was the only vertical triple expansion battleship built after, and she was that fraction slower than the two New York class. In terms of cruisers, or battle cruisers, Blucher is probably where it's going to be. Blucher managed to top out at just over 25 knots, on trials at least. And in terms of destroyers, the Truxtun class destroyers, which are the picture here, and a few of the German destroyers managed to hit 30 knots, or just a fraction over, using vertical triple expansion engines. So you could get up to a fairly considerable speed, at least with smaller craft, but you were hitting the limits. And you can see that when, you look at, armoured cruisers almost entirely used vertical triple expansion engines, but when you look at the battle cruisers, they switch over to turbines and suddenly speed jumps. Battleships, speed also jumps as well as being able to be sustained, and destroyers' speed also jumps for roughly the same displacement of machinery. So, you can achieve a certain amount of reasonable top speed with VTEs, but in terms of sustaining that speed, for the most part, it depends on the size of the engine and the size of the ship as well, but usually most of the sources I've seen will cite something along the lines of approximately 4 hours. You'll get absolute best performance out of a VTE, and then over the next 8 to 12 hours, performance will begin to slip slightly. So you'll start to feel more and more vibration, you'll start to have more and more engine issues, and until the arrival of forced lubrication, which was later brought in with New York, Texas, and Oklahoma, after they were constructed, you're not going to last out a day running a VTE at max speed, whereas with a turbine you can basically run a turbine at max speed until you run out of fuel, which on a battleship will be just about a week or so, give or take a few hours. Now, when it comes to things like destroyers, because their machinery has to be built somewhat light, the destroyers won't be able to sustain that quite as long. And it also depends on the power plant, but you see by the end of Jutland, when full speed operations have only been going on for a few hours, granted a good chunk of it is because the boilers are clogged with ashes and clinker from low quality coal, but quite a number of the faster German ships, both cruisers and destroyers, are having to slow down, and in part that's because their vertical triple expansion engines need something of a break. Again, whereas turbine powered ships can keep going. Plus, of course, there's the issue of even if you're only into hour 2 of the chase, your fire control systems and other fine instrumentation on vertical triple expansion ships are going to be subject to vibrations which are going to throw them off, which a turbine ship is not as vulnerable to. Stephen Ruzika asks, was there ever an actual HMS Interceptor? Sadly not. The Royal Navy has used many ship names, but Interceptor does not appear to have been one of them. In terms of were there very fast brigs that were used for hunting down pirates, yes, there were quite a lot of them, but unfortunately none of them were named Interceptor. So you could say the Pirates of the Caribbean ship is inspired by a number of real-life ships, but it doesn't carry the name of any of those, as opposed to the other Royal Navy ship in the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, HMS Dauntless, which does share a name with a number of active service Royal Navy ships through the years. BFW asks, was there ever a time or place where building a second-class battleship and fighting with it would have been a good choice, given our capacity for hindsight, and did the idea of second-class battleships extend to the post-Dreadnought era with any worth? I think it depends on who you are. In the Age of Sail, it made perfect sense, but second rate. They weren't particularly popular because they couldn't quite tough it out with the first rates, but they were almost as expensive, but they weren't as handy as the third rates, but they still had their definite place in the battle line. Quite a number of them showed up to Trafalgar, for instance. But when you're talking about the ironclad and then pre-Dreadnought era, for large navies, the argument was made that a small second-class battleship wouldn't cost as much as a first-class battleship, and you could then send it off to be a flagship on a foreign station, where otherwise you'd have to send an expensive first-class battleship, and then it would still be strong enough to take on any enemies it's likely to come across, armoured cruisers and that kind of thing. Which kind of falls down when you could make that same argument about just slightly older capital ships that were first-class battleships originally, and you can just repurpose. And also, you've got to take into account that by doing so, by building a specifically slightly weaker battleship and sending it out, even if it is cheaper, it means you can't bring it back to face other enemies in the full battle line, because it'll be, well, it is weaker, so it will probably lose. I mean, you could do it, it's just you'll probably end up with a lot of dead people and not much gain. And also, it means that if your opponent wants that particular area, they can just send out a first-class battleship, and now you are at a disadvantage, rather than at best stalemating. So it makes an attractive proposition to large navies really only on paper in terms of money. So it appeals more to the treasury than to actual officers. I say much rather just use an older battleship that's not a bit past its prime if you absolutely have to. But I think there probably is a role for the second-class battleship for small navies. In as much as, in a certain way, you could argue that in the post-Dreadnought era, coastal defence ships, at least the better ones like the Sverige, kind of take up this second-class battleship role. So if you're a small nation and you're in an arms race or competition with another small nation, and neither of you can really afford to buy or run a full-size battleship, but, both sides have some cruisers, both sides maybe have an armoured cruiser or two, and you want a little bit of a leg up, then a second-class battleship might just be the thing that you're looking for. And that's because it will be more powerful than an armoured cruiser, because that's what they're designed to be, but it's not going to cost you as much as a first-class battleship, which you can't afford, but therefore it gives you a leg up over everything else that your opponent has. And it looks neat as well. So as long as you're not planning to get involved in a fight with a major navy who might show up off your coast with several first-class battleships, it's pretty much the pinnacle of what you can get, and at a relatively speaking affordable price. So in that sense, that kind of investment does make sense. And you just hope, of course, that your opponent doesn't see the same thing and go and order one for themselves, because then you're back where you started. Colin Williams asks, navalised P-38, would they be able to take off from a war-era carrier? And if so, would their performance offset the space they take up versus single-engined aircraft? Well, they've got a broadly similar maximum takeoff weight to an Avenger, and they have a better power-to-weight ratio than an Avenger. albeit that they have a smaller wing area, so the wing loading is probably not quite as good. But overall, yeah, you could probably get a P-38 to take off from a carrier. I mean, if you can get a P-25 to take off from a carrier, you can sure as anything get a P-38 off of one. Coming back would be a bit interesting. The P-38 does have a somewhat high landing speed, but then again, I'm also a devotee of a navalised Westland Whirlwind, so I can't exactly criticise it for that. And, whilst things like the Hellcat, Dauntless and Avenger did have significantly lower landing speeds, it's not like both the Fleet Air Arm and the US Navy weren't using aircraft with similar or higher landing speeds towards the end of the war, so it is entirely possible to do. As far as would their performance offset the space they take up versus single-engine planes, for the US Navy, it's probably not a bargain worth doing, to be perfectly honest. The layout of the P-38 means that it is going to take up an awful lot of space, even if you re-engineer the wing in such a way that you can fold them immediately outboard of the two booms. The fact that it is a twin boom fighter means it has this fairly large kind of rectangular space, that footprint that it's going to take up, as opposed to pretty much any other twin engine aircraft people contemplated operating off carriers, which at a pinch you can at least turn them alternately, so one then the other one then the other one the other, in order to stack them in a bit. And whilst the P-38 has relatively respectable performance, and certainly it did a fairly good job in the Pacific, as the P-38 showed when it showed up in Europe and in some areas of the Pacific, it's a good twin-engine fighter, but it's not quite at the level where it can easily go toe-to-toe with single-engine high-performance aircraft in the same way that other single-engine high-performance aircraft can. Now, if it was a navalised P-38, say, taking the place of a Sea Hurricane or a Sea Fulmar, then yeah, the performance boost might well be worth it. But for a P-38, you're looking at replacing a Hellcat, and I think a Hellcat not only has an absolute better performance in dogfight and interception roles, but even in the areas that the P-38 would have an advantage, like say range or overall firepower, it's not. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough to kick out the Hellcat, given how many fewer aircraft you'd be able to fit aboard. Maybe there could be some kind of argument for P-38 or near equivalent on something like a Midway, where they have more space than they have anything else really going for them in the early part of sort of the mid to late 1940s. But yeah, you could make one work. I just don't quite think it'd be worth it for the US Navy. Simon Mee asks, in Chapter 7 of Fighting the Great War at Sea, Norman Friedman notes that the new type of British shells were cumulatively fatal to the Bismarck and Scharnhorst rather than instantly disabling. However, in at least the Scharnhorst case, wasn't the hit to its machinery temporarily reducing it to 10 knots pretty critical? I mean, yeah, the hit to Scharnhorst was pretty critical, albeit, Scharnhorst could still move and fight, so it wasn't instantly knocked out. Although, to be fair, I don't really see the point of the comment. I mean, I love Norman Friedman. He writes many good books, but in this particular case, I'm not entirely sure I follow the chain of logic, because pretty much no naval shells were instantly disabling, bar a few very lucky hits. I mean, obviously, the hit that took out Hood was somewhat instantly disabling. The hits that did in Queen Mary and Invincible were also pretty much instantly disabling, but those are not really down to the shells, they're down to where they hit, or more accurately, where they exploded. Broadly speaking, unless it's some kind of absolutely horrific mismatch, no naval shells are instantly disabling, because if you're taking on a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40,000 tons, even the biggest shell you have that maybe is carrying 20, 30 kilos of explosive for armor-piercing shells, it's not going to stop, 35,000 tons of metal. It's just not going to happen. The only way that's going to happen is if you either detonate a magazine, in which case that's more about the magazine than the shells, or I suppose if you somehow rip open a massive chunk of the side and flood the machinery spaces. But even then, any ship with half decent subdivision will still have some power to keep going, and then you keep on, battering away at it until eventually the ship succumbs. I mean, even hits that are eventually fatal and wouldn't need any further hits to kill the ship still take time. I mean, Invincible, when it put those 2 holes into Lutzow's forward torpedo flat, at that point Lutzow was doomed, but you wouldn't call those instantly disabling, considering it took several more hours for Lutzow to realise it was in fact going to the bottom. Kirishima, I mean, even Kirishima, Kirishima versus Washington in the dark is one of the most lopsided capital ship fights of all time. But even Kirishima stayed afloat for several hours afterwards. Yes, it was not in a particularly brilliant shape after Admiral Lee had finished his 7 minutes of hell with it, but it was still mobile. There were still some things that could shoot back. Wasn't instantly disabled. I mean, there's a couple of there's a neat hole in the CXAM radar of USS Washington that kind of proves that point, although exactly which ship it came from is unknown. But there were a lot of shells flying past Washington in any case. So yeah, exactly how you quantify instantly disabling, as I say, it's very difficult to actually stop a ship dead in its tracks with any reasonable amount of gun-launched projectiles. I mean, you might as well, to be honest, argue that British shells in fact were instantly disabling, given that Rodney's couple of 16-inch hits early in the fight pretty much doomed Bismarck. Bismarck was not able to meaningfully reply after Rodney had devastated its fire control and command systems. It was kind of a bit of a march of the inevitable at that point. But again, that's about what the shell hit, not the particular kind of shell. A 16-inch 50 gun firing a Mark 8 shell, a 15-inch 42 firing a Cardinal shell, King George V's 14-inch guns, like anybody's shell that hit where Rodney's shell did would have pretty much crippled Bismarck's ability to fight back. So yeah, I think I'd leave it at that. But I'll have to reread that chapter again at some point. But I'm not entirely sure that the idea that this kind of shell, it was cumulatively fatal rather than instantly disabling, holds a tremendous amount of water outside of lucky hits. Goose Riesbros asks, I don't know if this still falls under the time period you cover, but I'd like to know if it was ever considered to modernise battleships post-World War II so they could fire missiles from their main guns like you see in some tanks. Not that I'm aware of, bearing in mind that the earliest anti-shipping missiles were absolutely gigantic. So there's absolutely no way you're going to get one of those into even a 16-inch gun. By the time you get missiles where arguably you could sabot them in, like say a Harpoon, you're in the 1970s, which point, the difficulties you'd have to go into to get a pop-up wing version of a Harpoon that could be loaded into a rifled gun and then fired with a somewhat reduced charge to stop it just being smashed into tiny pieces, and then distributing both that and the ability to carry and load them into the battleship's guns, because the Harpoon itself is going to be considerably longer than anything that the shell handling system is designed to use in the first place, as opposed to just welding some box launchers on the back. It's just not worth it. By the time if you wanted to design a specialist battleship gun launched missile, you'd end up with something that's basically so compact and relatively short range, you might as well just fire a shell anyway, especially considering that at the same time they were looking at sabot shells to increase the range of the thing. So yeah, it's basically the range of naval combat mitigates against it. If you're the larger the missiles that can go longer ranges won't fit, and the shorter range missiles well, they'll fit diameter-wise, but length-wise they won't. Unless you want to completely rededicate the turret to firing purely missiles, which means a huge and costly refit that denies you the ability to fire shells, there's no point. And even if you do that, you've just created a slightly slower firing, much heavier way of launching harpoons that, whereas you could just keep the turret and weld a couple of box launchers on instead. Alex S. asks, I'm currently reading Castles of Steel by Robert K. Massey, and at several points he states that, ship for ship, the ships of the Kaiserliche Marine were superior to those of the Royal Navy, and that several senior members of both navies knew or suspected this. What is your take on the supposed superiority of German shipbuilding, and do you think that Royal Navy officers such as Jellicoe, as stated by Massey, actually thought or suspected that the German ships were superior? This is, well, a minefield, if nothing else. There are lots of different statements from lots of different officers of the Royal Navy on German ships throughout the run-up to and during World War I. And it's very easy to take a few select ones and possibly even selectively quote from select ones and paint a certain picture. But it's equally possible by either using different quotes from the same officer at a different time, or putting those quotes in context to create an entirely different picture. Now, did Jellicoe and other officers say at times that German ships were superior to their own? Yes. Did Jellicoe also say that they should be careful not to assume that the Royal Navy ships were superior to the Germans, and that they should assume that they are at least equally capable? Also yes. Did Jellicoe also say that he thought that the British ships' fighting qualities were superior and that they would prevail in a fight if it came down to it? Also yes. So you have three mutually contradicting statements there by Jellicoe. Either British ships are superior, or they're about the same, or the German ships are superior. And so, therefore, you have to look at the context of what's being said. Effectively, when you look at all the statements from Jellicoe and the other officers and take them as a whole, what the general theme of the Royal Navy seems to be is that they don't want to engage in the kind of jingoistic, our ships are always superior, therefore we will always win and nothing else matters kind of thinking that some of the British media were putting out at the time, and some of the politicians were also engaging in. So they had a fairly realistic view of, in a war, at least at the very minimum, assume that your enemy is as good as you on a ship for ship, tank for tank, plane for plane, etc. basis. At minimum. Otherwise, that the other path just is the path of hubris and arrogance and lots of dead people. Secondly, they were also relatively convinced, for the most part during the war, that taken as a whole, the British way of fighting and the British ships with their crews would prove superior to the Germans. They knew, for example, that British ships were on average faster. They also, outside of slightly rigged trials, they also knew that their ships had heavier guns. They obviously weren't quite aware of, apart from maybe Jellicoe, of some of the issues with the shells at the time, but they did know they had bigger guns, and in a number of cases more guns. But at the higher levels, the admirals, etc., they were also aware that German ships were very well constructed, very well subdivided, and also had considerable amounts of armour, which in part was why the British managed to have bigger guns and slightly higher speeds, because the Germans had put a lot of their available displacement into significantly greater armour protection. So when you see Royal Navy officers making points about how German ships are superior, when you read into the wider context of what they're saying and the messages they're exchanging, they're usually talking about survivability. And Jellicoe and even Beatty and various other officers do kind of point out that German ships can take a heck of a pounding, and they will take a lot to put down. And they also know that it potentially could take more to put a German ship down, if assuming equal amount of firepower, than it would to put a British ship down. usually at some point someone drops into that conversation with, yes, but we actually have the bigger stick to hit them with, and they have a smaller stick to hit us with, so kind of doesn't it all even out? And then everyone kind of says, yes, kind of, but I still don't want to be hit very much. Thank you very much, which is understandable. So exactly who thinks what kind of depends on when. In the immediate aftermath of Jutland, when everything's been exploding, there's a greater number of Royal Navy officers who are sitting around going, yeah, maybe the Germans are actually superior. Whereas after something like Dogger Bank or Heligoland Bight, there are more Royal Navy officers saying, oh no, well clearly our system is superior, their armour didn't actually help them all that much. And it swings back and forth. So a slightly long, convoluted way of saying, yes, at times Royal Navy officers thought German ships were superior, and yes, more often than that, Royal Navy officers would say that German ships were superior in certain areas, but that isn't the whole story by a fairly wide margin. I mean, for example, whilst the average could be debated, you'll find precious little of anybody in the Royal Navy who thought that anything the Germans had was better than a Queen Elizabeth or a Revenge class. Dave asks, the Italians achieved a remarkable speed increase of 21 knots to 26 to 27 knots by removing the amidships turret from the Cavour and Andrea Doria classes and using that space to improve their power plants. Would the Japanese have benefited from doing likewise with the Fuso and Issei classes? They started off doing 23 knots at 40,000 horsepower. The heavier rebuilt Isseis reached 25 knots with 80,000 horsepower, so I'm curious if they could have attained 28-ish knots with reduced armament weight and more machinery. And after such a rebuild, they still would have been vastly inferior to new fast battleships like the King George V's and North Carolinas, but they could have at least kept up with the Kido Butai. If they'd done full-on Italian-style rebuilds and had stripped out those two central turrets, bearing in mind that the Italian-style rebuilds also involved extending the bow, making the ship have a greater length-to-beam ratio, because obviously that helps with speed as well. Now, if they'd done all of that, yeah, it's possible they could have got them up to, well, at least Doria-Cavour-style speeds. It also depends on what other upgrades they do, because obviously the Dorias and Cavours were heavily refitted. The Fusos and Isseis obviously picked up the pagoda masts, but how much additional weight are they going to be putting in terms of additional armour, additional mast superstructure, other equipment? In theory, I mean, if you're going to be doing that level of refit, then you might as well strip out all the casement-mounted guns and put in dual-purpose batteries as well. So if they've been prepared to absolutely fully commit, then yes, they probably could have gotten the ships up to approaching 28 knots. I don't know if necessarily they would have been able to hit 28 knots. I suppose if you ram enough power into something, you'll get it up to speed whatever. But let's say, for sake of argument, that they probably just about can if they make a few more concessions towards speed rather than exploiting as much as they theoretically could when it comes to increasing the armour and non-main gun armament. At that point, you've effectively got a more heavily armoured version of the Congos pre their own refit, which, I mean, yeah, you're right, it would allow them to operate with the Kido Butai. They'd be faster than the Nagatos, and as long as Kaga is with the Kido Butai, they can keep up with it, which would be quite useful. And as you point out elsewhere, that middle deck space where they aren't putting more funnels would be quite fun for installation of lots and lots and lots of 25mm. In fact, they might put in so much 25mm, they might actually hit something. You never know. Miracles do happen. And I suspect at that point, I mean, the thing is, it's going to require such a huge investment of resources and time, because they're already refitting and modifying the Congos at this point. They're bringing Nagato and Mutsu up to speed a little bit, plus they're obviously building Yamato, Musashi, and eventually Shinano. So quite where they'd find the time and the resources and the dockyard space to do it is another question entirely. But if somehow it happened, it would make the Fusos and the Isseis far, far more useful than they historically were. They might feel I might feel up to even risking them in Guadalcanal. They might, if they don't do that, they're going to be fast enough to play an active role in the conflict, which is better than pretty much what they did for most of the conflict historically. But the one major objection / concern that I can see coming out of it all, especially from the Japanese Navy's perspective, is that you're effectively, by taking out 2 turrets from each ship, every time you do that per class, you're effectively taking away a Congo's worth of firepower. And between all 4 ships, you're taking out an entire equivalent battleship's worth of firepower plus a couple of extra turrets from the Japanese battle line. So if you're taking, at that point, 16 guns off of the Japanese battle line, the admirals who are dedicated to the Kantai-Kessen doctrine may not like that very much. So they may also, and I don't know off the top of my head whether it would be possible or indeed particularly successful, they may want to look at, again, taking some inspiration from the Italians, possibly reboring the 14-inch guns to see if they can get a slightly larger shell down those gun barrels. Because if you're only going to have 8 guns instead of 12, you might be able to assuage the Admiralty by saying, actually, well, look, we're going to put heavier shells, make the guns bigger, therefore the overall loss of firepower isn't quite as bad. But it'd be an interesting one to see happen. Federico Bozzi asks, after reading the article in Warship International, what is your explanation for the lack of accuracy of the Ansaldo Mod 30 381mm-50, aka the Italian 15-inch gun as found on the Littorios? So, the article's definitely worth the read, albeit, I will admit, it's not exactly the easiest one to get hold of, because, well, if you subscribe to Warship International this year, which I highly recommend you do, by the way, it's an excellent, excellent magazine, you'll get copies for this year. Unfortunately, whilst you do also get access to an archive of back issues, the back issues at the moment, I think, only go up to 2018. So 2019 and 2020, and this was in Journal 4, or Quarter 4's Journal for 2020, is therefore in this kind of limbo space where it's not yet been uploaded to the back catalogue, nor can you easily get it via becoming a new member. Although I'm pretty sure if you wrote via email once you've subscribed, I'm pretty sure they'll sort you out with a copy if they possibly can. Anyway, in that article, it's proposed via a lot of fairly complicated physics and maths, although not something that anyone who's completed high school or university level physics qualifications will have too much trouble following, by a chap called Marco Santarini, I believe it is. Unless that's a typo in the article, it's Santarini, not Santorini. It's also edited by Bill Jurens, who you may recall also was kind enough to help me with my how Hood was actually destroyed video. So, it's coming from some pretty good, solid people. And what they propose is that the problem was partly manufacturing quality issues. They acknowledge that near enough certainly is a thing, and that is something that previous Italian sources like Admiral Iachino have pointed out before. But the additional factor that they bring in is spin stabilization. So anyone who knows anything about artillery or firearms will know that in order to ensure accuracy at long range, a gun is rifled, usually, and that rifling, depending on how it works with a bullet, on bullets, it usually bites into the bullet itself. On shells, they have, by World War II, what's called a driving band, which is separate to the shell body itself, which is a bit too hard to be bit into by the rifling on the gun. But the effect is the same. So the shell emerges from the barrel, spinning around its long axis. Now, if that spin is not enough, then the stabilizing effect of the spin doesn't occur, and the projectile will start to tumble, because obviously it's going in initially in a straight line, but as it goes through its ballistic arc, the forces exerted on the shell will be different, because there'll be an alignment issue between the nose of the shell and the path that it's going at any one particular time, which will result in differential atmospheric pressures on it, amongst other things, and the shell will start to go end over end, which incidentally could also account for some of the sightings that were made during, for example, the Battle of Jutland, where if you've seen the Battle of Jutland video, you'll note that one of the sailors who was on a Royal Navy ship at the time saw a German shell coming in and saw it tumbling end over end, sort of going boom, 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 as it spun past them. So that's understabilized, at which point who knows where the shell's going to end up, because, you know, it's having completely different aerodynamic forces exerted on it at every passing moment. You then have the right kind of stabilization, i.e. there's just enough twist in the rifling, and the shell is going at the correct speed as well, because this is the two major parts you've got to have in play. Not only have you got to have enough twists on the rifling, but the shell has to move through those twists at an appropriate speed. Because if it moves too slowly, the spin is going to be too slow. If it moves too quickly, the spin will be too fast, which we'll come to in a minute. But if you've got it pretty much spot on, then the shell will be just stabilized enough to stay on a straight heading. But as the shell goes through its ballistic arc, the shell's nose will stay on that ballistic arc. So it will follow a clear line all the way through its flight path, and that results in a very, very accurate shell, because the aerodynamic forces exerted on the shell are almost the same through the entire course of its flight, as far as its attitude towards its direction of travel are concerned. And in the article they actually put a few charts in to show what effect this has on various types of shell in World War One, and well, actually in World War Two mostly. Some of the guns being used are World War One era guns, but incidentally does actually show one of the reasons why the 15-inch 42 and actually surprisingly the 14-inch gun on the King George V were very accurate, was in part because they had a near perfect spin stabilization going on. There's a lovely great graph there to show where various types of shell accuracy might end up as a result of this and other factors. Now, what they propose, as I say, backed up by lots of maths and physics, is that when it comes to the Italian shells, especially for the 15-inch, but also for the guns that equipped the Dores and the Cavors, both before and after being bored out, is that actually, in part because of their extremely high muzzle velocity, the projectile was actually overly stabilized, i.e. it's spinning so fast that it has a very strong gyroscopic effect, would be the simplest way of explaining it, such that even though the shell itself is physically traveling on an arc, on its ballistic arc, the alignment of the shell basically stays in exactly the alignment that it was fired at. So if you elevate it at, let's say, 20 degrees, that shell is going to go through its entire flight path nose up 20 degrees, and then when it hits the water, it's still going to be nose up 20 degrees. It's going to be coming in not quite sideways, but definitely off kilter. Now, that has a couple of interesting effects. For one, it means that, again, to similar but somewhat lesser degree than a completely unstabilized or understabilized shell, it will have differing aerodynamic forces that aren't anticipated in the fire control calculations, because when it initially starts off its travel, the nose is pointing straight in the direction of travel, therefore the wind is flowing, or the air is flowing past it roughly equally. But by the time it reaches the top of its ballistic arc, it's now in profile more resembles something like a space shuttle coming into land, coming through the atmosphere. So there's an awful lot of air pressure going across one side of the shell and not the other, which, as I say, is not something that was factored into the calculations, which in turn would make it less accurate, because now you fired it on the basis of certain knowledge, but there's new knowledge there that you don't know about, and that's going to affect where the shells are going to land. And thus you get this very widespread, because now you've got very unpredictable forces going on, which could cause individual shells to go in all sorts of fun places. Now, I do think there is a fair amount to be said for what they talk about. It does make a fairly convincing case for the most part. The only sort of, I guess, slight factor for me that makes me sit up and think there might be even more to it than otherwise is the fact that, as actually Federico Bozzi points out in his question, the inaccuracy of the Italian guns doesn't appear to have been consistent. Littorio, for example, at the First Battle of Sirte, and possibly also Vittorio Veneto at Spartivento, their spreads were nowhere near as bad as, for example, Vittorio Veneto's was at Matapan and various other engagements. So this kind of obviously indicates an additional factor or factors involved, because if it is just this spin stabilization issue, and as I said, to be fair, the article does mention that quality control issues also do come into it, but I think if the spin stabilization issue was consistently there, the guns never would have been particularly accurate, but we do know on some occasions they were. Now, obviously, the variable of quality control in terms of weight and the amount of the charge in it, the amount of powder in the charge, as well as the weight of the shell, that will make an effect. So a poorly weighted set of charges and shells plus an overly spin stabilized shell is going to result in massive spreads, which we do see. As I say, there's visual evidence of spreads of more than a kilometre, which is just hilariously bad. But if you had a properly quality controlled set of charges and shells, then with the spin stabilization issue, you shouldn't have seen some of the more accurate salvo patterns that were seen at some battles, because the effect would still be quite considerable. Now, based on their findings and based on obviously the previous records as attributed to Admiral Iachino and others, I would also then like to propose a third set of variables that might mesh everything together. And that's actually the degree at which the Italian guns wear away. Now, you've heard it mentioned before that the Italian guns, in part because of the high muzzle velocity, wore out their barrels pretty darn fast. And that normally would be a huge issue for battleships, but for the Italians it didn't matter too much, because it was very, very, very unlikely that their battleships would ever go out and fight more than one engagement before coming home. So even if they fought one very prolonged engagement where they pretty much exhausted their magazines and therefore also would need to replace their gun barrels because they'd worn them out, well, they were coming back home anyway, so they could do that. So fantastic, not as much of an issue. However, it is known that as guns wear out, this also affects the accuracy of shells. One of the British 15-inch monitors, for example, was conducting operations off of North Africa for a while before it got sunk. But towards the end of that particular set of its operations, the guns were effectively relegated to near uselessness because they'd worn themselves out so much that the shells were showing the classic signs of understabilization, spinning through the air, sometimes with enough tumbling through the air, I should say, sometimes with enough force that they actually prematurely detonated, and the accuracy was just hilariously bad. But I think we might have the opposite effect going on with the Italian guns, because I actually think, and I don't know, maybe if either Bill Durrans or Mr. Santarani are listening or whatever, or maybe I might pass this on via email at some point, see what they think. But I just wonder, if you've got the quality control issues, they're a variable. You've got the spin stabilization issue, which is a constant, but a negative constant. if you have a brand new set of guns with all the rifling that is necessary, and you fire your shell, you're going to get the overstabilization, and you're going to get the inaccuracy. But unlike most guns, because they wear out so quickly, it's possible that a handful of test firings and maybe a short engagement or something, or just a prolonged stay in port and exercises where they do, again, test firings and exercises and such, maybe they shoot off a few dozen salvos at various points, and it's not considered enough that they need to replace the barrels yet. So they've got sort of just over 100 rounds per barrel life. So let's say they've shot off 30-40 rounds. Now, for a normal battleship with a sort of 300 to 400 round barrel life, that's sort of 10%. So the effect on your gun's accuracy is going to be relatively minimal. Whereas for an Italian battleship, that might be 25-30% or more of your barrel life. So actually, the difference in accuracy is going to be quite substantial. And the reason for that is obviously that, let's say, the rifling is wearing out, so it's not going to be catching the driving band as much. It's not going to be spinning the shells quite as well. And if you completely wear them out, you get the complete understabilization, and you get this tumbling effect that the British Monitor exhibited. But maybe you can see where I'm going with this, but maybe, just maybe, if Littorio or Vittorio Veneto goes into battle and the stars happen to align and they happen to have a relatively decent set of shells and charges with them in terms of the weights are actually somewhat close to what they should be, and they've kind of maybe half worn out their guns, and during the battle, obviously they're burning through what's left of their lifespan at a fair rate of knots, well then, because the rifling is worn, it's not going to impart quite as much spin to the shells as it's designed to. But if that design was actually overstabilizing the shells, then unlike the British 15-inch gun on the Monitor, instead of going from perfectly stabilized to understabilized, it's gone from overstabilized to pretty much near on perfectly stabilized. Unwittingly, they haven't planned for it, they weren't thinking about it, but as the gun barrel reaches the end of its lifespan and its ability to stabilize the shells decreases, could very well have happened. And so my tentative idea is that actually worn or nearly worn out Italian 15-inch guns became progressively more accurate, assuming that shell quality control issues were somewhat okay at that point, specifically because they were under spinning the shells compared to what they'd actually been designed to do with that muzzle velocity and rifle twist. But as a result, they were actually ended up hitting probably somewhere around the sweet spot of perfect stabilization. So, for the moment, I think that's going to be my new idea. But I think I probably need to draft an email to the two gentlemen to see what they think of it. But let me know in the comments below what you think. See, this is one of the reasons why you should subscribe to Warship International. It's full of engineering and maths and physics. And yeah, and as applied to sending high amounts of explosive downrange. It's fantastic, especially for a naval historian. Anyway, I'm going to stop now, but go and get myself a drink. And that brings us to an end to this month's Patreon Dry Dock. Thank you very much for listening. Just a few minor bits of channel admin. So with regards to the USA trip, battle planning is underway to plot out exactly where we will be going and exactly how long we're going to be spending at each location. So hopefully scheduling, etc. will be sorted out in the next few weeks, and we'll be able to tell everybody, obviously, when and where we're going to be, which will be fun. Now, the other issues, some of you may have noticed there was no mid-month live stream. Without going into any great detail, because obviously it is personal, should we say the last 2-3 weeks have been busy and rather stressful. Personal crisis. Don't worry, me and Mrs. Drack are both fine. We're both here. Nothing to do with us specifically, but it has meant that pretty much every waking moment where I haven't been recording videos for you guys has been spent doing other things to help with that. Therefore, that's why there wasn't the mid-month stream. I just simply did not have the time and all the energy for it. In fact, I went to the Great War Group conference, which was excellent, by the way. If anybody else who's watching went there, it was absolutely superb. If you happen to be looking for a World War One history organisation to get involved with, I highly recommend the Great War Group. It's relatively new, but it's very, very promising. They've got a lot of interesting historians there. Peter Hart gave an excellent set of long talk, which was probably one of the most exciting and amusing talks that I've been to for quite a while at various conferences. And obviously they cover air, land, sea, civilian, etc. So they cover the whole lot, not just naval. In fact, I think I was in quite a minority talking about the naval stuff, but it was definitely worth it. But anyway, the long and the story short of that is that I went to that particular conference, and I think I fell asleep halfway through the ending keynote address. Again, if any of you were there and noticed me fall asleep in the front row, I do sincerely apologise, but I was stoked up on about as much caffeine and sugar as it's possible for a human body to hold, and I was still basically out of it. So apologies there, but that gives you some idea of, the level of stress and fatigue I've been under for the last few weeks. Hopefully that's all resolved now anyway. So there's that. But otherwise, thanks very much for listening. Regular service shall recommence this coming month, and look forward to seeing you all in some other videos. Bye-bye.